Testing 1, 2, 3. Testing 1, 2, 3. Yeah, I lowered it. Gary,
Mitch,
you hear me all right?
I hear you perfectly, sir.
Good. I was loud.
A little bit.
You sound good, but I lowered it. All right, let me. It's been a while since I did this. I forget.
Yeah, right?
Yeah. What am I doing? Oh, I got to turn off the thing. All right, here we go. Image. Turn off the. We want to turn off that and that.
There he is. What's up, brother?
Hello.
How are
How
you,
are
my
you?
friend? Good, man.
I'm doing good.
Good.
I'm doing
Sorry,
good. Long
like-
time.
I was going to say, sorry I pulled it at the last second there.
Oh, that's
We were
fine
watch-
because
we were-
that's what I'm doing when I'm not in a stream. I'm watching a movie with my wife.
Yep, exactly what we were doing.
What'd you watch?
I don't even know the name of it, but it was Ryan Gosling and
We got a
the
surprise.
the Australian guy. I can't think of his
Got a
name.
surprise for you.
Oh boy, what do you got?
Ah,
Hey, I know that chick.
um,
Hi,
there,
hi,
I like that
Sandra.
better.
Hi.
Hi, Sandra. Thanks for coming.
Sure.
Well, short notice.
Yeah.
Oh
That's
shit!
okay.
I'm wearing my spectacles. I didn't even realize. Hey, what's up, kids?
I can't see without mine. I can't see with them or without them, actually.
I can see close without them. Anything more
Yeah.
than 4 feet, I'm fucked.
Hi, Hack.
Hey, Hackster,
Hey, Dana.
are we live yet?
We are. We
Oh,
are
really?
live. We
I
are
can't
live.
find where the hell is the stream?
Hello, YouTube.
It's just StreamYard is just so easy to use. And now since you can use,
But I'm on your channel, and then there it is.
it's like a 15-second delay or 20-second delay.
Yeah,
It-
yeah. All right. I
With
got you.
now with the ability to capture OBS in StreamYards, I can do all that fancy stuff that without being in StreamYards. Do the lower case. I mean the scroll thing I put up, which those are the three channels I watch pretty much consistently. Either what
Right.
something Hack does, what Sandra does, and what Fruitcake Tony does. I mean, I'll watch some other ones, but not consistently, not like this. I
Right.
try not to miss any of these shows. But
just
sometimes
got-
I'm out on a Saturday, come
I just
in
got
late.
gifted a laptop today.
Gifted?
Yeah. My brother-in-law's business, he has to buy, he can buy a new laptop every 4 years and write it off. So
Right.
I got his 4-year-old laptop. You got a
Well, you're-
regular.
Even though yours was older, you had a pretty nice laptop. It
That's
has,
still it. I'm still using the old one.
yeah.
I haven't
But
downloaded anything on the new one yet, but that
just
should
for
be a lot
whatever reason,
faster.
whatever reason, it didn't like what was it? It didn't like. What were we trying?
Chrome.
Oh, it didn't like Chrome.
Yeah.
And
Yeah, could not use StreamYards on Chrome.
come figure that out.
Weird.
But
Anyway.
But I'm older. Sandra, you're still a kid in here, and I don't know if Gary has any problem. I had like when we're watching a movie, you have trouble here. I have trouble hearing the dialogue. Even my wife a little bit. So you see, we got actually, if you can see, we did upgrade our TV.
Nice.
Same size. This is 55-inch, same size as the old one.
Hey,
But we
Kim.
got this. Started getting this like the size of
Yeah.
a $50. This bright spot in there. I thought it was the lamp. My wife, she keeps a lamp on by her chair there, and I thought it was a reflection. It wasn't. It's something on the TV. So it was just an excuse to get another TV. It wasn't
Right.
4K. This one's 4K, but and it didn't cost a whole bunch. So I gave the old one to my daughter. This is the box because I only got it Tuesday. I want to make sure before I get rid of the box, everything's okay with it. So, but anyway, but I was saying that we had trouble here, and the speaker is worse on this new one than the old one. Anyway, so I got this thing as advertised on TV.
Oh, wireless.
Yeah, and it works off of just regular like 2.4 gigahertz band.
I had some of
Not-
those back
not-
in the 90s.
How
not
do they
anymore.
how do they work? Are they
This one,
pretty
hey,
good?
well, I got a Blu-ray thing, and it did work, but it was a cheap one. It kept cutting out. This works off if we have an optical out. I have a surround, not a surround. I got a bar, a Vizio bar, and but this goes optical from out from the TV to this little round thing, and it transmits from the round thing to the headset. So it's not Bluetooth, and it worked good. I mean, it took like 3 or 4 hours to charge it up, but I was like going all around the house, going outside, and I could still hear the TV.
Yep.
So it was a lot better. We watched something on Netflix. It was called The Devil All the Time. I'm not familiar with the actors. The young kid I was familiar with, I can't remember his name.
I just
But it
saw
was
the
a
little
good movie.
thumbnail for that the other day, last night. Actually.
Yeah, we just started watching. It was good. My wife, she went to bed. I said, "You got to finish watching this. It was really good." Then the
Maybe I'll
Queen's
watch it later.
Did you watch the Queen's Gambit?
No.
It's on Netflix. Check it out. You'll like it. It's a series. Give it a chance. It's about chess, but you don't have to know anything about. You don't have to know anything about chess. And I think Sandra, you would like it.
I like searching for Bobby Fischer.
Well, that was
Oh, really? Okay. Well, this is about, and it's not based off a true story. It's based off the guy who wrote the story, but it was a guy, but it's a girl in the story. It's just without giving anything away. It's just really really good, and you can't wait until the next. Like you have to give it like some people might say the first 1 or 2 episodes are boring, but you got to give it a chance. It gets
Quentin
really good.
motherfucking James in the house.
Uh-oh.
What's up, biatch?
Quentin, you want to come in?
Axton, what's up?
Yeah.
I
Come
asked
on.
that Dana.
Oh.
I asked that Dana if he wanted to come in. If you want to come in, Ed, I'll post it right here.
Yeah, we
Okay.
always have fun with Quentin. So come on in.
Yeah,
Yeah.
make the link public. Let's invite everybody.
Yeah.
Well, not everybody
That'd be
comes.
Have a free for all.
Not everybody comes in though.
Come hang with the
I-
cool kids.
Even
Quentin.
Kim
Um,
Georgiadis. Kim, that's a new name. How you doing? Thanks for coming to hang out.
Yes.
All right,
Geor-
all right, there you go.
Let me know if
Quentin.
I'm pronouncing that wrong. Georgiadis.
I just
Georgiadis?
posted it.
Georgiadis.
There you go, Quentin. Click that link.
Yes, Quentin. Click it. Click it. Click it now.
And I upgraded. I bought a new camera, a pretty decent digital camera, that I can use for streaming. But I've been taking pictures with it. I only took a few, but I just don't want to. You have to take the SD card out of it, and I heard there's problems sometimes with when you take the SD card and put it back in. So I'm just using it for taking pictures.
Sometimes you
It's
have
really-
to reformat, I think.
Well, I think it's tight in there, and sometimes it breaks. I don't want to take any chance from what I
Don't break
read.
your card.
Yeah, something breaks
Don't
off.
break it. Don't
But,
break it.
But I do have another HDMI camera, and I already have. But you need to get an HDMI camera to use
What
that
did you
as a
say
webcam.
earlier? It was cracking me up. I love Mises to pieces or something. What the
I
fuck?
love Mises to pieces.
Pieces to pieces. Anyway, I got that, so you can get your HDMI camera. Use it
There's
as
a
a
camera in that?
webcam. No, you have to use an HDMI capture card. That's what it is through
I got you.
HDMI capture card. Connects to
So when you
USB 3.0.
ram that into your camera to download the.
Yeah, like the HDMI coming out from the camera would go on this end, and this goes into a USB 3.0 port. I
Gotcha.
had one. I had an off-brand one that was working, but I wanted to get a good one, so I got
Right.
that. And I've been playing my guitar, but I haven't posted it. I've been posting old stuff. I've been taking videos, like mixing them up and posting stuff because since the passing of Eddie, I'm trying to learn. Oh, we got somebody else in here. Who is it?
Quentin motherfucking James.
Quentin effing James.
And Kim is
Oh,
great.
hello,
Nice to know,
look,
Kim.
look what he's doing.
I used to work with some lovely Greek people years
I
ago.
thought you were skinny. I thought for some reason I thought you were skinny, Quentin.
What? Who the fuck let him in here?
Hey, it's Quentin James. What's going on?
It's Quentin
God
James.
damn it. Mitch, I told you to lock the fucking door.
I get up 3:30. I had to go to the
God
bathroom.
damn it.
I wake up 3:30 this morning, go to the bathroom, and I have my phone was on. I'm looking at Quentin James is live at 3:30 a.m. yesterday morning or this
Holy
morning.
fuck.
Well, I
Yeah.
know it.
Why?
I had like 12 people on with me. I'm like, don't any of you
Why?
people have jobs? Oops,
Or lives.
sorry.
Good.
I got a
What
job.
jobs? That's
Now.
I'm trying to get situated.
so. Who do we have in the chat?
You're trying to get fisticated? Is
Kim,
that
hello,
like a-
Kim.
Is that like some fucking redneck
There's-
version of
Guitar hack.
YouTube.
trying to get
Yeah.
fisticated?
D2.
Sophisticated. Well, I
I
had
hope
to work
you're-
hard. Hold on. Where's my
Quentin
volume?
was in the chat, but now he's in the.
I hope DTube is doing okay. He's.
Didn't-
Did you hear about him?
I don't know.
I don't know if I should repeat it, but he mentioned.
I don't even know who
public.
he is.
I don't
He
even.
DTube. He's a good guy.
Oh,
Hey, D2.
He frequents a lot of the local
What's up, bro?
streams. Can I say what's going on with you, D2?
Yeah,
Or-
ask him before you say anything.
Yeah, he's a good guy, and just wouldn't hurt to send prayers his way. It's
Right on. So, Quentin, how the fuck you doing?
Before he answers, I'll let
hack.
I'll let you know about my first world issue. Y'all want to hear about what's going on?
Yes.
Sure.
Okay. As you know, that's my 19-inch monitor that I got from Goodwill for like $8, right?
Right.
Yep.
Works fine. The Quentin James needed a 27-incher, bitches.
Holy fuck.
Okay, so, but here's the problem.
You have too much
Okay.
disposable income.
The dude, it was $99, and some of my
Okay.
the Donald, the Donald sent us a check for $1,200. So thanks, Donald. Okay, so my Dell monitor on the base. Does this help when I hold my hands up like touch them?
Yeah.
Um,
Good visual.
okay, of course it goes like that, right? Well,
Nice.
on the base it would go like this too.
It's swiveled.
Yeah, so when I'm laying on the couch, I could swivel it out of the way, and I could still watch TV, right? Because my
Ah.
TV's on the other side of the room. Well, this one doesn't swivel, so I'm
It
like,
doesn't.
all right, can I weld it to the
Fuck
old
that
days
shit.
or something? So
Get rid of it.
some son of a bitch in the chat goes, "Hey, dummy, why don't you just buy one of those little Lazy Susans?" I'm like, "Oh my God, that's just brilliant." So I ordered an $8 Lazy Susan off of Amazon. I should get in a couple of days.
Yeah, so you couldn't go to the fucking dollar store and buy one, right?
Teddy.
Dude, that would entail me going out amongst the other humans.
Here.
I'm not really into stuff like that
Yeah, that's true. I feel you there, brother.
because they got the crabs and the COVID. And
Yep,
all that shit
yeah.
out there.
I'm with you on that, man. I'm not down with it either.
And that COVID is just, there's some itchy little bastards.
What
Yep.
does that say?
Yeah, I'm down with you. I don't go anywhere. I go to a
If,
liquor store and I go
anybody
to a
else
cigarette
was still
store.
concerned,
Oh, share, Uncle Quentin.
that's what I'm talking about.
Didn't you get a wrist strap too for your hand?
Yeah,
For
Is
his,
it doing anything or?
for his
Um,
hand.
Actually, yeah, for my hand. Actually, no. All it keeps me from doing is, even if
We know.
even if I do something like that, it's like, fuck, that hurts. So it kind of keeps me from doing that, and
So don't do that.
yeah.
Yeah.
Doc, that hurts when I do this. Well, don't do that.
So yeah, it does kind of help. So.
Real quick, D-Tube and his wife were both tested positive for the COVID.
Oh, man, that
so,
sucks.
and there's nothing I mean, he's home. I think he had a mild fever. So
You
just,
better quit, man.
hope he can pull through this for sure.
Hang in there, bro. You and your old lady. I'm pulling for you. That sucks, dude.
We were going to go over with my sisters and my brother and my sister-in-laws in Maryland, but they're like on the local media. They don't want you to go back and forth between the states unless you're working. And so they asked if we're going to go today, and I said, "Well, I think we just better stay home."
Hey, Mickey.
I'm like Guitar Hack. I don't even want to watch the media. I
know. I don't either.
So yeah, they're gonna shut. I think they shut us down today again with the whole restaurants and blah blah
Really?
blah. But I think Hack and them, they're getting shut down Monday for like another month or something.
I believe it.
But you knew it was coming, dude. It's winter time. Everybody's inside, and they're gonna have another big.
Yeah.
What I'm wondering is, the big NAMM show is usually the winter show is in the middle of January. So I'm wondering if just every popular YouTuber is going to get gear from all the manufacturers, or are they going to do virtual? Hey, here's our new guitars for this year, or
Maybe.
I haven't heard shit about it.
I'm just waiting for a whole shitload of stuff to show up on my porch. So Tom
It's good.
Anderson.
It's good to remain optimistic, Q.
Right?
So yeah, I'll be doing a demo on that Lazy Susan probably here.
Nice. I had a
Good.
buddy of mine make me a custom Lazy Susan actually for my team. My buddy Ernie. Cutting boards and Lazy Susans.
Are you going to have any more idiots driving in traffic videos soon?
I haven't caught anybody. Of course, I'm not out driving around a whole lot though.
Right.
Yeah, because they're so riveting.
Can anybody tell me why the speedometer on my 4-cylinder Hyundai goes up to 140?
What is mine?
If you're falling off a cliff, maybe.
I have a 19. I have a
Hyundai.
I have a 2013
Hyundai.
Honda
Hyundai.
CRV. I
I'm
bought it
sorry.
brand new, and I still
That's-
don't have 90,000 miles on it yet. Getting close, but it's like now since I retired, I'm hardly putting any miles on the car now.
I'm getting messages from China Mike, China Guitar Skeptic.
Really?
About what?
Send them a link.
Yeah.
Send them a
Come
link.
hang out.
I mailed Henning Pauly. I mailed
Tell
him.
him- Tell them
I
you
know
want to
we
say
must-
hi to Nigel. China
I sent him
Nigel.
a Sandy's
Nigel.
Pet Shop calendar, right? Well, they're having this. They were like 7 of them on a live stream. Him and Mike and I forget who all. But somehow they turned this into like some type of bestiality penthouse porn catalog something.
Oh my
up there.
God.
Oh my dear Lord!
Oh my!
Tell Mike to come and hang out with us.
Yes.
He was just on our show a couple weeks ago.
You can send him. You send him a link.
Okay, I think I can cop. Can I?
That's
copy
way
it?
past his bedtime. I'm surprised he's still
Oh,
up.
it's like what 5 hours difference there?
Yeah, it's like 4, quarter past 4 in the
Eight.
morning.
Yeah, probably. Or he's just getting ready to get out of bed.
Yeah, could be.
Maybe.
On Sunday? Nah, too early.
Okay.
Hack is expecting multiple deliveries from Gibson. I'm thinking Hack must have got endorsed.
Hack needs a
Yeah.
delivery from Friedman, is what he needs.
He didn't tell
Oh
us.
yeah. But I've been playing just like I said since Eddie passed and just trying to work on Van Halen, and I'm like I'm like anal. It's got to be as close to.
You want to be what?
I want it to be as good as I can.
He said
Not that-
anal.
Not
Yeah,
that
I
kind
mean-
of anal, Quentin.
I mean, in a sense that I want it to be perfect, and I'm not perfect. I'll never be perfect. But here's a real nice. Here's a real nice
Quentin, you need a
looking
light?
pic.
Here, buddy.
Hey, I
I'll
know
give you a
that.
Mitch
I'll
is
give
like,
you a
what
light.
Roger
I know
Clinton on again?
That's Gary.
That's me.
And yours is in here.
That's Big G.
Yo, yo. Big T in the house.
And a pretty lady.
China
yeah.
Mike's getting ready to go to sleep. It's 4 a.m. over there.
Yeah, I figured that.
Anyone else get hit behind in Kentucky? Almost got broadsided.
Dang.
Oh, yeah.
The only
Yeah,
good
that's what
thing
you were
about that is I would have had it on camera, and I'm sure my brother would have put it on YouTube.
Yeah, it sounds like you could be a lawyer too, Quentin, with the way you were talking last night. You know it all. I mean, I know nothing. I got 2 tickets in my life. One for speeding, and I got off. The other one was like a rolling stop sign. That was it. And then I got pulled over for going too slow.
Nope, I'm the only one in my family who's never been arrested, and I've never had a ticket.
That's amazing.
It was a good upbringing.
I figured you would have been the first one to go.
I'm like an old
Arrested for
Nancy
something.
driving though, dude. I
Fuck
really-
off.
Yeah, I wish I could share you guys'
Yeah,
record,
me,
but
yeah.
I cannot.
I can't either.
Mine's a little more checkered.
And I'm always nervous when somebody else drives, even my wife.
Oh yeah, I have to drive.
I'm a front seat driver, and I've never had an accident. I don't.
I've never had an accident.
Do you
either.
still put the arm out and you stop short? If there's
Oh,
somebody
yeah.
in the passenger seat, you got to put your arm in front of them like your dad did when you were a kid. Well, stop it
Oh, yeah.
short.
He didn't do that. Somebody else did that.
Well, that's because your parents hated you, Mitch.
I used to. No, they my fault. He was a cab driver. He was a good
Hit
driver.
the metal dashboard in that 67 Plymouth. We don't give a
I used to help this guy up the street from us with it. He had thoroughbreds, racing horses, and I used to help him with that. And so I used to go, to the track with him early, like 4:00 in the morning.
Bent time.
And
You're
he-
supposed
he
to be
was
in
fast.
here.
Yeah.
Yeah, I sent you a link, bent, or I rather
Bent.
say Tom. I don't like.
Bendy.
I don't like.
Bendy Tom.
No burnt.
Um,
I've never been arrested.
See, I got 2 siblings, 5 siblings. I mean, 2 brothers and 2 sisters. So 3 of us got in trouble, but I never got in trouble. Never got in trouble for law.
My oldest
Kind of-
brother,
I've been
and
arrested.
sister, they got arrested back in the '60s for protesting. So, but everybody else was a DUI.
That is so cool.
And your
Public
father
enemy
used
number
to
one.
put their arm up, not to keep you from hitting the dash, but to keep you from hitting the windshield, because windshields are pretty expensive to replace. So,
True. And you ain't going to bend that dashboard.
No. Nope.
Might put it dead.
Him with the bragging rights. He had 4 DUIs by 25.
holy shit!
You're my hero.
It's taken so long, Tom.
Tom's getting
Hey,
arrested?
Laz, what's up, buddy?
Tom's getting arrested right now. What's going on?
Ooh,
No,
pardon me.
nobody said that.
Oof.
Where's Emmett?
Yeah, where's that?
Sitting in at home.
Do you have like a
Hey,
blanket or
Laz.
something over his cage?
Nah.
I was saying, Laz, your video looked good. I was saying, I knew you got a new system, but you said you were on your wife's system, but it looked really good. I thought.
For 720, it looked really good. Yeah, he was worried about it. I watched a little bit of the replay. I haven't watched the whole thing yet, but
Man, it
I
was
saw
fine.
It
I
looked
mean,
nice. Yeah.
because I think before you had a really low end camera or something, and it's not like that anymore. But I got a C920, and I bought a supposed
What?
to be a 4K webcam, but it doesn't have a good.
After so many things I want to say.
This is a C920 here, and I've got 2 lights. Like my ceiling fan has 4 lights, but the 2 closest to me I had to turn off because it's like the fucking sun, man.
too bright.
Oh my god.
So that's why I have lights on. I keep to get as good as videos I am. And you need to get the exposure down with the
Do you
software.
get- what do you have in there? 40 watt, 60 watt? What are they?
Well, I got an overhead thing with
And
whatever
Quentin,
that is,
what's
but I
in
got
yours?
2. I
don't
got
know.
2. Here, I got 2 like shop lights, and I got them sitting on top of my monitor. It's a TV monitor, and they're low wattage, but they're like, I don't know, like one's a daytime light, and I forgot what the other one is. But if I put it, I got it bouncing off the ceiling. But if I put it on me, it'd be too bright, and I have to and drop it down again. But the thing is, like with these webcams, you want to get like in the software, get the exposure down. This way, you'll be able to get smoother. But I had trouble with this computer. I had trouble. This is my high. I got two computers, and so this is my high end one. I got a real good GPU in it, so I thought. But I've been getting artifacts when I watch a video, so I switched graphics cards. I have the lesser graphics card in here now,
Hey,
and I
Laz.
repeated the same problem on the other computer, so I might have to send that video card back. Anyway, so
Bummer.
if that makes sense to anybody, but I don't know. I'm just jabbing along.
Yeah.
What else did I get? Oh, I got this too. You saw that before. Even though the TV has built-in apps, but I like to be independent from the TV apps.
Hey, Bent Tom, if I'm in this stream, you can be in this stream.
Yes, Tom.
Come on,
Oh,
You
Tom.
too. You
Because
too can be in this
so
stream.
am I.
Here's the link, Tom, if you're not sleeping.
But I'm here.
Yeah, I don't think
Plus-
Tom's.
Quentin's
I don't
here.
think Tom
He's
is
high as
sleeping.
Plus, when we have trivia,
Well,
I
forgot.
I just came in. Star Trek's over. That's a good episode. It's a rerun, but it's a good episode.
Kojak?
what?
Star Trek.
Oh, Star Trek.
I like Star Trek.
This thing. Whatever the hell. Do it, Gary. Yeah, that thing.
Live long and prosper.
Not that one, Quentin.
Oh.
Are they going to make any more Star Trek movies?
Oh,
I
Tom
doubt
says
it.
give him 2 minutes.
That's
Oh,
all
alright.
Tom needs is 2 minutes.
But
don't know.
but I had a nickname, Quick Draw. I don't know what that meant though.
With
Yeah,
the
I
ladies
don't
or
know.
with your buddies?
Yeah,
Don't
Oh,
let
yeah,
me-
that's
with-
not good.
no, with myself. I call myself Quick Draw. No,
Mine was tripod for some reason. Oh,
Oh, Jesus
Tripod.
Christ.
oh man, menage. Well, I can't even say it.
Menage a trois.
All right. Yeah, that cigar box you got. That is some nice looking cigar box.
Isn't it?
It
That
is.
thing
I mean,
gorgeous.
did you know you were getting it, or was it a total surprise?
I had no idea.
I would say
Oh.
that was really nice.
I'm so really
Sweet.
surprised nobody spilled the beans.
Yeah, this is just incredible.
Yeah, you're
Pretty
gonna hang out on the wall.
No, well, after a while, I might, but for a while
It's
it'll be on a guitar. I'll actually
pretty.
play
It's
it.
nice looking.
It is beautiful.
I got one the guy at work gave me. I don't know anything about. I found it tuning in it and it worked, and I was playing some stuff, but I haven't used it since.
I think Brendan uses Open G on his three.
I don't remember
strings.
what I used, but it worked.
GDG?
Whatever it did. Yeah, there's a bunch of different ones out there.
got some
Of
apple
course,
juice?
mine's not nowhere near as nice as that one.
What color?
Brendan makes some nice
it-
stuff.
Heck, it was a. It was the little girl from Alice in Wonderland.
Beautiful.
Kirk was getting a little
Heck.
freaky.
Now, is that a real pickup in there?
Yeah,
Yeah,
It
he
is.
has his own made.
I haven't had it plugged in. I
Those are his own pickups.
There is no pickup of mine, but the guy put a dummy guitar jack in there, but it's not connected to anything.
You put a Floyd
Yeah,
Rose
those are-
in that thing.
Brendan has those pickups made special,
it's VFGs in it, man.
and those are actually real wood covers over the pickups.
Put a Floyd.
That are like the logos like burned in.
I got to sneeze.
Yeah.
I'll be right back. I got to sneeze.
It's really fucking cool.
It is cool. It is
I'm
cool.
just floored.
I love the neck on that thing, man. That neck came out gorgeous. You all right, buddy?
I got to clean my screen. I'll be right back. Now I'm on. Yeah, I'm on.
You hurt your pancreas?
I've been hacking for like the last month or so. I just haven't called the doctors. I don't have no fever or nothing. Just I get like that 2 or 3 times a year. It's just start
Yo, Jimmy
it could
in the
be-
house. What up,
coughing. It
Krell?
could. Here's
What's up,
Krell
dude?
Bar.
Jimbo.
Krellbot. I think.
Glad as I can. It's 10:26 at night here. I can't plug it in.
Isn't this your bedtime, Sandra?
No,
No.
we have neighbors.
I have.
Isn't that all?
I had an
I
ambulance at the
It's terrible.
Oh,
I mean,
you want to hear something? I was going to mention it on our show tonight, Sandra, and I totally forgot. We had neighbors by the house behind us, right? Like right across our backyards. Like, it was like last January, December. They are of Hispanic descent, which I am not disparaging in any way. But first, the 6-foot stockade fence went up. And then the following weekend, he built this big ass friggin' shed in the backyard. And then he got a bobcat and started clearing the empty lots next to him that he doesn't own.
Oh.
And then 2 weekends ago, my wife comes flying into the bedroom. They bought a fucking rooster. 3:30 in the morning. This fucking rooster is going off. Oh, my mom. Last weekend, it's like Sunday morning, 7:30. You can hear like friggin' table saws and friggin' air hammers, nail guns and shit. They built a fucking chicken coop.
Oh.
So,
did you move, Gary, or are you still? I know you're.
no, I'm still in the house that we're trying to buy that we've been renting.
Gary's
And now
got,
same-
we're-
Gary's
now
got
we're
Okay,
sitting in
Les.
fucking-
I will do
It's the
it.
same house you were thinking about. You're still.
the house we've been renting for the last 7-8 years. We are buying.
Oh, okay.
We're
Tom, why are
closing,
you still in the chat? 2 minutes
December
is coming
4th.
gone.
Yeah, Tom.
but now these motherfuckers in the
What the
back
fuck?
There.
with the chickens and the roosters and the fuck. What next? The yak? Hey, Tom.
Yeah.
going on.
Hello, Tom.
You know
Thanks for
what the
coming
fuck?
in.
Wow.
When do I have to intervene?
No,
When
Yeah.
should I intervene?
You
About
call,
what?
you call the police about a noise complaint. And then
Is
you
there any
call
goats
again,
yet?
and
Have you seen
call
any
them
goats?
again,
No
you call
goats
them
yet.
again until they get cited and they have to get rid of the roosters.
My wife called animal control and told about the rooster. And they said, well, if we don't see it, we can't do anything.
Is it legal for? Can you
No.
do that?
No.
So you can't have.
No, there was a big
chickens,
thing last
roosters.
year in the news here locally about
About
people
having-
having chickens. And it's like,
Are
no.
you within city limits? Is that why?
Oh, yeah.
Or within range of city limit? Like I know my ex-wife.
I live in a
has
suburb, dude. It's like,
Okay,
it's,
okay. My
yeah, it's a
ex-wife
total
has
suburb.
tons of chickens, but she literally lives on like a small mountain with like 8 or 10
No.
acres.
No, this
Like,
is
she
like
can-
a regular suburb
Yeah.
block.
Although
You know,
my
houses
sons live
every-
with me, yeah, that's like what I live in, like the suburbs. I back up to the woods, but my ex-wife and her husband or fiance, I guess they're not quite married yet, but when both my kids go over there, they love it because Kyan doesn't, but Tommy, since he's been like 8, because they're real safe, everything, but they've got like all kinds of guns. They have hides, on all the trees. Hey, Krellbar, what's up, man?
What's up, Jimbo?
Body.
How's it going, dude?
You got the smart people in here now.
So
Smart people.
they have the fun house, Gary.
At least
they have
5
the
of 'em.
Pool and
I
Yeah,
am
well-
gonna snuff the rooster, Terry. I
Gary,
am.
I'm not sure what that
Jimmy, I'm
means.
gonna snuff that fucking
he was
rooster.
referring to me.
Gary, don't you?
It sounds like Gary's having cock problems.
I am.
Gary, don't you have a Walmart near you?
I do.
You can get a pellet gun for like $40, dude. I'm just saying.
Quentin, I got one.
Ah, there you go.
I got one, buddy. I'm prepared.
Yeah,
Those
get
are
your
Boy
guns
Scouts.
while you can. Oh, did I say that out loud? I didn't.
Oh,
Mean to.
yeah, I don't
Next thing
know-
you know,
I-
they're gonna have cockfighting next door.
Where's the
I don't know.
gecko at, Gary? Where's he at right now?
Who?
The gecko.
Hey,
And
It's
Krell,
Walmart.
that video I posted about
I'm
the
curious.
chewy bacon, probably no one else got
hiding.
that except me and you.
Oh, Sam.
Yeah.
Probably behind the clock.
Everybody else is like, what? What's he talking about?
I
What?
have a question for everyone. In your, each. Now I don't know if this applies to everyone. Mitch, it would be the same for you and I. But in each of your states, if they have either legalized cannabis or medical marijuana, medical cannabis, do they have an infraction as it relates to firearms? In my state, if I own any firearms, meaning it could be a BB gun, but if it's even a 22 LR, it doesn't matter how small caliber it is, I have 30 days to turn those in once I get a medical marijuana card, or else it's a felony.
Wow.
So you can only
Yeah.
have you can't have both.
21. I had a friend that had a medical marijuana card, and he was a
Wow.
a veteran, and he turned in the card. He sent it back and was like, "F that, dude. I'm going to keep getting it illegally." He's like, "I fought for my country. I can't keep my service weapon and get the medicine I need. No, I'm not playing your game."
Right.
He was pissed.
The city I live in, Madison, just like 2 days ago made it legal in the city to have pot. You can smoke pot as long
Good.
as it's not wherever cigarette smoking is prohibited. Of course, you can't smoke pot there. You can't smoke it within 1,000 feet of a school. You can't
Yeah, makes
smoke and
sense.
drive. But as far as the state as a whole, it's not. It's only legal here in the city. So I don't know how that's going to relate to people owning firearms. I'm not sure if they've thought even that far ahead. I mean,
this is
they're
what's
just
so
now
different
passing these laws, so
between where I live.
it'll be interesting to see what happens with it.
See, I
yeah.
live in Kentucky, so every time I get my prescription filled for my oxys, they actually give me a firearm. So I've got like 8 firearms. That's
Nice.
Swear
crazy.
to God.
Medical
Well, is it-
marijuana, and you can't.
Is
have
it
a
is it your
firearm.
Kroger in your Kroger in the hood? You always say or something like
My
Doesn't
ghetto,
matter.
my ghetto Kroger.
Get
that.
over
Yeah,
it.
you get a Kroger.
Is that backwards or what?
That's crazy. I mean,
Kroger
That
is so redneck.
that
We
is
don't even have
crazy.
in Florida.
oh,
That's how redneck Kroger is.
Hey,
what do you
Mickey.
got, like an ANP or
I like-
something still.
I like Piggly Wiggly.
I did a quick look up, and it's
Got a few of them down
looking like it's that way everywhere. I think if you have a medical marijuana card.
Oh, really?
I mean, it kind of hints at it's a judge ruled that medical marijuana growers can have a firearm, but said nothing about. And then I saw a couple chat rooms where they said you can't own it. I mean, it's not official, but here's the thing: it's like screw it. Don't get the medical marijuana card requiring Rhode Island. Massachusetts is recreational. I could just
Hey,
cross
Alex.
the border and get it.
What is it, like 5-10 minutes?
Oh, not
You
even.
see-
Not
Really?
even.
Look what
There's
happened.
literally one over the border now. It's like I
Oh,
get there
wow.
and
Look what Hack said. Hack said if he smokes a cigar within 60 feet of a schoolyard or playground, the kids drop like flies.
That's because
I bet.
they added another tax on the cigars because they have such an epidemic in Canada
Yeah.
of kids smoking
because
big
he's
smoky
old.
cigars.
Hack, you win with that comment. That's the best.
Hacks an enabler.
I never.
Why is
Ah.
it Hack in here hanging out?
I could never smoke a guitar.
Yeah, right.
You know what I just said? I could never smoke a guitar. I meant a cigar.
Someone
I meant a
lives on
cigar.
a mountain with the, for the
you
night.
remember they made the candy cigars. They made candy cigarettes.
bubble gum.
They had the
The
candy
bubble gum.
cigars too. The bubble
Candy
gum.
Yeah.
cigars.
Yeah.
Bubblegum ones,
Yep.
yep.
One
Yeah.
time.
Never
Bubblegum
smoked
flavor,
it.
it was gone like in 2 seconds. So it's
What was
you
the
know.
worst flavor candy cigar?
Watermelon.
Licorice.
I don't
The
know.
yellow ones, the banana flavor.
Oh, I think they did that, yeah.
They were
yeah.
disgusting.
Well, it's basically circus peanuts.
Yeah.
There you go.
It's
In
basically
half-
circuits what? No.
In high school, we had a
I
smoking
remember
area.
them.
Can you
Circus
imagine that
penis.
smoking area in high school?
Yeah, oh, yeah. Yep.
Smoking area.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
remember
I think we did.
my first day of high school, I went from
I
a
didn't smoke.
We did
Catholic
not have a
grade
smoking area.
elementary school to a public high
We had
school.
a place we met to smoke,
And
but there's
So like the first day in shop class, this kid, I had like hair probably down to about here, and this kid grabs my hair from behind and goes, "Nice hair, cute girl." And I turn around and fucking knocked him out. And the shop teacher was old school, and he goes, "Do you want to put on the gloves, or are we done?" And the guy was like, "Oh fuck, we're
put on the
done."
gloves.
And the guy goes, "Okay, let's get back to class then." And then the next day, I'm in the bathroom, just like using the facilities, and the guy next to me is just smoking a joint in the bathroom, and he comes in and he goes, "Too much fucking paperwork. Put it out, give it to me, and go back to class."
Oh my god!
Like he didn't want to go through that.
Nice.
I'm like, I like
At,
this
at my
guy.
school, what usually happened is that you meet out by the bus ramp, and it was kind of understood and it would get circulated through school, and teachers would know about it a lot of times.
They're
And
like
they would
stopping
just let them duke it out, and it's like
Yep.
if it just got out of hand and someone was kicking the hell, they'd break it up.
Good old Mount.
Mount St. Charles?
Yeah.
in. Mr. Smith is
I
taking
didn't go to
off.
Mount St.
Yeah.
Charles.
I thought you went to Mount.
No, my father did it for a short time. No, I went to Burville High School.
Oh, Barville. That's right.
I could have gotten into Mount if I wanted. My father was pushing towards it, but they had no football team.
Right.
Hey, Mitch,
That-
do me a favor.
Had a good
And-
hockey
and
program, though.
Yeah, I don't play hockey. I'm the only
Yeah.
I'm the only guy in Burville that can't skate.
Would you say, Quentin?
Present me for a second.
That's fucking
Okay.
funny.
I got something for
All right.
John.
Well, Burville had great
Hey,
hockey.
Bert, here you go, Bert. I made this in 7th grade, dude.
Nice.
7th grade shop class.
That's nice.
Wow.
Use that to flip your steaks, do you?
The only thing I can think
What
that's
is it?
around that long,
What's it supposed to be?
a buddy of mine that I've known since I was 4 years
Yeah,
old.
what is it?
Yeah, what is it?
When-
What's the
It's
purpose?
like it's a fucking
Po-
fork.
it's a pokey
Oh.
thing.
Poke
Yeah,
is
well,
fire.
You poke stuff with it.
Yeah, you ever hear that term? I'm gonna shove a red hot poker up your ass. He has that just in case.
There
For
you
that-
go.
For that kid that was picking on Tom.
Here's the story for you, Quentin. So, my best friend I've known since I was 4 years old. When we were 5 years old in kindergarten, we both got little pine trees in cups, of which almost everyone's either got thrown away or planted and died. His is now like about a 40 or 50-foot tall pine tree.
That's crazy.
Wow.
Holy fuck.
Yeah.
Yeah, I never
cool.
took wood shop. That's I wish I had. It-
I did.
it-
Stuck it all
it
my
was-
fingers.
Yeah, it was actually
And metal shop.
Finger check.
Yep.
It was just one of these things that you tied up in the advanced college courses. It's like there was a separation. You didn't really take shop classes. I didn't really. When I took electives, I took like Latin and French and stuff.
Oh yeah, because
looking
that's something you're gonna use every day.
well, I was going to become a lawyer at one time, so the
Oh.
Latin would have helped. That's why. Then I decided to take French. But yeah, looking back, hindsight, I would have taken shop class.
You know,
a guy
you
named-
must have been a really weird kid, Jim.
You know a guy named
Very
Saul
cool ass.
Weird.
Goodman?
Craig's a really cool dude. You'll like talking with him.
I'm gonna take Latin, goddammit.
You'd be surprised how many people
Yeah,
though,
it took 3 years of it.
about to do things
Wow.
like go to law school when John Mancuda said he was in law school or just starting or about to start when he got into acting. He was like,
Mhm.
I don't think I want to do this law thing. And the guy that started, I don't know if they're around anymore, but the guy, Dan Bull, who started 65 Amps, he actually was a qualified lawyer and was studying for California Bar to be a practicing lawyer when him and that one guitar player, the guy from Sheryl Crow's band, they started 65 Amps together. And then he was like, all right, I'm not going to practice law.
Here's a little bit of trivia. Quentin James technically worked in law enforcement.
Wow, cool.
Were you
Wanna know
washing
the
cop
story?
cars or?
Yeah, I want to know.
I went to college for law enforcement.
Being a snitch isn't working for long.
Yeah, paid informant doesn't count.
That's true.
There's a little bit of
Unpaid informant.
blatant nepotism. My father is chief of police, right?
So
So he hired me to train to be a police
A
dispatcher.
crossing guard? Oh, no, I'm sorry.
Dispatcher.
No, to be
Thank your father for his service.
to be a police dispatcher. Well, my father's dead. Fuck him. You didn't know my father.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Anyway,
So I go in there to work, and I worked for one day. And at the end of the day, I told him, I said, Dad, this I don't think I can do this. I was 19 years old,
What were you doing?
a dispatcher.
Oh, you just said.
And
He's like,
dude,
Dad, I
that
just
was-
don't give a fuck about anybody. I don't.
That
I don't
was
wanna do
way
this."
when I sat there and trained and listened and everything. That was way too much responsibility for a 19-year-old. I was like,
Yeah.
no.
Yeah, probably.
I mean,
Yeah.
it really was. 'Cause
can you
yeah, it really is. Yes.
can you imagine you call and you're like, I need a cop here now. My husband's going off the rails. I think he's
Right,
gonna
right.
kill me."
Oh, yeah.
And you get Quentin James, and he's like, maybe he's just a little angry. Do you want to think about it and call me back? No, I want cops here now.
No, I'd be like,
Like-
Have him take 2 oxys. Call me in the morning.
your husband's mad at you. What did you do? Did you not make him a sandwich?
Did you
Go make him a sandwich.
Did you
What
pick
do you
up
look
a
like? Are you hot? Do you got a hot sister?
Is he out of ketchup?
I'd be like, hey, you got a gun? Yeah, well, fucking go get it. Stupid bitch. Shoot the
Yeah.
motherfucker.
You don't really.
Quit fucking around. You don't need me.
Oh, by the way, Corral, in 10th grade, I wanted
sure
to be
would.
a veterinarian. So I took one semester of Latin. The only problem was in 10th grade, it was my first period class. And first period, Daddy was usually high as, well, you know what I'm going to say. So, yeah, I didn't learn any Latin that day. Yeah, that was.
When did you say?
Domino's Fabisco's a
Hello,
Benicilio's
Joe Wentz
Domino's.
Project TV.
Hey, Joe.
Grickle
How you doing, Joe?
Thanks
When
for
did you
tuning
say
in.
you got your first period, Quentin?
Do I?
When did you say you got your first period, Quentin?
So, how does Joe Wentz like his bacon? That's what we want to know.
Quentin Tampon
Whoa.
Okay.
Joe is one of my favorite performers on YouTube.
George Wendt?
Joe Wentz is
Isn't he
one of
the-
my favorite.
Isn't he the guy from Cheers? Isn't that Norm?
I know who you're talking about.
No,
More.
that's George Wendt.
That's Went.
I
George
think
Wentz.
George
Yeah.
Wendt.
that
Yo,
This
Wentz.
is Joe Wentz.
Joe
Not
Wentz
George
is
Joe
Wentz.
Wentz.
That's what I said. George Wendt.
George
Crusty
Wentz,
sock
This is
monkey
Joe
guy.
Wentz.
Who's on
Joe
first?
Bag of Donuts.
I don't know what the fuck you guys are
Oh.
talking about.
What's on second?
We're talking about the George Wendt project.
Yeah,
From Cheers.
Norm.
And,
Norm.
No.
Yeah.
and the guy that played Norm was Joe Wentz, right?
Yeah, what did he ever do after
Yeah.
that show? Cheers. Probably not too much.
Not
Very
much.
little.
Jeez, I just want to hear the Cliff
I don't
Clavin
think he had to
experience.
do much.
I don't know.
I think he had you money.
He made his money. Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey,
I
here's a
didn't,
bit
I
of,
didn't watch the show.
here's a
Right,
bit
bro.
of trivia. You know that movie Motel Hell?
Love it.
No.
Rory
my
Cohen.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, you know the
I've seen
van
it
with
in
the
a while.
van that they trap
Yeah, it's
and
Cliff.
they bury him up to it's Cliff Clavin. Yeah.
Cliff Clavin. They got him
No
buried up
way.
to his neck in the garden.
Yeah, it is.
They
Yeah.
finally, they finally shut Cliff up, huh?
Yep, they
Oh
pull him
my
out with
God.
a tractor.
They put a rope around your neck and yank him out with the tractor. That's
Yeah.
awesome.
Yeah,
He
that
was
was
Little
Cliffy.
tractors.
He-
Yeah, that was Rory
was-
Calhoun was in that. freaking
Rory
movie.
Calhoun, yep.
I'm watching with my mother on preview, right, back in the 80s, right?
Oh, man.
And I loved horror movies. And I'm watching.
Me too.
My mother's like, is that
Yeah, me
Rory
too.
Calhoun? And he's running around with a pig's head and a chainsaw.
Yeah.
Now-
Yep.
Cliff was one that he was the mailman, right, on Cheers. Cliff.
Yeah.
Cliff
Yeah.
was, yeah.
I was watching Superman from was Christopher Reeves, the first one. I think he was in that too. I think he was.
He
in
was
there.
also in Star Wars.
Yeah.
He was
Star
one of
Wars.
the pilots.
Alex
Who was he in
Radford,
Superman?
Alex
Yeah,
Radford is
Yeah,
talking
he just had a part. We lost Comcast, not power. So I'm just pulling out DVDs, something to watch, and I just started watching Superman.
Hey, Tom, you're about
I
to ask me
recognized him in
something?
there, but he had a
What?
small part.
Yeah, you're about to ask me something?
No, I was gonna say you were talking about the other night, like your mom. You said she was German, so she was like
Yeah.
really laid back about stuff.
Yeah.
But then, like, you guys got in another topic, but you were telling a story, and then Dave got in another topic, and you and Dave were just going on like a whole,
Oh shit, this George now.
other,
Fucking Norman's here right now.
you know, like a tangent. But what were you saying? I never got to hear the whole story.
Norm.
Talking about
To
you
Joe
said,
Wentz.
you know,
To
you were
George.
talking about like how she was very
Norm
liberal.
Project.
He's
Oh,
been
yeah.
here.
I didn't realize Norm was here. Hey, Norm.
Yeah, anyways,
It's
what
Joe.
Tom's asking.
Joe.
Tom was asking the other night. I was saying how my mother was very liberal in my upbringing, and
So
she
am
was
I.
German, and so basically I could stay up. I'm like 5 years old. I could stay up all night if I wanted to, as long as it wasn't a school night.
Wow.
You know,
you
and
get
so
up at 7 o'clock?
I got to see
I
Saturday
won't.
Night Live from the very beginning when I was 7 years old.
Oh, that was good.
All that stuff, and you know, I come to school and go, "Hey, man, you know, see the show?" And none of the kids could see it. And and she was no nonsense about
Lay
alcohol
down.
too. It's like when I was a teenager, me, my friend Mike, and my friend Steve all lived on the same road in Easter Bumfuck, basically. And it's like, and we would go to each other's house. Usually, I go to my friend's Mike's house, and his father was also pretty liberal with that too. And so either his father, my mother, whatever, buy us beer and stuff as long as they knew where we were.
Yep.
It had no problem. Oh, you're going over Mike's? I say, yeah, I want to get some beer. So it's, I mean, I was in the bars drinking when I was like 15 years old. So
Yeah.
My mother
it's,
was sort of
yeah, I
told-
rode crew for a band. I was like 15, 16. I had a full beard. I was 6'2", so it's like, no one was questioning my age.
My mother
How
once
tall-
told a story about one of my brothers he came home and he was drunk and he was throwing up. So the next morning, she makes him scrambled eggs and sausage. I mean, juicy runny eggs and sausage.
Then he threw up again.
No, he came downstairs, sat down at the table, and fucking ate it all. He's
Well,
like,
eggs are great. Eggs are great with the hang. Like,
Oh, yeah.
Didn't work at all. Greasy sausage and everything. He's like,
back when I was like around 2021, I came home with a hangover once. I don't know if my mother did it on purpose. She made me scrambled eggs. She knows I love scrambled eggs. But instead of butter, she used friggin' olive oil.
oh,
And I was eating these, saying, what the hell? And I was hungry. I said, well, I got to, oh man, it came right back.
no, Alex
That fucking
Radford,
taste.
Alex Radford was talking about he kept all his stuff that he made in shop class 2. But dude, you just got out of high school like last year, dude.
Alex, he's a youngin.
Alex
Alex.
got that damn fucking
Alex, if
guitar
you're
he won.
commenting in the chat that you're lurking, you're not really lurking.
Lurking.
What was my first beer, everybody? Well,
You're
Music
doing it
Therapy
wrong,
Labs
Alex.
wants to say, what was my first beer? When I was a kid, my father used to have me go get his beer out of the fridge, and I'd open it up for him, and I'd be able to take a swig out of it. He used to get a kick out of it. I
Yeah.
would say my first beer was probably,
Beer.
geez, well, oh God, what did he drink? He used to
Gansett?
drink friggin' Peels.
Peel's real draft.
Meals.
Yeah, but he was probably drinking Schaefer at the time.
Boone's Farm
probably-
wine.
Stroh's or
15 years
Big
old.
fan of Schaefer back in the day.
Pabst
Yeah, well,
Blue
the
Ribbon.
one beer
12
to
bucks
have
a
when you're
case.
having more than one.
I hate beer.
Yep, used to be
Actually,
12 bucks a
Schaefer-
case.
Schaefer
How about
wasn't that
Milwaukee's
bad.
best? It was $5.50 a case.
Tom, on this in
For us,
Maryland,
Rolling Rock,
It
Rolling
was
Rock
Old
used to be
English
wicked cheap.
800.
National Bohemian, which you
And my
might
cousin
remember.
worked
Tom.
at
I'm
the,
talking about
at the
Natty
store,
Light.
so
Natty
he would
Bo,
let us
Natty
buy
Bo.
it.
Yeah, Natty Bo, Natty Light was $5.50 a case.
Old English 800.
Remember Heffen reference, Jim?
And then Mad
Oh,
Dog
yeah.
2020.
They used to have that big billboard on Allen.
Everybody
Tap.
drank Mad
Friggin'
Dog.
Wilt
Yeah.
Chamberlain. that
Mine
had
was
reference.
Yingling
Once in a while,
Lager.
Little-
You,
Ever
you hold the
clear.
bottle up to the light, right, and you see little particles floating around.
Oh, yeah. Had the
Alex,
little puzzles on the caps.
Rebus puzzles, yeah.
Yeah,
Alex
yeah. I
has been
love
out of
that
high
shit.
school for 4 years, everyone. So
What?
How was the, real quick, Tom, how was the weather up your way? It was kind of mild out here today, I thought. I've been in a T-shirt all day.
it's
Yeah,
rainy,
I-
nasty, cold.
It's
here.
chilly now, but today
I'm wearing a sweatshirt inside because my hands get cold.
It's cold here.
Hey, Hack, I have shoes older than you,
can see
buddy.
your breath here.
How you let me know?
Milwaukee's
Okay.
best. If you get, I have a theory that any beer that comes in a keg isn't bad.
I'm
I mean,
pretty sure Yingling
I-
is the. I'm pretty sure Yingling is the oldest brewery in the United States.
It is.
Yeah, that was
If
my
you have
first
to
beer.
drink a beer, make it a Guinness.
My go-to drink back
Yeah,
in the days.
That was my first.
I
one.
love Guinness. I love the darker beers and stuff. But the thing is, if you're gonna sit there drinking beer all day, it can't be Guinness.
I believe
Yeah,
that Natty Bo was made right out here at one
Guinness
time.
is-
Well,
You'd
not
be
Maryland,
surprised.
Maryland, in Maryland.
Guinness
By
is
BWI.
not-
Be
I-
surprised.
I'm doing Heineken's tonight.
That's
Yeah,
a
yeah,
rough,
you could.
That's a rough session
Oh.
beer.
Heineken's give me heartburn for some
I used to
reason.
drink Moose.
I can drink Beck's and it's fine, but Heineken's will freaking give me
Moose
heartburn.
Head and Grandma.
One for me.
See the truth there.
Yay.
What's
I bet you I have the most unique shoes of anyone here that I
Let's
was
see the
wearing
shoes.
today.
Really have the best
Which
beer
ones you
we
wanna
have
see,
in
Hack?
Yingling?
You want to see my oldest pair of boots?
Oh, they are unique.
My favorite.
I've had them
favorite.
resold like 6 times.
It looks like you must have got them at Quick.
Oh my God, Tom!
Oh my God.
right on, bro.
They're Vans,
Dude.
man.
No, you must have got Quentin's
I love them.
Kroger's store.
Jeez, Tom,
You
I
know,
thought
you're just,
It's all
Tom,
I
thought
just
it was
embarrassing
straight.
yourself.
I thought you were.
What?
Straight,
I got purple ones. I got
thought it
ones
was
with
great?
studs on.
Straight.
Hey, I'm very secure in my
I got all
heterosexuality.
kinds of-
man.
Yeah,
No
the
problem.
rainbow sneakers.
Hey,
Well, maybe-
the
Maybe you're
more
secure,
that-
but I'm not so comfortable
The
right
more
now.
you can rock that kind of stuff, let me just put it to you this way, Crowbar. The more you can rock that kind of stuff, the more.
I swear to God.
The more manly you feel.
No. The easier it is to accomplish certain other tasks.
Bye.
Best
Wow.
beer last would be Guinness.
I'm waiting to hear this explanation.
Well, you know what? Samuel
Well, I'll tell
Smith's
you-
oatmeal stout. I'll take.
I was
over
wearing
those.
Some
those
Samuels
with
ain't
my
bad.
orange
Killian's ain't a bad beer.
a red hat the other day, and you know, like a beanie hat, and I had to go to Walmart for something. This guy looked back at me and he was like, "Effing," you know, F word as in
Yeah, I know what you mean.
homosexual slur, and I looked back and I said, "Go, let's go right now, buddy. Come on." And his like piece of shit wife was like, "Come on, we gotta go, Dale. We gotta go." Like,
Dale.
I got no time for that shit, man. Like, I'm as right wing as they come in
Dale.
some ways, but I got multiple gay family members.
Karma,
you know,
Dale.
No, I
No,
think,
my
I think
son-
the problem. The
My
problem
son is gay and my
arises
brother-in-law is gay, so I know all about gay.
is that
But if I saw you wearing them sneakers and that hat in a store, and I walked up behind you, I would straight
Dale?
up grab your ass.
I know, but
I would
Karen,
just-
you
I would
might
just
come out
grab your
victorious,
ass.
but you'd still go to the hospital.
Hey,
I'd
my
say,
ex-
I
my
love
ex-girlfriend
those
was gay.
sneakers.
I didn't
I
know
don't-
at the time, but
I don't hold anyone's lifestyle against them, and
Yeah.
it's no problem. But the problem I have is when they try to dictate how I'm supposed to use my words.
yeah.
Yeah,
It's
no, I
like, no,
agree.
that's
I-
overstepping their
I
bounds.
100% agree with you on that. I don't think
Yep.
anyone should be
But then,
censored in
if
the
you
way
don't
that-
cater to the way they want you to say the words, then all of a
Yeah.
sudden you're homophobic.
Yeah, no,
No,
I don't
I
play that. I don't play
just
that
believe
game.
in biology.
Yeah.
Krell, if you use the wrong pronoun, oh dear Lord, look out.
Yeah, I don't play that game. I
There we
just,
go.
I
I
just,
just
wear
call
what I
it
want.
it. Just call everyone it.
It. You just call it he, she, it, they.
How it
He, she, it.
doing?
He should-
How it
It,
doing?
they.
How
Okay.
it doing?
So what?
All the colors
Just say,
of the rainbow.
hey, you.
So
Hey,
I
you.
Yeah, but you
nobody's
could
doing-
be EWE, which implies that they're a
we'll
female chief.
change the subject here. Nobody's doing Thanksgiving or Christmas. We're not.
Pardon me.
At home, just me and my wife.
I normally don't. We don't do turkey anymore.
I don't know what we're doing.
We're grilling.
Probably
My
make a
dad-
pork roast.
Yeah, my dad still likes to cook turkey and traditional.
I think we're
Well,
doing ribeyes.
that stopped after my mother passed away. I used to make it for my mother and have her come over and stuff. She passed away. I stopped doing it.
Yeah, but aren't you the kid who puts that fucking cranberry jelly sauce on your shit?
Oh hell yeah!
Oh my
I
God.
fucking
the
hate
left-
cranberry
There's
sauce.
nothing better than you have the leftover plate. You little of everything. Put that coagulated gravy
Can you
right
mute
on
him?
top.
Can you turn
Negative.
it off?
Put it in the,
The gravy,
microwave.
yeah.
And then when it comes out, you put a big slab of that cold cranberry sauce right on top.
No fucking way, man.
And some chewy bacon.
What is wrong with you?
That cranberry sauce, forget it.
You must be friends with that T Capital kid. Well, know what I'm talking about, don't you? I got nailed, didn't I?
Yeah, you got nailed there. It went right over my head. I didn't
Oh, it was
realize
so
it.
obvious. I kept on saying
Yeah.
like, oh dear Lord,
Oh,
and all the
I,
shit.
I, I had my head up my ass.
no,
I
was
think
I-
but I wasn't
Pro-
saying anything
No.
bad. I wasn't saying anything bad. You know, it's like, dude,
No.
I'm in the chat. It's water under the bridge as far as I'm concerned. And
yeah,
I still watch his channel. I'm not gonna
Yeah,
say anything
yeah,
bad
whatever.
about him.
yeah, understood. It's
I'm not getting the
Look,
Christmas.
look, you're talking to
cards
someone
from him.
that doesn't take the internet seriously.
Yeah. Oh,
Yeah.
so Tom, what kind of guitars you got there, buddy? Tom was talking about standing in front of every guitar player at some time in their life should stand in front of a full stack with a tube head and turn it up to like 6.5 and just have
I
that
can make that.
experience.
I can make that happen
Moving air.
Yeah.
with multiple cabinets.
So can Ricky.
Oh, I don't know. What do you want to see, Quentin? It's the same stuff I had before. I thought I showed you that before.
I gotta sell cabinets.
Maybe you didn't see him.
I can't believe that orange red one that you repainted. That was crazy.
Oh, the way it originally looked?
Mhm.
Hey, Mitch, is that a standard? Is that the entry level standard?
Yeah,
And
it is.
I would think the black satin's the one to get. That looks pretty sharp.
It does.
I played Steve from Boston before, and nice
Well,
guitar and stuff. I just don't like that red color.
This
Oh,
looks
you met
blue.
Steve before?
Yeah, I'm friends with him.
Oh, cool.
I shall return.
Yeah, well, I became friends with him like 4 years ago.
I got to
Right.
meet the Tone King, Lewis. He came down to meet with Gearman dude. You know who he is, the pedal guy. He
I know
works,
of him.
Gearman dude works in a store like 10 minutes from my house, and Lewis messaged me, "Hey, I'm gonna be in Louisville in a couple of days." So I went down there. He's a pretty cool guy. I gave him a U of L T-shirt and I think a Quentin James guitar pick or something. I like Lewis.
I sent them a bunch of cups because they had the solo cups because I worked for the company. They had TK on there, which was their Toby Keith cups. But I sent it to him because,
Well, I gave him a U of L
Tony
T-shirt,
King.
hoping maybe he'd give me that Soldano SLO 100 he's got.
he
down.
sent me a bunch. He sent me some pics and stuff,
did.
and stickers, whatever. I didn't ask for nothing, but
Brad has
But,
the SLO 100.
No, Lewis.
Oh, Lewis has one. Okay.
I'm joking. I was giving him a T-shirt, hoping he'd give me that.
Oh, I didn't know he had one of those.
Yeah,
I tell you, I had good luck on his channel winning stuff.
really?
It's like, back a few years.
Well,
got,
it's trivia, of course.
Blues Driver pedal, Wazercraft.
Bastard.
I mean, you guys are.
Well,
I mean, we got 3 guys. Or Gary's really good too. So, and I'm just terrible in trivia, man. Terrible. Awful.
No, it wasn't even trivia. It was just random.
I won a version of Wirecast. If you know what that is, it's something like OBS on steroids. It costs like $600. I won a thing of
That's cool.
that, but the upgrades are not free. It says it cost me $200-300 to upgrade it, which I haven't done. But OBS is good enough.
And which you probably have to do right away. Right after you use your free shit's up like the first 2 minutes, and then
Yeah, but
Nah, I don't know.
but the upgrade shouldn't cost you $200 or $300.
no, it
does.
shouldn't.
It did, or whatever it was,
That's how they
$250.
get you.
Yeah,
That's how they try to fuck you.
it's called a what's the name of it? It's like like with the OBS. It's a software TriCaster. Yeah, but it's way better.
I don't do all the crazy stuff you do, but man, OBS just works flawlessly with me. It used to be I'd have to go to YouTube and set all these settings, and then I did an upgrade in OBS, and it just does it automatically.
Now, if you have the latest version of, and I mentioned this before, of OBS, is that as a virtual cam, you turn that on, and then you select your camera here in StreamYards, you do the OBS virtual cam, and then what I'm doing, you can do it.
No, I don't
Yeah,
have to do any of that.
If you wanted to, I'm saying you could do it if you want to. You don't have to.
I'm like Guitar Hack. It's like, dude, just let me press go and it works. Okay.
Hack needs to get rid of his duck. He wants to get rid of the duck.
Yeah.
No.
That's you got rid of, you pay for yours, don't you, Sandra?
Yeah, I do.
Is it like 50 something a month or something like that, or
I actually got in when it was 25 a month.
You pay for
It's like
StreamYard? Why?
200 and,
Oh, on your phone?
huh?
On your phone, you got to. Yeah, I don't pay for anything.
No, it's on my laptop.
You got to pay for StreamYards?
I got the upgraded version so I could play longer
Ah.
videos. I could do some shit that I couldn't do in the free.
Yeah, I don't like you people enough to have to do that.
I don't blame you.
Nobody got that junk at all.
Well, it's lucky for you. We like you enough.
I mean, you have a big enough channel. You're getting. I mean, you're monetized. You're getting something.
I'm not monetized. Hell, I
no,
got. I got
Sandra.
400 I got
I'm not
400
monetized.
subs.
Me either.
Don't you have over 1,000? You got over 1,000
Yeah, I do.
subs?
But I'm not. I don't want to be monetized.
Oh, you do. Oh, okay. You have to have at
Fuck
least
YouTube.
1,000. I got you.
She just say fuck YouTube.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, I mean, they can screw you even if you get. I know, like when they have the super chats, they get part of that, don't they? If you're
They
saying
get
that.
most of it.
Like
They get
Yeah.
most of it.
30%, I think Hack said.
It's
30%.
ridiculous.
That's ridiculous.
It is.
Small channels make next to nothing. I don't want to advertise. No.
I
Fuck
got
them.
you. I got you.
I remember I got 100 subs, and they're like, "Congratulations, you can monetize."
They can give me my old channel.
They used to when they first started.
They owe me
Couple months
money
later,
for
they
my
added
old
the zero
channel.
under
They've
that.
never paid me.
Yeah,
Fuck you
they
too.
they used to bug me years ago.
I'm 3 short of 100. I've got 97.
Wow.
You hear that? Crowbar needs some subs. I'm
Well,
not
Yeah,
sure.
just to get me to
Sure.
100.
Corral, can you
Not
put your-
short away from
put your
400.
channel- Can you put your channel in the chat? Will they let you do that?
Yeah.
What's your channel?
I'd have to make you a mod.
What's your channel, Crow?
Guitar Hack can.
Yeah.
If I
It's
don't
Crowbar.
get
Yeah, I can do it.
if I don't get to
Crowbar.
it first,
Is anybody? I got to get one to.
How do you spell it?
so do I.
Oh, you could, yeah, Hack can. He's a.
K-R-E-L-D-A-R.
Yeah, post his link, Hack.
You got a big ugly clown face.
I'll make some mods in here. Crowbar, I'll make you a mod.
Oh, I'm already subscribed. Never mind.
They let me post a link, but it's like,
You're a mod, Crowbar. You should be able to do it on your own. If it did it take.
All right, settle down there, Ingve.
I'm working on some Nuno licks, man.
That was like
fucking
fucking
Dino
Joe
Bandera.
Pass or something.
It's not showing. I made you a mod, but it's not.
Hit refresh.
Yeah,
I'll be right back.
I did. It says you're a mod, but it's not showing in the. I don't see the wrench next to your name. I did
Mod
refresh.
Squad.
feel like doing a jig.
There we go. I'm a mod.
Yeah, he's a mod.
There you go.
All right.
Hey, look, Jimmy's got a tool.
That was voodoo.
Jimmy's got a
That
tool.
was voodoo chow.
Jimmy's got a
Yeah, that's
tool.
a Nuno song that he quotes that riff within the other song. He quotes Voodoo Child within that Extreme song.
Okay.
So yeah, you heard it correctly.
Yeah, I think
The sound
YouTube,
stylings of Tom Harhide.
YouTube should give me an award for achieving 100 subscribers without doing a goddamn thing.
Coming in
I've got
cat.
that one video I posted up in 2010.
Kudos, Jim.
It's my content. There is none.
I don't have any either.
It's just my chat prowess.
It's a job. It's a job
Yeah.
when you put stuff up all the time.
It's your rapier-like wit, James.
You just call me a rapist?
I did. No, I called you a rapier.
Rapier.
A rapier wit.
That's rapier than a rapist.
Yeah,
You're
this
even
guy-
rapier.
This guy's rapier. This guy's rapey. This guy's rapier. He's rapiest.
That's kind of like being stabby. You know, he's a little stabby.
He gets
He
a little
was stabby.
cutful. He's very cutful.
Yeah, I don't know, son. He was a bit stabby.
Tom, can we see the? Can I see the neck on there? That was now.
we want to see your neck.
That's
Your
from
actual
playing
neck.
it, or was it like that?
No, it's from playing it.
Oh my gosh! So you
Clean
must
that
have had that
fucking
for a
thing.
while.
Man,
Clean
you
that
play
thing,
all
will you?
the frets.
6
Look at
years.
That's
6 years I've had it.
I just
I
thought,
have
it was,
various acidic
I
hands,
thought it was really
and
dirty.
when I can't sleep,
Yeah.
when I've really bad insomnia, I just stay up all night and play.
oh yeah.
Ooh, I'm at 99.
Cool.
Uh-oh.
Isn't
See, I
that weird?
think I'm
When you,
I think I'm subscribed to you on 2 of my accounts.
but isn't that weird? Like when you hit like a 100, 200, 300, you'll go like below and above by like 5
Yeah.
people for a while.
Yeah.
It's like, what are people just messing with you?
Well, there's some live streams I visit. Something I got into in the last year or two is live streams where they break open boxes of baseball cards
Oh, okay.
and stuff like that. I kind of made some
Kinda cool.
acquaintances
Yeah.
in there, and they
Cool.
subscribe to me for no reason. So,
Oh, that's
Hey,
cool.
Nelson.
You collect baseball cards, bro?
yes and no. I mean, like I started getting into it like a year
Me too.
ago and a year and a half ago, and I used to years ago.
I was
And then
really into
what
it.
happened is like, like the late 70s, early 80s I did, then I stopped until the early 90s,
Mhm.
and I collected in the 90s, then I stopped. And, I would get like a pack every year just to see what the cards look like. But what happened in the last year, I saw a few things coming, was the Topps Update series for 2018. Bought those for Blaster box for like, that's all I could get. I wanted to buy more because there were a lot of good rookies in it. For
Gotta take
19
my dog
bucks,
out.
10
I'll be
packs and thing all in the box. Each one of those boxes goes for 150 right now.
I got
That's
into
crazy,
it,
yeah.
but I got right out of it.
Yeah.
I gave all my stuff to my son, what little I
Emmett
had.
can.
Yeah.
Emmett.
Emmett's on
Yeah,
the loose.
I have the thing with my cards is every card I have, I actually bought and picked myself.
That's cool.
It's like I've got a '79 Ozzie Smith rookie. I literally picked out of the pack in 1979.
Wow.
I have an announcement to make.
Yes.
Oh, geez, he's coming out.
You will not be getting the Glary, and you will not be getting the Glary, and you will not be getting the Glary. Loser. What would I
Geez,
do?
I would have bet my life savings I was a loser.
What would I do with $148 million? Anyway?
Hey, you know what? Hey,
Buy a shitload of Glaries.
give me $2 million, I can retire. I live simply.
I'll settle for $1 million.
Yeah.
I can stretch it. I'll make it work.
I have a picture. Let me see if I can find this picture. See if Corral knows who this guy is.
I'm
He's a
man
ball.
of simple
Was a
needs.
ball player. If I can find it. I took all my Google pictures down.
Hey, Mitch, did I tell you my son's first autism therapist is the daughter of the former head trainer for the Orioles, Richie Bancells?
Oh, really?
Yeah, his daughter Andrea Bancells was my son's first autism therapy. And you want to talk about an honest, amazing person? She basically had a job like making really good, like 6 figures to start with the Baltimore Orioles, guaranteed position because her dad was like royalty in that organization. He's in the Orioles Hall of Fame and everything. She turned it down to work with special needs and autistic kids. Her and her husband moved to York, Pennsylvania, and then adopted 3 little African-American kids that were siblings that basically got dumped by like shithead drug addict parents, and they didn't want to split them up. They fostered them. So her and her husband were only like 30 years old, and they adopted a 2, a 4, and a 6-year-old child. That were
Holy
siblings.
crap.
Like she's an
God bless
amazing. I'm not that good of a person. I'm sorry, but like
That's totally
she's
amazing.
she's
Good
a
story.
good person. She could have lived a life of just easy being a rich chick, and she chose to do this. You know?
I'm not going to find it. I don't know where the picture is. I got a picture of
That's amazing,
My-
Tom.
my daughter and Brooks Robinson, Krell, from
Oh, I
1983.
used to work with Brooks Robinson's granddaughter.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
An
He was
expired
when-
bag of milk. I like
So
that.
He
the
was-
Orioles.
There used to be a gas station out here called, what was it? Crown. I think it was called Crown. You might have had it in PA back then, like in '83. And so he was been out of baseball 5 years, up for getting voted into the Hall of Fame. Anyway, I was getting gas, and he was there signing autographs, giving him this poster. I just happened to have my camera with me and took a picture. Got a picture of my. Well, she just turned 50. She turned 50 Thursday. So, and this was like 1983. Just figure out the math, how old she was back then.
I threw Mo Vaughn's dog
Brooks
out of my
was there.
strip joint one night.
Like 13 years old, 13, 14.
Really?
What was that, Gary?
I threw Mo Vaughn's pit bull out of a strip joint.
Oh, you
one
just,
night.
yeah. I remember. Yep. I remember you telling this story.
What was that? The Foxy?
No, fantasies.
They
Well, I know
tried to
Mo like
roll
going
in
to
with the pit bull.
there was a big scandal with the Sox players and Foxy Lady. I remember that.
And I worked at Fantasies. The owner, Francis, owned a hotel in Providence, and Roger Clemens. Remember when he opened his chicken franchise?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, there was
He
one
opened
in Warwick. Yeah.
He opened his
Right on
first
Bald Hill.
one in the lobby of Francis's hotel in Providence. The guy that owned Fantasies.
Hey, Mitch, do you
Because
remember,
him and the
On
Sox
Francis-
were in the club all the time.
do you remember me
Yeah.
telling
You remember the one on Bald Hill? There was one,
Yeah.
one of the plazas on Bald Hill too. I never ate that. I went to Kenny Rogers once when there's a Chick-fil-A there now.
Do you remember me telling you guys that we were a Budweiser band and I had the Budweiser guitar and
No.
I think. I don't know. I think. I'm not sure.
here, there's the guitar. Is
I
that
just
working?
want to see Quentin with the knee pads. Or no, was it the, oh, that, yeah. I might have seen that.
Nice.
That's cool.
Who is that? Is that you,
Yeah,
Quentin?
that's the Budweiser guitar.
Ooh, look at that rack.
Yeah, that's the MP1
Nice rack.
and a Roland SP.
Yeah, I see the MP1.
That's my George Jetson Explorer. I had a girl paint George Jetson. That's a
Is
gift.
that a, let me,
That's
is
cool.
Is that a 1000, SDE 1000?
That's a SDE 1000.
Okay, I've got two SDE 2500s and I've had one SDE 3000.
Is that a
That's,
Kaler trim?
Dude, I killed that guitar by putting that Kaler on it.
Oh,
It's
I'm telling you, before the price goes up, if you like old 80s delays, buy yourself an SDE 1000
Oh
on,
my God, yeah.
Reverb or eBay. They're cheap now still.
That's
They're going up
a
in price.
model 88 Charvel.
Yeah, cool. I was just using those today. I was using an SDE delay, or two of them. I was using a 2500 and a SDE 3000.
I kind of missed the rack days.
delays to like two little combo amps.
I missed the rack days.
That's my first rig. That's a Music Master and a Fender Super Twin. That's 182 watts there, baby.
Nice.
I mean, I don't care what anyone says. The simulated, Universal Audio plug-in versions of those
Yeah.
80s rack units, they don't sound the same.
No.
Because the old 80s rack units are only 12-bit. So you get this. It's not the actual circuit that makes it sound different. It's the flaw of the technology. Well, Crowbar, you would know more about this. I'm not an engineer, but like the flaw in the technology that because it's only 12-bit, it like, I don't know the technical term, but it like almost overdrive, like it adds almost like coloration or distortion to it. You know what I mean?
Well,
Well,
in
that's
relation
still
to
used
what?
for 3000.
What are you talking about as being 12-bit?
The 80s rack unit's 12-bit.
So
when
the
you-
processing unit. The
Yes,
processing.
yes.
Yeah.
So when you
Yeah,
drive it hard, it starts to distort.
Yeah. Well, what's happening is that you're trying to. Certain effects and stuff. Those ones and zeros need to go at a certain rate, basically. And thing is, if you can only handle so much a day, there's a limit to it. So, and chips vibrate.
Yeah.
When they get ones and zeros put into it. It's like, yeah, it's.
Dave Friedman has.
I never gave it much thought though. Tom, I just thought, hey, this came out, sounds better.
Has that
Yeah.
big rack of Friedmans he always takes to the trade shows and stuff. He's got.
That's what they are. He takes 1000s, yeah.
Yeah. Oh, I thought they were 3000.
The only difference is the length of delay on those, and
Right.
I'm kind of a nerd about it.
Programmability. Yeah. You
The
get more.
reason I bought two 2500s are because the 3000 has longer delay length, but the 2500 was the only model that has real MIDI in and MIDI through. And I don't want to be hitting buttons all the time. I have a floor
Yeah.
switcher, so I can run cables and just run it all on MIDI. But I never have my stuff together in like a floorboard. I should give you guys a tour sometime. I have shit just all over my house, and I'll grab like this pedal and this thing and this rack thing and like
Jesus.
set that up to play through for a week or two,
If Guitar Hack comes on, is everyone gonna leave Quentin? What? Probably.
Yeah.
No, well, I think you're good, Hack.
Well, how
Hope you
many
change
can
your
fit
shirt,
on
though.
StreamYard?
I think 9.
9.
9 or 12. I thought it was
10.
12.
It said 10 when I.
Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, I do Zoom with the kids I work with at school, and we'll have like 30 people on, but it's Zoom, so I don't know what the difference. I don't know what it is for a stream. Right?
Come on, Hack, jump in. Water's fine.
Who's
Is
that?
that Hack? Is that you, Mitch, or is that Hack?
No, I think
What?
that's Quentin.
Oh, the guitar?
Yeah.
You can hear it. I can't hear it. Yeah, it's me.
Oh, yeah.
I can't hear a
Oh,
thing.
too?
We've been
I
here
can't
for
hear
a
it.
while.
Oh, I'm here. Wait a minute. I think I know.
Yeah.
Oh, now I can hear it.
Yeah.
Is it too loud?
You almost blew Sandra's eardrums out, I think.
Yeah.
It's pretty loud.
Is it low now? Is it lower?
It's not that bad on my end.
Your vocals
Yeah.
are blowing
Yeah,
out,
your
man.
voice just went.
Yeah, you got to back off the
Yeah.
mic. Mitch.
Everybody use their inside voice.
Your inside voice.
Yeah, Mitch,
Am I
your
loud?
vocals are really blowing up.
Crowbar, you need to point your camera. We see you
How
from
about-
like the nose
That's the
up.
way he has
No,
it
no,
now.
I always lean forward for some reason, so
Yeah.
I could. There we go. There we go.
How about
Oh,
now?
that's better. Yeah, sideways is good.
Can you hear me now? All right.
Yeah, that's perfect.
That's awesome.
bro.
That's perfect. Perfect, Jim.
Now you.
Yeah,
oh, he's up
there you
right
go.
now. Can you hear the guitar?
Got the wire.
Outstanding.
Can you hear the guitar?
Yes, we can hear the guitar.
Yeah.
Not too loud.
I think it's
Not-
tough
not
for
too
Trevor to get the right height too, because he's 6'5", so it's
He's
like
gonna give himself a head
camera's
rush.
way different than most people's camera height, I would guess.
Yeah, all the blood's going to
He's
my
gonna
head.
give himself a head rush. He's gonna pass out pretty soon.
How do you keep your feet locked? Do you have like magnets on the ceiling and then you have, magnetic boots on and metal ceiling panels?
Yeah,
Oh
well,
man,
Oh,
I think I'm gonna puke.
I'm gonna get sick.
we- we
of
can-
I can't
we
look
tricks
I'm gonna
it.
throw up.
I can't do that.
Oh, man.
I'm gonna hurl if I do that. I can't be
Hey, we're
upside
live,
down.
so now would be the time to do that.
Oh yeah, let's hurl on camera. Yeah, let's do
There you
that.
go. It would go viral.
Hey,
I can
Mitch-
count on one hand how many times I've hurled in my entire life.
Hey Mitch, how's the
I cannot.
Highly unlikely you'll ever see me puke.
I've puked a
how's
lot.
that going?
Do it again.
I never puke.
Panama. Would you learn that?
Yeah. That's what I was getting ready to play.
Kilroy.
No whammy dives though. What's up?
But
I didn't want to
see, I'm
take it
using
out of
that.
tune.
You need
I'm
a
using that
secretary.
voice. I'm using that voice meter, and it doesn't
wanna
come
take it
through
out
the
of
voice
tune.
meter.
Okay.
Voice meter doesn't come.
All right, Eddie. No problem, man.
Bert, you need a sector
Yeah, I
sound
will.
No, no brown M&Ms or bad luck.
in a roar burst.
Let's see if it.
Pick a key, guys.
Let's see.
Take it to the bridge.
Now I gotta open up voice meter again. Every time I turn
Oh,
on, I
jeez.
gotta enable.
Oh dear Lord, here we go.
See, I can barely hear. Is that real loud for you guys?
Nope.
That's kind
Nope.
of loud.
That's good.
It is, you said it is loud.
A little on my end.
See, I can barely hear. But it's,
Can you pull down 2K and a little bit? No, now it just went all underwater and you can't hear it. And
Yeah,
Yeah,
just
that-
submerged.
Hey, that's not Panama, it's Ecuador.
it's not gonna. It's not
Aqua.
Gonna,
Agua.
it's gonna kill it.
Ecuador! Ecuador!
Oh,
It's the place that I adore. That's all I can think of.
Are you coming on the show, Hack?
Come on, Axter. Hope you're not wearing that shirt. Blouse.
you're playing strictly
Hack is a J tuner. Come on, Hack. Jump in. Jump in. The water's fine. Come on, buddy.
How can you
Come
hear the
on.
guitar through your headphones, Tom? I
Can
can't
I?
hear nothing. Oh, actually, I could hear it. If I
How can I hear what?
How can you hear a guitar through the headphones?
Yours or mine?
Yours.
It's not plugged in.
I know, but I mean, I can't. I can't hear. Like I don't. It's. I got it off now.
I don't have to
I can
hear
hear-
it, though. I can feel it.
I can hear Tom fine.
Have you,
I can be it.
Mitch?
Just
Have you ever
through his
played in
mic.
a situation? Have you ever played in a situation, Mitch, where you couldn't hear your guitar? It's the same kind of thing.
No.
Oh, you haven't done, Gary? You've been on stage.
Hack says give him a minute with his blouse.
Yeah,
Oh.
Hack needs to change his blouse and he'll be on.
The chemise.
I missed that. I'm sure, like Quentin or Crowbar or Gary, you've been there on stage before where you can't hear your effing guitar at all.
Oh,
yeah.
absolutely. Most of
You
the
just
time.
you gotta go by the feel.
No, I
Well,
just,
I'm in.
I just throw shit at the sound man and turn my amp up.
Well, I remember when I came here and stuff. I
really.
I would just play whatever I wanted out of key, whatever. Just go. Blip, 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 blip,
I would
like
circle
that.
like this.
Yeah.
People realize real, or just like, and they're like, "Oh,
There-
shit, something's wrong."
There's been times where I've just stopped playing altogether.
That's the other thing.
I just
Yeah,
I roll
I
the
did that
volume
once.
all
roll the volume down, go like this.
I roll the volume all the way off of my guitar, and I'm just up
Well,
there
the
playing.
remedy-
And
The remedy for that is when I have my JVM, you could set up one of the channels boosted, with high volume and stuff. I had it on my pedal as Death Ray, right? and they knew they get that. If I couldn't hear myself, right, I hit the Death Ray and I was heard. Turn down, well, let me hear myself.
I had a setting on my GNX2, my Digitech floor
Yep. Yeah, I
processor,
remember those.
and I had program 00 was fuck off. And that's when I couldn't fucking hear myself. I'd hit fuck off.
Yeah.
And then everybody would fucking hear only me. I was like, but yeah, it's still on there. If I plug that thing in right now, I could hold it in front of you and show you fuck off.
That's cool. I like that.
It worked.
Anything creative.
Always get the sound guy's attention.
Does
See
anyone?
him he'd throw his headphones on the fucking board and go, "What the
Tell me
fuck?"
if this is crazy. Though. I never. Go ahead, Carl. Sorry.
Has anyone owned a JVM in here?
I
Marshall,
played
no.
them a fair amount, but I've never owned one.
I couldn't get the effects loop to work for
Oh, I
life.
never
It,
used
it can be series or parallel. The thing is that whether it was series, the only way you could get the signal to come through clear while the effects loop was there is if you put it on parallel and you made the effects really wet in it. The
So
thing
were you
is that
blending then?
yeah, well, the thing is that you could put in parallel, you can mix back the effects, but the thing is when you did that, the actual tone of the amp and the volume of the amp came down a little bit. It didn't sound the same. I go, what? So I just ran it without effects all the time.
I wonder in the JVM circuit if they put like when they mixed it, you know, like the whatever they call it, the demuxer or whatever, when they mixed the signals back in, I wonder if they put a filtration circuit on that like F's with the levels, or if they brought the level.
No, you know what happened is that I find this with Marshall anyway, is that they make an amp, they do 1-2 things well, and they fuck something else up in the amp.
And it really
And
depends.
the effects loop on that was a weak point in it.
It depends a lot on what effects you're running through the loop
Right.
as well.
It didn't matter
Because-
if it was unity gain or non-unity gain, it would do it.
Now was
Because, like on my 6505, if I run my entire board through the front of the amp, it sounds like ass.
Oh, of course it will.
If I just run my time-based effects through the loop, delays, choruses, flangers, reverbs,
That's the way you should do it.
through the loop,
Yeah.
and then run all my drives through the front,
Front.
yeah.
it makes a 200%
Oh
difference.
yeah, that's a given. That's a given. That's why I
Right.
meant is that my time-based effects, wintry effects loop, I had the gain pedals in front. Yeah, you can't really put the delays in front. Some people say if you want
I
to
don't
do
like
it, it's fine. But yeah, the problem is that you're going to create a ton of noise into that.
Yeah,
if
they
you're
all
on the
wash together
distorted-
and they sound like
you're on the
ass.
distorted
All of
channel.
that.
It's and even when the pedals are off, it'll create a ton of noise.
Yeah.
And it doesn't sound the same. Running it through the loop sounds like you're coming out of the PA. It sounds epic.
It's better.
Well, it depends if you want it to be a clean delay too. Like the Ain't Talking About Love Van Halen thing is, you know, a tape style delay. You can just use a simple, you know, slapback delay, but it's a tape style delay into the front end of the amp. But to agree with what you're saying, Krelvar, it's almost the same thing as you can use effects in the front end if you're going into a clean amp.
Yeah.
The Plexi,
Yeah, if it's
even
clean.
though it was cranked, that was mostly power tube distortion. It's not the preamp that was, you know, way boosted. So it's a different setup. I would never do like time-based effects in the front of a high gain amp. It's like a disaster.
Yeah, Hack says he only runs in front. Now, is that in the distorted channel, Hack?
Well, he's
Where
Canadian.
when you run your delay
Canadian,
pedal?
that's horrible.
Hack, are you ready yet? Come on, man. Get the
They
hell
have
in
that
here.
fucking round bacon up there. So what do you expect?
Well, I always say it's better to affect the distorted signal than to distort an affected signal.
100%. My favorite though is blending, but it becomes a pain in the ass.
Yeah,
I-
a parallel effects loop is great if it's made correctly, but I think the one in the JVM just was a disaster. Because I had a series effects loop in a Valve State head before that worked excellent. It didn't have to send any mixes or anything. You plug the effects in the back, and it would be perfect.
So the effects loop worked good on that, Marshall, but the rest of the amp sounded like shit.
I
Yeah.
have,
Well,
I
the
have-
Valve State wasn't that bad.
I've never found a effects loop that's between preamp and power amp that I like. So maybe it's just the location. I always take a line out from the head, you know, like pat it down, load it down, and take a line out from there. Just do line out to line level effects for time domain stuff. It's a more of a pain in the ass, but man, does it sound better.
My 6505's got a pretty good loop in it, man. I gotta say.
I think it's just I don't like effects in that way. It's very pristine, but I don't know, something when you hit the whole output of the amp right before the speaker and you hit the effect on that, it's
Tom, you got this. Do you have the stomp? Line 6 stomp?
No.
I thought you
No.
had a line 6.
I had it for like a month. I sent it back.
Oh, really?
There is a delay. I don't care what anyone says. There's like about, it's a 1 or 2 millisecond delay. Even I plugged guitar straight to stomp, straight to headphones. It's
Really?
Wow.
if you're sensitive to that, some people aren't. But if
I
you play
am.
really fast runs down, like descending scales, I can hear the. And some people are, it's only 1 or 2 milliseconds. It doesn't matter. It's not the same to me as hitting a real amp. That's my problem with it. I thought it sounded phenomenal, but I can't deal with that. I can't.
I can't hear. I mean, going through voice meter, it sucks.
I don't know how to
I
explain
can't-
it. It's not a delay like you have an amp down the hall delay.
It's latency.
It's
Yeah,
latency.
well,
Thank you.
but
That's what it is. It's
that's
not
what
delay.
latency is. Delay. That's what that is.
Right, but it's a different. It's under the. It didn't sound bad. It's the feeling. It felt weird under the fingers.
Did you change?
It was just-
Are you talking about when you're playing it through USB or just without the amp? I mean, without the computer at all?
Oh, without the computer at all. Yeah.
Because I know I know I had to put it on 48,000 sample rate for
That's
all you
it
can.
to work right.
Even ASIO drivers will have a subtle amount of latency, but I went literally when
See,
I
Cam.
put the box, I went
What's up, Gary? Hey, Gary.
6
Hey,
foot
Quentin.
into the unit
Sandra.
and then into it. I made sure I wasn't near any kind of electronics because
Bye, Cam.
I had the,
I got candy in my mouth.
if you have any of the Helix devices like that near your computer, it will pick up
Share.
the noise of your computer.
Oh,
It picks up electromagnetic interference.
maybe it was faulty or something.
What is it? EMI.
Yeah.
But I
wonder
took it, to another end of the house. I tried it I tried it in my basement to make sure it wasn't the outlet. It wasn't the.
I got enough for everybody.
I
Shit.
checked the
Where'd
amount of power to make sure it was
Where'd you get it from?
Fucking peppermint.
There's
Sweetwater?
soft peppermints. Yeah, I love it.
It's
Yeah.
stuck on my teeth.
Sweet starch.
I love
Bob's.
the sound of it, but I couldn't get over that. It's
I
like
mean,
a-
there's so many people. I mean, I know some people hate it, but there's so many good
I'm
people
not one
there.
of these people that hates the sounds. It didn't feel the
I
same.
can't have
to me.
chocolate anymore.
I got
so-
you. I got you.
But the first amp I ever had, of course, was like a little 10-watt practice solid state amp. But ever since then, I saved my money, and the second amp I had was a JCM 800 with 6550s.
Cheers,
And
folks.
that's
See,
what I learned to play on, the JCM
I have
800.
nothing against amps, but I just can't. I can't. It's going to disturb my. We're home all the time.
No,
just
I totally get it. Yeah,
yeah, that's the only reason. Yeah.
yeah,
Yeah, I got that Boss Cantana 100.
yeah.
Yeah, I can use software with that, and I was using it for a while, but I can never use it as an amp.
That
I haven't. You know, the what?
Katana's a great amp, man.
Let me see. Oh, I don't think I can.
Sounds great.
It's
Yeah,
taking guitar hack so long. It don't take me this long.
This
There he
guitar
is.
looks
Here he
totally
is.
Blue, and this
Oh.
has like a seafoam green.
Where?
And it looks blue.
It looks blue. It looks sky blue.
Yeah,
it
it's
says-
not.
can
It's seafoam
it says-
green. Except
it
on the
says
back.
it says I can only bring in 6.
I'll
I
go.
thought I
Really?
could bring in 10. I guess because I don't pay for it.
Take that on. I must like a talk. No, I'll go. Hack, stay right there.
Man, you gotta be.
Thanks.
I'm
for
sorry,
having me.
Sandra.
What?
You're welcome.
What?
Thank you
What?
for coming.
Huh?
It's been fun. No, I'm tired. I can go relax, or I'll watch, or I'll be in the
I am
chat.
so tired.
Love you,
Just go smoke
sis.
a big fatty and chill out.
Oh yeah.
Good show tonight.
Bye. Bye,
Good day,
Sandra.
Sandra.
See you later, Sandra.
Well, I use my little.
Oh man, he's wearing the blouse.
Trouble.
He's
Mitch,
wearing
you
the
know that
fucking
you're-
blouse.
You know you're mixing
Yeah,
board
I got my
on the screen, right,
EVH
Mitch?
deck shorts. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Bumblebee.
Where do you get blouse from this? Like, I don't.
It's
I
a
don't know.
blouse.
I agree with you, Hack. I don't see that.
It's a blouse.
Really? Come on.
Hack.
This
Hack,
is
I don't.
manly
I don't-
shirt as you can have.
That is like a real woodsman shirt. I agree. I don't
Yeah,
think it's a
If
blouse.
it was red and black,
That's
This
a
is
lumberjack
lumberjack
shirt.
Somebody said that
Lumberjack shirt,
earlier.
yeah.
It's a
Well,
Canadian,
he's a hack.
it's a
He's a
Canadian,
hack,
back
and he
in the
don't
day,
care,
that
so
was-
he can wear whatever he wants.
For me,
Canadian
back in the day,
tuxedo
that'd be
shirt right here.
stage gear. That'd be stage
Stage
clothes.
gear.
That's
Yeah.
right. Canadian tuxedo shirt right here. That's what this is.
I just never see you in a button shirt, man. It threw me off. Okay.
Oh my
Sorry.
god.
Gary
It
couldn't
threw
handle
me.
how
I know
handsome he
buttons
was.
are hard.
I don't know how they work.
Gary was like, "Who's this handsome guy?" I mean, hi, hack.
Are
Hey,
those
guys.
snaps or buttons?
Snap.
Velcro.
I understand Velcro.
There you go.
I could probably wear that shirt. Then if
How's it
Velcro.
going, guys?
Good, brother. You
What?
drinking at Hortons?
Yeah, I just.
Is there a
had
Hortons
my,
open up now?
I had my. Yeah, there's a couple of them here. 4 of them I can walk to.
No, I mean at this time of night.
All
I mean,
night,
You got a
brother.
fresh coffee. Huh?
Tim
Yeah, they're
Hortons,
like Dunkin'
actually,
Donuts,
they
man.
opened
They're
up
open.
at Tim Hortons and the Hack Shack even.
That's-
Yeah, Gary.
What a bad idea.
Gary, you probably weren't up here for them. We had Tim Hortons in Rhode Island too.
No.
Yeah, we had one in Johnston. We had one in Cranston.
No shit.
The one in Johnston was right on Route 6 and Route 5. There's a Popeyes there now.
I miss Bess Eaton
Yeah, Bess Eaton. There used to be one
in
in.
Coventry.
I
Yeah,
miss
there
the
used to be
range
one
down
in
there.
Plainfield too.
Their coffee was better than Dunkin' Donuts.
Nobody got that joke, huh?
I
But,
didn't hear anybody.
I
say
missed it.
I
What was
missed-
it?
He said he
just-
missed something, and I said I missed the range down in Africa. Never mind.
Oh,
God,
God.
was
I
bad.
just.
That's a
Finished-
song.
That's a bad Toto pun
Y'all,
right
y'all,
there.
y'all
buddy.
want your money back on that one? Hold on.
Yeah,
we
please.
still have honeydew up here.
I want that $300 back.
just
We
finished
paid you
my,
for making that video.
just finished my scotch and cigar, and this is my evening coffee. And so you guys.
That's
You'll-
a balanced
Now
meal.
you'll be up all night now with the coffee.
You know there's more
it
scotch in
doesn't
there,
do that
right?
to
We
me.
all know
Doesn't.
that. We all
What's
know
that?
there's more apple juice in there.
No, there's no apple juice in here. I've had my apple juice is done for today. I don't know.
Now,
I went and bought more today. Actually, I had to restock. So
will that keep you up all night? I would be up
Cheers,
all
Hack.
night.
look at the size of this.
Geez,
I'm
I
up,
always thought
I'm up all night anyway. Don't matter.
mine
Cheers, Zach,
is
sir.
market
Salute, everybody.
market basket seltzer water.
And my custom-made Big G's Garage glass.
Nah,
My awesome sister Sandra
Wegmans
made for me.
grocery store seltzer. I have blackberry tangerine seltzer.
So you guys are talking about effects. So I run all my stuff in the front. I always have. I've never used an effects loop ever. But
Really?
playing
Did you-
through,
Do you have any noise problems?
no,
Is your amp set with heavy gain now?
no. That's what I was gonna say. So
Yeah.
all my sounds come from my board.
That's
Yeah,
what they
okay,
call it.
that's
yeah.
why.
My amp is a clean. Now I say clean platform, but here's the thing, right? When you set your amp, use the clean channel, and I was live earlier and I was talking about it. Like if I hit the guitar hard, it just starts to break up. Like I'm right on the verge.
It's like Tim
Right.
Pierce says, you do the same, edge of breakup.
Yeah, exactly. You have to, and then you throw the drives and everything, and it just pushes it, pushes
Yeah.
the amp over
Hack,
the
have you
break.
have you
And
tried
that's when you get a
running
nice
your-
tone.
have
Yeah.
you tried just running your board into the effects return?
Running my board, no.
Yeah, run it like I run my Didgeridoo into the effects return. That
Nice.
way
It goes right through the
power
power.
section.
You're just using
Power
a two
section of your
power
amp.
amp.
So
Yeah.
none of your controls on your amp are going to work.
But
except-
that'll be totally clean. But he doesn't want a totally
Yeah.
clean signal.
Oh,
He wants a little bit of dirt on the
I want
high
a little
end.
bit of dirt from the amp, and then this pushes it over. And
Yeah,
the,
because a lot of overdrive pedals work best when you have a little dirt on it.
Yeah.
the
that-
thing
I
is
mean-
too, like
Yeah.
what you guys are talking, like time-based stuff. So I did that once. I tried using the time-based stuff in the effects loop, and then I found it was just overbearing. It was like too much delay. It was too much chorus. You know what I mean? So I like the way it sounds better in the
Oops.
front.
Sorry.
Now, keep in mind, I'm not playing out of when I do my gigs, I'm playing out of a 212 combo that sometimes it's mic'd, sometimes it's not, or I'll play out of that little Marshall combo back there. So, or 212 cab or that, and and I just like the sound of everything in the front.
Dude, run it
Here's-
how you like it.
Here's a question. Last week's Stafford Studio show, not yesterday, last Friday, they were going back and forth playing music. I think it was with Dave and Joe Wentz, and it sounded great on StreamYards. How did they? I don't understand how they both were sounding so good.
Well,
I mean-
okay, so StreamYards they just did a rejig of a thing on it, right? So there's a thing
Yeah, I saw
there
some.
now called stereo processing.
I saw
So-
that.
So I actually, I don't know if I could I don't know if it'll work with with more people on here. I don't know if I said it and it'll sound good, but it might sound underwater for the I don't know.
I don't think
I don't
it'll
know, try
degrade
it.
the signal.
But if you when I do my show, right? So
Mhm.
I have that that original music that comes on when I start it, and to do that for it to sound good, I have to turn that on. And then when I get, I don't know if you notice, so when you said I got to do something when I come out of it, I have to turn it off, because then when you start talking to people, then they get all kinds of echo in their speech and that. So I know it works when I play music, like my theme music. I don't know if it would, like me sitting here playing, if it would work. I have no idea. I haven't tried
Like
that.
today, you went through
When I do,
OBS.
yeah, when I'm on my own, like tonight, I
Yeah.
just go OBS and
It
because
just
I know
it just
OBS.
works. Yes, yeah.
And I know it sounds good. Like I didn't watch the whole, but I always go back and I listen. I go, man, did it sound
Yeah, it
good
sounded
out
great.
there? And it sounded okay, right? So, yeah, that's why I use OBS. And I wanted, like I was saying during the live stream earlier, I want to get rid of the duck. I want to try and just use StreamYard for like every,
Goddamn duck.
and I want to kill that.
Yeah,
Fuck the duck.
I don't see the duck there now.
The duck's there. The
No,
duck
no,
is up there.
it's each,
Mine's one of the duck.
each individual. It's not there. I'm just.
What's
It's
Hot's
only on
first
my-
world issue? That goddamn duck.
Fucking
Yeah,
duck.
talk about first world issues, right? Yeah. The duck.
Get rid of the duck.
Forget
But
that
that's-
the world is ending.
It can be pretty
duck.
50
Lose that.
bucks a month can be pretty expensive, or whatever it is.
It's not. I don't know how much it. I haven't. You know what? I don't know if it's.
A couple different tiers, I think.
See, that's a thing too, right? So that's all American prices, So everything
It'd be
for
more.
me could be more money. So like,
Right.
it's $20 for you. It's closer to 30 for me in a month.
Right.
With 300. If I buy a year, because I want to buy just a year, right? That's why I got to try to accumulate some of this, all these thousands of dollars of YouTube money. It'll probably take me like a year to friggin'
You
get that
lucky
How much?
bastard.
How
you.
much does it cost for Zoom?
I don't know.
We want to shop around.
I don't know. I've only ever used Zoom as for work, so I have no idea.
Because I think Zoom might be free if you only do 45 minutes. I don't know.
Yeah, you're right. Something like that.
Well, even free StreamYard, right? Like, there's that other show that we don't speak of that I do. I'm limited to
Mhm.
20 hours a month. And I sometimes I hit that, or I come. That's why I got to cut those short sometimes, because that all you get's 20 hours. Now, for my regular weekly show, 20 hours is plenty. That's why I never have that issue.
Hock, it would be cheaper for you to just pack your shit up in a car and just come to everybody's house and play. For
There
it.
you go.
Really. Knock on the door. It's hack time. Hey guys, how's it
Like the
going?
ice cream man. Like the ice
Find
cream
an
man.
attack. Find an
So
attack.
play
I'm here
play
to
your
play
show
for
over the
you.
speakers.
Hey, you're gonna play some bad guitar.
Yeah, quit and wake up. Put your pants on. It's Hock.
Widdly diddly. You need
Here,
to put that guitar behind a car, Tom, and do the full
Yeah.
relic job on that.
What'd you say?
You need to drag that guitar behind a car so you get the whole relic look on that thing.
Like my strat.
There's the pricing.
Oh, I can't see that; it's too small.
Yeah.
Wait a minute. I'll-
02039.
That's what she said.
I can't see it. It's too small.
Wait.
What's
a
the
minute,
what's
I'll-
the cheapest one there, Mitch?
hold on. I'm going to
Zero.
present. I will present. Oh, I can't present like that, can I?
Present it, bitch.
Hold on. I got to present myself.
Mitch B. Repper.
Doesn't let you share
Present us
screen?
with your information.
Wayne,
No, I'm
how
gonna- hold it.
you doing, Waynot's Den? Music, sorry, Waynot's Music Den. There's a new name. Well, why not is not new.
Why not?
Then is new.
Why
Yeah,
not?
let me
Why
present.
not's music then?
Oh, I got to share. Let me share my screen. Share.
Sonny. Nobody got that many.
Window.
Sandra. As China Mike calls her, Sandra.
Son.
Sandra.
That's S-O-N. Son.
When I want to piss her off, I call
There
her
we go.
Sandy.
Can you see it? You see it now?
Okay, $20. Okay, so
That's
240.
what I'm doing.
So it'd be like $300 for me. That's
I'm on the. I think I'm on the $20 plan.
yeah, it's $300 for me.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it'll be a while.
I
Looks
try
like the
not
only
to think
di-
about it.
For 39, it looks like the only difference is 1080, and that might be it. Oh no, you
Yeah.
get 8 hours recording stream opposed to 4, 8 destinations opposed to 3 multi-streaming places.
Nah.
Well, that's the other thing too, right? I can stream to Facebook.
Sandy.
Quentin, it comes with 2 in-home massages a month, though, too.
Yeah.
Sandra.
You know what I mean, Quentin?
I'm just going to wait for Biden to become president, and we'll get everything for free. So
Oh God.
look, Tom.
I was telling the kids I
Don't
work
start.
with.
Don't start.
What did I do with that? I work with a lot of young Indian American children, so I said, "You're going to have your first Indian American vice president." That's all. That's all.
Oh, yes, you're right.
It's true.
And she's
And
going to be the first female vice president too.
and who would that be, Tom?
I'm not going to say her name.
So, Mitch, you were talking about cameras. So, just to give you an idea, that's the C920 that
Right.
filters.
Why does my
Yeah.
C920 look so much better than High?
That's the C920 that flickers. And here's
Right.
here's the Pro GoPro that does not.
See, that's still not a very
Your
good
blouse looks more lovely there.
The GoPro looks like it doesn't flicker, but the GoPro looks. It's weird. The
See,
image
what-
looks softer on the GoPro.
Tom,
See-
what camera is Tom using?
C9 F20.
A what?
See, I am too, C920, but I got I changed this exposure down real low. I changed it down so low, I have to use lights, but it gives me fluid motion and everything. And
Oh, I
Yeah,
just don't.
I didn't do anything to mine. It's C920. It looks great.
I just don't.
It does.
Well, I have my room a weird color. I have pink lighting on. That's why, because I didn't want the white lighting because it's hard on the eyes.
That's why your guitar looks
I
blue.
did it just for Gary. No, I'll change it. Alexa,
For Gary.
turn off to white.
Gary has no response to that one.
I'm using the POS 9000 camera. I don't give a fuck. I'm ugly no matter. You want to see me ugly clear or ugly slightly not clear?
Will
Now, this
Ferrer
is-
wants to know if that's a kiss.
this is a
flag.
4K camera. It looks horrible. That I
Yeah,
bought.
I can.
Yeah, I can adjust it so it's not blowing everything out. But
Krell, you know, putting your glasses on doesn't make the camera look any
I'm going to
better.
show you what's behind the curtain.
So, why not? Stan is asking me which GoPro. This is an old one.
Oh no! Wait a minute.
Trying to see what camera mine was. It's a Logitech.
Mine.
It's only 720, but
I can see a little bit more there. Not much though. On this computer, I can only go to 720.
oh, my camera's only 720.
That's 720.
The only bad thing about the GoPro is see how it gets the whole room. That's the only thing. And this is their narrowest view.
Ow!
which series GoPro is it?
This is an old one. It's like the 5, I think.
I have one of those. I just never use it.
Yeah,
Oh, that's right.
it's always gives you like the wide angle. Like this is as narrow as it gets.
I don't know where the hell I put it, but it's around here somewhere.
But you got to get like what Mitch has. You have to get that Elgato capture.
Camlink.
That's a Canon B500. I use that for some of my videos and pictures.
Here's the problem with me fixing any of these issues. I
With
just
the
don't give a
little
damn.
stand. That little stand that didn't work.
You know? Apathy, I guess that's the
Didn't even hold
problem.
it.
I have a Canon AE1
Like for me, it's the way I see all
35 millimeter from
work and
back in
if it gets me-
1990.
Gets me to the grocery store. It's all it needs to do. You know.
Where am I? Where am I? There we go.
Where are you, Mitch?
I just like to buy gadgets, and like I said, I don't know if everybody was in here earlier. I bought that because I'm deaf for TV. As seen on TV, it
right
works.
before I came on, I just bought some.
What'd you
for-
buy?
for-
There's some headphones for the TV in the living room.
you have, you know, it seems like when I'm watching a movie, and especially with this new TV we got, the speakers are horrible, and it's just hard to make out something. And
Well,
anyway, it
I'm
worked
near a
last night.
street. I'm near a street, and you know, a lot of
Be right
people
back.
peel out by
Oh, you-
my house and stuff.
You got a lot of ambient
You-
noises. Yeah.
Yeah, I'll be watching something, and then you know, it gets to a good part, and then someone's like outside, and they got to rewind.
So
Yeah.
let me tell you, why. So the new TVs, right? Like I used to be I used to design theaters. And
I got
stuff.
one today.
But with the new TVs, right? The fact, you know, when they started getting super thin, right? The whole thing was, I mean, you always have to sacrifice something, and what you sacrifice when you start
Speakers.
getting TV, yeah, is the
Speakers.
and so any TV that you get, and that's why, like, they assume that if you're going to get a TV, you're going to get
You got to get a
sound
sound bar, at
bar,
least, or a
or-
surround sound
or some
system.
kind of home theater system or whatever, right? So they're not
TV speakers sound like ass.
Yeah, I mean, and they sound like ass because the TV, you know, I mean, the thing is, like, I don't know, I was going to use metric, I would scare some people here, but only a few millimeters thick, right? Or inches.
Right.
Yeah.
My girlfriend just got a Samsung last year. I think the speakers sound pretty good on it.
Mine
We just
sounds-
got
yeah?
it. We just-
My Samsung's 8 years old. It's still.
Hack,
My,
you know what I bought for my monitor? My 27-inch monitor?
Yeah.
I bought a Lazy Susan. I should get it in a couple of days.
Okay, instead of getting rid of instead of sending the monitor back, we're taking it back.
Well, I've got a 27-inch monitor too. It's called the old TV that was in the bedroom.
There you go.
Hey, it works fine.
But the thing with
You do.
TVs nowadays and most monitors, they're not made to be repaired. You just throw them away and buy another one.
Yeah,
Yeah,
this
you don't fix
this
it.
is replacing an only 5-year-old Samsung, maybe 6. It's just had a bright spot in the middle of the
I
screen.
mean, I got a
and
27-inch
It's not
monitor here for $99. Shit. Delivered.
And now, is it a monitor or is it a?
No, it's a
yeah,
Dell
a PC
monitor.
PC
It
monitor.
is a monitor.
Yeah.
It is a that is a good deal for a monitor that size.
My monitor, unfortunately, was a lot more than that, but I've done a lot of work from home for a lot of years, so I need it. You know,
Oh,
I have a-
I'm
I have a
sure
38-inch PC monitor.
I'm sure this monitor is the cheapest. I mean, I don't know the difference between LED and 4K. All I know is
Yeah.
it's $99. And fuck, how clear of a picture do you need? It's pretty damn.
I just got that one, but that's a 75 megahertz. That's a Dell 2, and it's an IPS
Yeah.
screen.
Yeah,
That was
funny, though,
160.
A buddy of
I have
mine
no
wanted to game on my monitor. He's like, "That's a perfect gaming monitor." I'm like, "That's not what I'm using it for."
I don't
I'm
know-
with-
I
I'm
don't
with you on
have
that,
two
Quentin,
birds in my
because-
computer.
For 4K, it's like, well, no, I have 2 Blu-rays. I didn't buy them. It's my friends keep on getting rid of them to get the next best thing. And
Right,
say,
yeah.
oh, you want this? Yeah, sure.
Well, yeah, sure.
You know, it's like,
You know, it's when I, like, the last TV I bought, like, and they were already starting to phase out the plasma, and like I knew a guy who, like, again, I used to do theater systems, and I used to deal with this guy, and I said to him, I said, look, I need a TV. I said, get me, you know, the last Samsung plasma, because that, like, I still think that's the best shit going.
They
You know-
were really good plasma.
You know,
really good.
I've got 2 of them, right? And I'm like, why are they phasing this out? Because,
They
you
were
know,
losing money on them.
well, what it was people were bitching that they were too thick, and these LED screens were thinner, and then they called them LED screens, but they weren't. They were still
No.
LCD back,
They're still
Yeah.
LCD.
and they had you had the bright center, and then you had the dark middle around, and then it's like, then they charged you a fortune to get the actual lighting that was uniform throughout the whole thing, and
Yeah,
that
that should be.
well, it's
Yeah,
kind of a
it's LED.
it's
right?
kind of a
LED.
misnomer because
then-
yeah.
LED, when the confusing thing is when LCD and LED, they both use a liquid crystal display.
Mhm.
Right.
It's
Yep.
just the backlighting.
yeah,
Is different. And so I hate sales things because they take technical terms
Oh,
and they
totally.
interchange them and
100%.
they
But,
totally
you know,
rip
it's like-
off.
yeah, an LED TV is an LCD screen with LED backlighting. LCD is an LCD screen with the old lights. in the back.
Right.
Well,
And
it's 100% difference because I have a newer LED TV,
Mhm.
and my dad even came in the house, and he doesn't look that close. He watches sports and nothing else, and he goes, "Holy shit, that's black!" Like when it went off, it was dark in the room, and my room is pretty dark.
Oh, yeah.
to begin with. When it goes to a scene of all black or something almost all black, you can't see a
You'll see
damn
nothing.
kind of room.
so you got.
Oh
so you
yeah, it
got-
took a little adjusting.
You
But
have
it's cool once you get adjusted to it, isn't it, Grell?
You have
Yeah.
I
localized
can't go back
lighting and
now.
stuff, right? And the thing is, all the shit that the first, so when I bought that, they were just starting to bring those in, right? And the first couple of generations were garbage. And then the other problem was too, you're talking about sports. I mean, the refreshers
Blur.
were so shit. It's like I watch, I'm Canadian. I have to watch hockey, right? It's in, it's
Action
in the
blur.
contract, right? So the guy shoots the puck. It's like it could be from here to there, like instantly. What the hell? Where's the
Oh,
traffic?
I can't
Yeah.
even share the screen.
I have something to say.
Hey, hold on, I got it.
Go ahead,
Hold on.
Gary. Gary's been
Then
waiting.
to burn out, then to fade away.
That's
Go
Today?
ahead, Gary.
Today, my brother-in-law and mother-in-law bought my wife and I a brand new Samsung 50-inch 4K 7 series
That's
Nice.
what, that's what,
smart TV.
Danny, that's what I was going to get, but they
I like
didn't have the
it.
7. I got the 8.
It's in my living room, in the box. Just got the bracket for it today. I'll be hanging it tomorrow.
Nice.
But brandy fucking new.
that's
Yeah.
Like
the,
a housewarming
Well, they're
slash
better now, right? They're
Christmas
better now.
present.
But
that's
Oh,
the
they're much better
spreadsheet
now,
on
yeah.
this first generation.
Yep, looks just like the box looks exactly like that, Mitch.
Yeah, I agree, Hap. They're much better now. The
That's
first
the-
generation was ass.
Oh,
Sorry.
not
So
just
you
there was
you
a-
get the 7,000 series.
that's
the first two-
7,000,
years.
yep.
the first
50 inch.
Get on the monitor I just got, Mitch. You can put that up there.
The first
Oh, I'm
2 or 3 years were absolute garbage, right?
Just dog shit,
Plasma.
yeah. Yeah.
So I don't know. That's my $99 monitor. So LED backlight, whatever.
Yeah, it's 60 megahertz.
yeah,
I can't see. It's,
yeah. I don't know how good it is.
And that's why
That's
I
fine.
got- that's
It's
why
great, man. It's,
Plasma, right?
$99 shit.
see, the one I got, you could game with it, even though I don't
Well,
game.
I
with it.
was
yeah,
all
you
over
want a
that
high
shit
sampling.
on Smarties.
well they
You want a high
that's the
sampling
right?
rate.
They phased out the plasma and they brought these things in, and in the first few generations they never got to where plasma was,
Yeah,
and
they,
they're
had,
trying
they
to
did
make
that
it better
stair
with
step
Well,
thing. I hate.
grades
What
and
it
all
is
this shit.
the limitations on plasma was, correct me if I'm wrong, is that in transporting it, you couldn't lay it down right,
Exactly.
correctly.
They said that
And
about this.
also the early ones, I believe that there was some problems if you viewed them from the side.
No,
Yeah, the
right.
viewing and
You need
also
an IPS stream for that, for the better.
the very early ones, whether it was just
Yeah, you're
hearsay or not, but I had heard it said that the very early ones, not
Yeah.
that they were dangerous, but would leak gas and over time the colors
Yeah,
and everything. would
TN
be
panels,
totally
VA
jacked
panels.
up.
Well, see
The
what
Samsung
happened
was a
is
VA
because
panel.
early on they built up a reputation, and what happened is that still inherent in it. Correct me if I'm wrong. I haven't had a plasma TV. You still can't lay it down on its side, right?
No, you
Well,
can't. I still
You
have
can't.
one.
So though, anytime you put that on the marketing, you market that to the public, that's an inconvenience.
Right.
And that inconvenience matched with the history of plasma TV, that's why it gets discontinued. People will go for the thing that's most convenient.
well,
Quality be damned, you
Well,
know.
Carl, you would know too because you design products like that have to actually go to market. That's what you've done in the past, right?
Nothing on the range of like digital.
No, but I
right
mean
now.
that you understand the psychology
Oh, yeah.
of it. Like even if it's a great engineering idea, if it's gonna
Yeah.
be a hassle, people just won't effing buy it. They don't care.
Exactly.
Like
Exactly. If it takes 5 minutes more to
so
install,
lazy.
and you have superior performance, they'd rather have a thing that's 5 minutes less to install.
the later generations were really good, and the thing was
Yeah.
the LED they were more energy efficient, like they don't get as hot as say a plasma screen, and the plasma screens have a little more weight than what the LED. And that was the big thing. It's like, oh, you can get it thinner, it's lighter, it's this and that,
Image.
whatever.
Well, we're old enough where like when it comes to TV, I
Send
don't
it to-
complain
send it
about
to
the
me,
picture
Gary.
at all because it's like
Send
you
it to me on
remember we
Facebook.
had the old CRTs.
Yeah, the CRTs.
right. And it's like
Yeah,
so
you
it's
look
like every time I look at my LED TV I got 8 years ago, I go, this pitch is still fine by my.
Well, you know
Yeah,
what's crazy, though,
exactly.
Carl?
You're used to
Like,
look. Yeah, you're used to like 480p being like DVD quality. This is the best.
my nephew
But
asked me.
You know what? They're not going to last as long as CRTs. That's for sure. They won't
Well,
last
he
as long
listened
as
to this one. My
CRTs.
nephew
No,
asked me
they're not.
because he watched an old video from the 80s and it was only like 144p on YouTube. And he goes, how could you actually watch that pixelated? I'm like, no, it was on a CRT TV. It was totally different. Like, you can't project an old image from, that was from that era and try and do it on
Yeah,
a
look-
digital 4K, 4K
Watch-
screen. It's
watch-
distress.
Watch an old VHS tape, and you're like,
Oh,
this,
it looks
this is
horrible.
unacceptable.
Yeah. It looks like you took
Yeah.
your glasses off.
Yeah.
Dave Stafford.
You're like,
Yo.
wait,
Hey,
is that
What's up,
boob
Dave?
or is
Hey,
that boob or
Varela?
elbow?
Varela?
Am I seeing her elbow or her boob? I can't tell.
Well, I haven't seen Will Varela for a while.
Yeah, what's up, Will?
Hey, Will.
Going on,
Hey,
Will?
Dave, Alex.
Mr. Stafford.
Michael Cross, how are you? Samsung takes over the world. Yeah.
I think Guitar Hacks.
Yeah, everything I get as far as TVs would be Samsung. My
Yeah,
girlfriend
me
got
too.
her. She got a
My parents
Samsung.
just got they got a Sony, like, top of the line 85-inch TV, and it's nice, but I know they paid a shit ton of money for it.
Yeah, Sony's pink
I think they played
I
like
just
I
sent
think
Mitch
they, like,
a picture of my
$4
TV.
grand or something.
85 inches. Damn.
Yeah.
Well, they sit really far back. They've got a room with like 18-foot ceilings, and they set like 15 feet back. So,
You know,
it doesn't look that big.
I'm a person that's extremely thankful for what I have. It's like I was just saying earlier, I remember having a CRT and stuff. You know, I lay down on a couch, I watch TV, have my Fire Stick. You know, it's like every day I'm like, life is great.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, I don't.
it's like-
I don't. Yeah, I don't have any desire for any new TVs as long as mine doesn't break, and I rarely watch it anyway.
You know why my life is so good?
Why is that?
Why is that? Go ahead.
Because you couldn't fucking change.
Because I live alone and I get to go poo with the door open.
And you have a lot of painkillers.
Gary, I wanted that TV in 55 inch. They didn't have it. He had 65, and it's not going to fit on my stand. So I had
Yeah,
to get
we,
a 55,
I just
and
bought
I
a,
so they had the more expensive one. So I got
Quentin
that.
and I have.
well,
Quentin and
the
I have-
TV was free. I paid $75
Oh.
for a wall bracket.
Well, Quentin, do you have a
Well,
I
life
think I
alert?
made out.
Do you
Oh,
have
yeah.
a life alert, Quentin, in case something if you pull an Elvis on the toilet? You know?
No, he'll
I've
just
fallen
be
and I can't
we'll find
get
him
up.
a week later. Rigor mortis sat in. He'll just be a big smile on his face. Shit'll still be in the toilet. He'll be like,
Yeah.
he'll smell
Yeah.
like hell. Flies will be everywhere. Maggots. And
I-
Quentin
I
will
I
be
know,
like,
I know all you married kids are going, oh my God, he gets to take a dump with the door open. Oh,
"Well, I'm
I
not
was
married."
God. You are so
I do it all the
lucky.
time.
You're so lucky.
I'm married. I do it all the time, dude.
I know what you mean though, Crow. Like when I was a kid growing up, man, we had my dad had an antenna like outside.
Yep.
It was a little above the house, and we had a little motorized servo that he would
Yeah.
Nice.
Rotary.
to try
I
to
got one of
catch-
those now, Hack.
And for us, it was like trying to catch Buffalo stations so we could watch like.
We didn't even have that. We just had the one on top of the TV.
You know?
Heck, I
was
got
that
one now,
little- I
dude.
was that little
You got one
servo.
now.
My brothers would say, get out and
Yep.
move the antennas.
Mine
Oh,
has a remote.
Yeah, but
I can move mine
now,
with a remote.
but now you're over the air though. You're getting HD over the air.
Yeah, digital.
Yeah,
digital
the picture is actually better than most shit.
Most
Oh,
cables.
it is.
On
Oh,
cable,
yeah,
or
the
satellite.
cable's not
It
compressed.
gets compressed. It
Yeah,
gets
the cable
compressed.
compressed.
But I've got a rotary antenna on my roof with a remote control that I got in the house, and
Yeah.
it tells you on the box which way the antenna's pointing. Go
Well-
brrr,
Well,
brrr,
I'm
it spins
fortunate.
around.
I'm fortunate that in the Northeast, I mean, the big cities are close together, and where I had the digital antenna in my window just to get the local stations, and I tell you, it picked up Boston better than it picked up Providence.
I've got the indoor antenna in my bedroom, but for the main TV in the living room, I got the outside rotary antenna. And I'll tell you what, dude, I get like almost 100 stations, 100 channels on that thing.
Wow.
It's
But
crazy.
it's repeating itself, though. Right? You're getting a lot of the same.
Yes.
No,
You
no,
get
different channels.
Me TV from 3 different outlets.
I watch
God.
watch me TV all the time.
Oh, I
Quinn's
love
talking.
MeTV.
Quinn's talking. Go ahead, Quinn.
No, I love MeTV. I call them over the air my Obama channels.
I just go on
I get-
Pluto TV and it's all.
I
We,
probably have
yeah, we
like,
got that
Yeah,
channel.
I do Pluto as well, Bento.
I probably had 10 channels because the other ones were like all fucking religious channels or shopping channels or
I
something
mean,
like
why do the religious channels always come in super freaking
that.
clear?
Yeah,
And the Hispanic
It's
channels do
powered
too.
by God. That's what
Yeah,
it is.
exactly.
that's true.
Yeah, they have to be.
I got like 12
If-
Hispanic
if-
channels
if-
that come in perfect.
If God can't send a good signal, we're all
Yeah,
fucked.
who can? Yeah.
You know
Hey,
who?
I got a question about Jesus.
Oh,
I'm
God.
out. I'm out.
What does the H stand for? Henry? Jesus Henry Christ? Or-
Hendrix.
Horatio.
Hendrix.
Horatio.
Jimi Hendrix Christ.
I was told it was Horatio.
I'll tell you this, and I don't know anybody. My father's name is Wilbur O. Billieu Jr. My oldest
Wow.
brother is Wilbur O. Billieu Jr. The third. Okay.
Junior.
No, the third. What
Okay.
does the O stand for?
Oh, it's
Oracle?
probably just oh.
Nothing. It's a fucking letter. Who else do you
Oh,
know
wow.
has a letter? His name is Wilbur O. Billieu. The O.
Yeah,
Wilburo.
Oh,
Harry,
Is
Harry,
that
it's
is
not
that like
Oliver.
Irish
it's
Cajun
just the letter
Obillion?
O.
Harry S. Truman. That's what the S stood for. It's just S. It's not a middle name.
Shithead.
Really?
Yeah. Yeah, Harry S. Truman. His middle name is S.
Why? Why just a letter?
I don't know.
I don't get it.
I liked, oh gosh, I'm trying to think which president it was, but the dude that said, I'm trying to think of the quote. It was basically, no one man needs, like more than X amount of time, which at the time, when he said this would be equivalent to saying today, no one man or woman needs more than $1 billion. And he was talking about taxing the rich at 80%. Have you ever heard that?
It sounds like
No.
FDR.
That's who it was. Yes, it was FDR. Yeah. But it
I
was
don't
crazy.
get it. When you make a certain amount of money,
We're talking about when you get to $1 billion, not like if you just make 5 million. If you
well,
get to
so
$1
what? If
billion,
you make $1 billion, anything over that, they're going to take 80% of that.
that's what they wanted to do. Yeah.
That's just
That's what they
fucking
want to do.
criminal. I don't care if you
Yeah,
make
it
$1
is.
billion.
It's not good for business.
See, yeah, exactly. Because if you have someone that's intelligent enough business mind to make that much money, right? You handicapping them. But if they can, make those billions without getting taxed up the ass, they'll create more and more jobs.
Yeah, no, I don't agree with that. I just thought it was crazy. It's basically.
Oh yeah, no, I
Pat, give
just
me a sip of that coffee, will you?
It's basically
And you know what,
forced
those-
socialism. You're going to create socialism.
Pat, give me a sip of that coffee.
What's
That's
the
right.
advantage? Why should you work more? Like,
It's
Yeah.
those super rich people that buy
Hack's
the
not listening
yachts
to me.
and the planes.
well,
and
they
the
also, I mean,
Bentleys
like for
and-
example, I know
He's
one of
here.
my,
He hears
you
it.
know, one of the people I know locally around here. Just I kind of know him as an acquaintance, but
I could
he
use some
owns his own
coffee.
business. And they
We-
employ
we-
a bunch of people,
Yeah,
and
we were lied
I
to.
appreciate the thought, but
yeah,
We were lied to in school because all these presidents they say was so great. The
I know.
FDR, JFK. JFK didn't do a goddamn thing. He was in office for
down.
3
Yeah, he
years.
did.
He didn't do a
pulled
goddamn
down.
One
thing.
roll, man.
he
Huh?
was shot out of a cannon.
Oh,
I mean,
one roll. That's a feat, right?
Yeah.
yeah, that's
well,
what he did.
He had some exploits. Yeah. It's
not
need
what you can do.
coffee.
You
It's
went
not
from-
what your country can do for you. It's what you can do for your country.
Oh yeah, he had some nice speeches. His
But
brother
bro, I
Robbie,
mean, it's
Robbie
like
was throwing
this
for
guy I
him.
know locally was telling me privately. He was like, "Yeah,
isn't that from the cult of personality?
So he got a business
Yeah,
loan.
yeah.
He got a business loan for $100,000
I love
just
that
so he
song.
could pay salary to his employees for like 3 months.
Hey, we went
Yes,
from a
no.
And he's like, no one
president-
talks about that when I got to drop $100,000 out of my pocket that I might never see again because I value my employees and I want to keep them.
We went from
Yeah.
a president banging Marilyn Monroe to a president banging Monica Lewinsky. Jesus.
With a cigar.
Yeah.
And you know what? I could care
What a
less
waste
if
of a
he
cigar.
did that. And it's like
Right?
I'm all about policies. I'm all about what he does for all these extracurricular activities,
Yeah, I don't care.
cheating on his wife or whatever. Who gives a shit?
That's between him and his wife. You know, I really don't care either. I
You
mean,
know what? Just fix the roads, man. That's all. You know.
Yeah, Rhode Island's got the worst roads in the country.
I mean, if I, you know,
Some big ones
president come
here.
out and say like, yeah, my assistant gives me a beach every day, but I'm fixing the country, I'd be like, all right, keep going.
Yep.
Speaking of roads, so I'll tell you one thing, man. The roads in Ontario are immaculate. As soon as when
Yes, they are.
I drove down to Nashville last year, as soon as
Yeah.
I crossed the border into Detroit,
Hot,
what the
hot old
fuck?
city.
Oh, actually, the not Detroit, but like the whole state.
You know what that is, Hack? That's like
Michigan.
that's the federal government not knowing how to use tax money correctly. When I lived in England, never like the roads were like, you know, when you know in the States, you know, when you go on a road that you're like, oh, they just paved this a week ago. That's how all the roads were all the time.
I can believe that. It's like you almost need an off-road vehicle drive the freaking highway there, man. It was ridiculous.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can look up the article too, where it says Rhode Island has the worst roads in the country, and I
Worse than
agree.
Michigan.
Yeah,
I
Well,
think.
why
I,
would- you know,
I think
I've never been to Michigan,
has
but
worse drivers.
it's,
Yeah. Well, I would. It would make sense that the colder areas that get more snow and ice would be worse because all the salt they put on the road.
Yeah, no, it's true.
Yeah.
Like we have guys like that's their thing. They go out.
I think you guys prepare for it. I think it's a difference in the way your government runs. I think you guys have your shit together for infrastructure better than we do for that. Like you're prepared for it.
actually, I got to hand it to Rhode Island. We do. I'm up in northwest part of Rhode Island, the furthest you can get away from Providence, almost. You know, it's like without going to South Carolina, and we have bus service. The whole state
cool.
has bus service.
Wow.
It's a small state, though.
Yeah. But I mean, in general, I've experienced a lot of different. I think it's different though because a bunch of other small ice. I was in Iceland for like a couple hours, but I got out of it.
Lost in space.
I got to see a little bit, like, you know, but the roads were like perfect. But I think there's also the fact that the United States is an enormous country, but Canada's the same size. So how can they get it, you know, or bigger, you know, but how can they get it right and the U.S. gets it wrong? You know, I mean, is it the division by state? Is it what's the issue, you know? Why are they
Tax,
fucking it up?
tax through the ass.
We pay tax like you wouldn't believe it. Dude.
Yeah,
Let's,
Really?
tax through the
let's
ass.
not get on that because Quentin
You
loves
have a
that.
VAT? Is it a VAT situation?
Well, we call it GST here. So everything I buy is I pay. So first of all, our income taxes are ridiculous, and then property taxes, and then 13% on everything I buy. So they tax you when you get your check, and then they tax you on everything you buy with that check. So it's ridiculous.
It's 6% here.
Yeah, it's
13.
7.
13.
seven.
here.
Jeez.
7 in Rhode Island also.
I got it. Oh, here's a question for you. Now you have free medical, right? The whole country, right?
Yeah. Well, yeah. Here we go.
It's
Now-
not free.
Yeah, it's not
Well,
free.
Yeah. Now, do you have some cases where people come to the States because they think they're going to get better treatment?
So, well, here's the thing, right? If there's like a special procedure or you don't want to wait, you can go to the U.S.
That's the whole thing. You don't want to be waiting online if
Yeah.
you've got developing cancer. And,
There
know,
was
it's
a lot
like-
of people.
But-
When I lived,
I'll say this though, so like not last year, but the year before, like I went through a whole year of, well, I went through, my mom got
Right.
whole year of like just brutal. It was, the whole fucking year was just brutal. Anyways, but the treatment that she got, the operation, the aftercare, and then all the the cancer treatments after that, like you could not ask for better. It was so
What, in Canada?
yeah. It was
So you were satisfied, okay.
Amazing. Oh yeah, it was
Good.
amazing. It
But was there a delay in getting it?
no, none whatsoever, man.
Okay.
None
see, I hear about people talk about delays in socialized medicine. I gotta call bullshit on that because when I lived in England, I had a hernia. I went into the hospital, and the only reason I didn't get the surgery is because I went in the day before my flight home to leave to go back to the States was. And the guy goes, "Well, I can't get you in today, but I can get you in 8 a.m. tomorrow morning."
So they're ready to operate on you.
Full-on hernia surgery. So I never waited for anything.
The whole thing with
Yeah.
I
the
went
delay,
all the time to the doctors there for free. you
the
know?
whole thing with the delay thing is for somebody like me. You know, I might need an MRI, but I don't need it emergency tomorrow or today. So it might be a week or two in Canada. So it's not like, you're dying because you can't get this done. No,
Right.
it's the elective surgery. I need new tits. Well, you have to wait a couple of weeks. Or,
Like
But-
with all the shit that's going on right now, like we're again on Monday we're going into lockdown and all that. So my mom needs carpal tunnel surgery. Like her hand is permanently like this. Okay, this
Trigger finger, right?
yeah, she can't.
Yeah.
She has to do this like manually, and it hurts.
That's
right?
rough. Yeah.
So she went like a couple weeks ago, and the doctor booked her for it, whatever. And just the other day, I was saying to her, I said, "Mom, I don't know when you're going to get that done. That's not life and death, and the hospitals, this and that, whatever." And then all of a sudden, out of the blue, she gets a phone call. Next Wednesday, it's happening. So you're
Wow.
looking at
Nice.
within a span of say 2 weeks, 3 weeks, to get her carpal. And my daughter had surgery this past Monday, and again, it wasn't life and death. It's like she needed a procedure on her leg, and I thought that was going to get pushed off forever, but no, man. So
But I mean, on the other hand, pardon the pun, your carpal tunnel surgery, there's not a lot of hand doctors that are like, well, COVID is more important than your carpal. Well, they're hand doctors,
Oh, but
You
it's
know what I
not-
mean? So
it's not that, Quentin. It's the fact that they're overrun with cases and spots to do
Yeah.
those cases, right? I mean, they've
Right.
got a finite number of rooms and things,
sure, right.
but
Well,
yeah.
yeah. I mean, even if you have insurance, look
I
at,
gotta
like,
bounce, guys. I'll see you guys
Later,
later. I gotta
Hey,
bounce.
that's right, Gary.
All
Thanks,
right.
Gary.
Dave Stafford said,
Thank you,
I couldn't
Gary,
use-
buddy.
You guys take care, Mitch. My pleasure, buddy. Anytime.
Thank you. Thank you,
Cheers,
buddy.
Hack.
Brother.
Take care.
Take
The
it
whole
easy.
thing
Q,
about
Jimmy,
the-
Tommy. Take care.
The whole thing about having to wait in Canada is just people from the U.S. who don't want single payer.
But anyway, Dave Stafford said I couldn't use my arm and waited 3 months. Total bullshit. I pay 20 grand a year for health insurance.
Well,
So I don't know if
well,
any
dude, I
system.
got a Dremel.
Wait, where's Stafford located?
I know he's out west.
right?
Is he Wisconsin
Yeah.
or somewhere out there?
Something like that.
I think so.
Yeah, well,
It was
I don't wanna get it
I will
wrong.
say this. Notice
Sure.
that the waits we're having in the United States right now only occurred after Obamacare took place because a lot of because a lot of doctors, including my own, retired because of it. My primary care physician retired early because of it, and the whole thing is we can talk about socialized medicine, not which is good, which is bad. I mean, that's another argument. The point is the way that we went about it, Obamacare was the wrong way to do it.
Yeah.
I mean, there were better ways to do that, and they just forced it through just to get a notch under his belt, just to get it signed and in, and it was never going to work because they were going to use the open market that was uncontrolled. And, he thought that Obama said out of his own mouth, he said, oh, yeah, well, competition will drive, the prices down, the insurance companies. And it's like, this guy has no eye for business whatsoever. Back in 2012, when they were talking about Mitt Romney's tax returns and Obama's tax returns, right? What they didn't tell you is that the 14% Romney paid was for capital gains. You or I would pay the same at that time
Mhm.
on investment income. What they don't tell you is that Obama was supposed to pay 38%, but he used the loopholes to pay 22%. And then when
That's
you look
okay.
at the intricacies of the tax returns, he claimed the capital gains loss. He lost money in his.
So he offset his loss, is what he claimed.
And he offset his losses.
I'll tell you what blew my mind about that whole thing. How in the hell did Congress exempt themselves from Obamacare?
That's my favorite.
Oh yeah, well
That's
that
criminal.
when you write the rules, you can write the rules.
You can
That
do
was-
whatever you
You
want.
write yourself out of them.
They all should have been fucking.
Well, they write themselves,
Take it out.
retirement and pay increases all the time.
Sure.
Yep. Well, I mean, what can we do? We just vote someone else in that's going to
The
do the
last-
same
To
thing.
do the same
Large, Yeah, the last large corporation I worked for a couple of years ago doing IT stuff, I mean, huge. Like we had a campus and we had our own private security and we had an armory. It was a high value, not engineering, sorry, energy company. And we had a lot of stuff that could be, if it was attacked by a terrorist, it could, basically they controlled 25% of the electricity for the whole United States. Not the actual creation of it, but the transmission, distribution, storage, everything. You know, they worked, their clients were like Google, Exxon Mobil, you know, guys like that. And what I learned working there is they'll just do what they want. We had a lobbyist that they paid somewhere in the realm of like 700,000 to 800,000 a year. They paid for 2 homes, the mortgages on both of them, just so this guy could get things to go their way.
Jesus.
They'll do anything, you know. It's
It's
just a white collar crime, you know, every day.
It's at the point, no matter who you vote for, it's not gonna. You can vote for the left, right, middle, whatever. It's like, and then, but you know, if an outsider gets in, they get shuffled out of town. It's like, you know, I don't want this to go down too political. This is my opinion on Trump. Trump isn't a Republican. He is actually the first candidate to get into office that's a true independent, and the swamp friggin' dragged him through the mud these past 4 years. Now, I'm not gonna,
he's a businessman.
Yeah, I'm not going to say he's the greatest thing since sliced bread, but I'm just going to tell you that our media got so demented over the last 4 years. It's always been liberal leaning, but now, I mean, like as a logical person, I read this, there is zero objectivity, and it was all about getting this guy out of office. And that's what this country does when someone comes in and does something that's not the norm. Because before, we just get the suit and tie guys that have a nice smile on their face and fuck us over, whether they're Republican or Democrat. You know, it's like, and so Trump had to run as a Republican, but he was a true independent. And it, you know, if anyone wants to have criticism, Trump, more than free to, I've got my own criticisms, but you judge the morality of someone in politics by doing what they said they were going to do. That's how you judge the morality of a politician or someone in politics. And, you know, look at the record. He did everything he said he was going to do, and he did tons of stuff. Now, he makes me cringe when he talks a lot of the time. But, you know, you got to not look at the superficial things.
You have to stay off of Twitter.
Well, here's the funny thing.
He was on like a young, hip social media person that goes, shut the up and just be calm.
Well, an example, when he was running for president, he was on Twitter all the time. Other candidates weren't on Twitter, right? And they said he was totally unprofessional. That's not presidential being on Twitter. It's not becoming a politician. After he got elected, all the politicians got on Twitter.
Hey guys, I'm gonna get out here and we'll fix me something to eat.
Yeah.
All right, Quentin.
I'm gonna head out too.
Make some chewy bacon. Make some chewy bacon.
I got a question for Stafford, Dave Stafford. Last week,
thanks, man. I'm gonna head out.
All right, thanks for coming in.
Yeah.
Real quick, you and Joe Wentz, you were
two guys I scared out, Mitch.
it's not your fault. We've been going for a while.
I think my rant scared him out.
Well, if these guys talking U.S. politics, this Canadian's got to go too, because I got nothing.
No more politics.
Just stay for a minute, Hack, because I want you to listen to this, because he'll answer it for us. Yeah. You and Joe's last Friday show, not yesterday, last Friday show, you were going back and forth playing songs. How did you get such good audio? You were using StreamYards. What were you doing to make, when both ends were sounding great?
Yeah, well, the same thing we do all the time. You can't play. That's the one thing about StreamYard is, like, if I want to jam with you or Hack or anybody,
right?
You can't jam together because it's like a latency thing.
Mm-hmm. But
if you jam separately, it works out all right. And StreamYard changed it. They used to have disabled. You have to disable your audio processing or something.
Yeah.
And they have some new
stereo thing or
Yeah, stereo thing now, and I haven't really messed with that much. I think, was it Metalhead Hippie told me don't click any of them and it should sound all right. So,
really?
yeah, basically I'm just running my, my guitar in the same way this microphone's ran in. So,
because the default that comes up, it comes up with the echo canceling box checked.
yeah, and like I wonder what I got checked right now. I'm just looking right now because
The only thing that's on mine is echo cancellation is checked. That's the only thing that's checked.
see nothing's checked on mine. So
Really?
yeah. So that might be it, but I mean that's kind of the way we've always done it. It's the same.
Because
deal.
it sounded awesome.
Oh, thanks.
But but the music was coming in digitally though. You weren't micing anything, right?
Right.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I
You
explained
sound
that.
great.
Yeah, thanks. And it's just kind of then you just kind of got to find your balance. Like before I saw you were live, I saw that Hack went live earlier, and I checked his stream. His guitar sounded great too.
Yeah, he was going through it.
With OBS though.
Yeah, I gave up on OBS. That used to be great. I just got sick of fighting with OBS.
So
It wasn't recognizing my interface for some reason, so I was like, "Yeah, I'm done."
Dave, when I like when I do my show and I play that intro music, I
All right.
always go and I check that stereo box and I uncheck the echo canceling and I check the stereo box just for the intro music. And then when I do that, if you have people on, it's like crazy amount of echo. So it doesn't work for voice. And then when I start the show, I go back and I switch it over to the echo canceling again, and then I can do the show. But what you're saying is you don't even have to do that and it'll sound good.
That's what I believe because I did it one of my shows, and R2 was saying that he could only hear me in one ear, or one side of his headphones. So I don't check anything.
Right.
And that's how
I gotta play with that.
Yeah.
Because I was saying too, like, I mean, I want to get rid of the duck. Once I get some YouTube.
The obsession with the duck.
Well, it's that, and I want to get the be able to stream to multiple platforms and all that, which you can't do on the free one. So, so I want to experiment a little bit with that.
Well, it's a little expensive too, but like now you stream quite a bit. You must get close to your monthly limit for the free, don't you?
No. I only, well, you know what? I mean, I usually do like the Saturday night. I don't do them all the time. I'll do like maybe one or two a month. Right.
Okay.
The rest of it is my weekly shows. And my weekly shows, if they go long, I might go an hour and a half. So I'm still under 20 hours. So it's not been an issue.
Yeah, because just doing one show a week, when we were streaming before, we were like 3 hours every time. Tried to compress it down to like 2, and we were still like getting upwards of 16 hours a month. And then if you pay that premium too, it also gives you like more high def, which this looks fantastic. So
Yeah, 1080. It will give you 1080.
But I think, Mitch, this looks great. I think it just comes down, like my webcam is just a cheap, I think like $100. Is it the 920 Logi?
Yeah, that's what everybody's got.
That's what it is. That's what I'm using right now.
I wanted the 922. I think the 922 is the new one, but they didn't have it. But I don't
They
know.
don't make any difference. The 922, because I looked into that, I think it's more or less it's going to be the same as the 920. I don't think there's that much of an upgrade.
Actually, I just switched it from 480 to 720. I didn't even know it was on there. I don't know if you see any difference or not.
I was so Dave. I was there at 10 o'clock. I was sitting here with the guitar. Oh, Dave's going to be on at 10. I was like, oh wait, he's not on.
Last night?
Yeah, I was like, what the fuck?
Yeah,
Yeah.
What
We
happened?
had some
like,
things
tuned
came
in.
up. There was people were busy and everything. And I was working on that video of Guess That Wrestle. I was like, well, it's a perfect chance to do a premiere. And like I said, I'm up right now. It was a coin toss. I was about to go to bed way earlier because it's deer season, and then we decided we're not doing a morning hunt tomorrow. So I'm like, all right, I can stay up. And R2 was very busy this weekend. Joe was very busy, so we just kind of decided last minute later in the week, like,
Well,
hey,
Just so you know, you guys were missed last night by me anyway. I'm sure other people too are like, oh, wow, just see Dave's show tonight.
But the songs
thanks,
were
man.
nice. They're really nice, really good.
Well, I gotta get back. Winter here. Yeah, I missed your show tonight, but I was starting to watch the replay, and I looked to the left. I seen live Mitch Heyman. I'm like, oh shit, because I don't get around enough. So, like I said, I was playing guitar quite a bit tonight, working on an original, and but yeah, it's just
That's what I was doing last night.
I was thinking about going live last night, and I was like, just that, because that riff thing I think was cool. Like, premieres. I'm not big on premieres, but they're still fun as hell because you can really get in the chat.
Yeah, I gotta go back and watch that. I didn't see the riff thing because when I tune in, I think it was like 20 after 10 or something, and it's like, where's Stafford?
I was in the chat.
Yeah, I thought I missed something.
Oh, I missed the show.
Well, there wasn't like an announcement or anything, right? So I don't know. It
I'm
was
sure
like
you guys were doing the riff for the show. I thought it was part of the show. I didn't realize it was just the premiere thing.
it was like 55 riffs, I think, for 40 minutes.
Holy shit!
It was fun. I mean, it was that was actually a lot of work to put all that together. So I was like,
More work than doing the show.
yeah, by far. It was I was kind of started the project weeks ago just for shits and giggles, like, and then all of a sudden I was like, this is kind of cool. This is like, I've watched other people's YouTube videos where there's all these riffs, right? And I'm like, that's always a good time, because the only thing I wish I would have did for that was being able to like label each riff, what it is, but too time consuming, man.
Yeah.
It's a lot. What you do is a lot of work, but all you guys, I mean.
Thanks, Alex. Yeah, there's a pretty good amount of show prep I put into it, but it's fun. We're doing this for fun, right?
When you play those videos in between whatever you're talking about, and the Reverend or the what's his name? Oh my gosh,
I like that. I like that kid dancing with the hand.
Yeah. He gets me copyright claimed every time, but I
Really?
don't care. Oh yeah,
Really?
Well, yeah. And then Kenneth Copeland, I got asked by a couple people to stop playing his clip of him shitting himself. So I was like,
Well, you got there's religious people around.
whoa.
But it's-
Yeah, I'm
but
not
the way you
saying
cut
I'm
it
not
up, it's-
religious. I'm just saying, I
I
think
know, but
people like
they
him-
might think you're not.
people like him, I think, are just money grabbers.
Totally.
There's a lot of them.
That's
What
funny.
do you think of AC/DC's new album?
Oh, I got
Will
that earlier tonight.
Varela. Yeah,
I heard
I
one
listened
song.
to it the other night. I'm dozing off, but it sounded all right to me. I mean, it's not
There
no
was one-
Back in Black, but it's okay.
There's one interesting riff I heard. I don't know what song it was on.
It all sounds like AC/DC.
He's wearing the colors.
I bet it sounds like AC/DC.
Yeah.
So somebody asked me that when I was live earlier, and I said what I'm going to say is going to piss off a lot of people, because every review, every YouTube review I've seen, it's like they're talking about this thing like it's a Back in Black, like it's the second coming and whatever.
Yeah, I wouldn't say that.
I'm like, come on, man. Like, I, you know what? And then I thought maybe there was some wrong with me because I'd listened to it already a couple of times. And I'm talking not listening on my phone, like with headphones,
Oh yeah.
good sound and all that, because that does make a hell of a difference, right?
Oh yeah.
So I listened to it a third time, and I'm like, okay. So there's one song on it that's good, then that's that riff that you shot in the dark or whatever, the lead off single, which, if you listen to Stiff Upper Lip right after, it's the same song, but that's okay.
Yeah.
Right. But then the first song, which I believe is called Realize, those two are okay. And then there's a song
Yeah.
I liked at the end. I think it's called Code Red or something. But the rest of it for me, I mean, it was just filler.
That song Demon Fire has a cool riff in it.
No. For me, that sounds
Well,
like
The
something-
chromatic.
But you know what's killing the song
So
is
that's-
the production. There's no balls to the tone.
Oh, you think so?
It's I don't think it has any balls at all compared to past albums.
I don't know. I don't think it lacks balls, but
Yeah.
it's not.
I've only heard it on YouTube, so it's like
Yeah, that's all I heard.
I only heard the single, and I thought, it sounded like. I mean, I love AC/DC, but it sounded like a typical AC/DC.
Yeah,
song.
the-
Ryan Johnson still sounds as good as he ever did to me. He was on Howard Stern the other day. He's pretty sharp for. Is he 73 or something like that?
73.
70, 73?
Wow.
The thing is, like, I mean, you listen to I mean, I've watched a shit ton of interviews for Brian and Angus and the two of them together, and keep going on about, well, Malcolm is part of this record because we went through old riffs and whatever and stuff, and I'm thinking there's a reason why they were in the box and it never got used, because they were never that good, and he managed to pull out a good single anyway, but everybody's just, I don't know. I think just because it's maybe the year, it's a shitty year and it's an AC/DC record, so they're just pumping it more than what it should be. But it's not just this record. Listen to any AC/DC record since, I don't know, for me, the last one that had more than a few good songs was probably Razor's Edge, and then the rest of it was just 2 or 3 good songs maybe, and then the rest was filler. I mean, that's been their, and you can't blame them. I mean, especially, I mean, Dave, you write original stuff, and not everything you write's going to be roses, right?
Right.
You're going to have a couple good ones, and then a couple that are,
For
compare
sure.
the guitar tone on that album to Shoot to Thrill.
Oh, Shoot the Thrill is like my
It's
favorite.
like, yeah, well, it's not just the song. It's like the tone, the balls on that freaking track. There's just something missing on New Album, from what I heard on YouTube.
Yeah.
Joe,
You know
what's
what?
up?
My wife's yelling me to take the dogs out, so I don't know if you guys want to hang around or I'll leave. I mean, I'll go out. I mean, I got to take 2 dogs out. If you still guys want to talk,
No, I'm fine.
I'll be right back.
I'm good.
Talk
for one
amongst
beer.
yourselves.
I'm good for one beer yet. and then
You
I
go. You go and talk. I'm gonna take the dogs out.
Talky talk. Joe Wentz,
Coffee
what's up,
talk.
man?
Go
No,
on.
I agree with Hack. Razor's Edge was badass, I think. I really enjoyed that album. I listened to that. I couldn't even fathom how many times I listened to that. I was in high school, and
Like-
Thunderstruck. There's a lot of underrated songs on there though that people probably didn't even recognize.
Final Cut I like, and that song never got any play. Razor's Edge. Like, I mean, for me, my favorite record was the first record that introduced me to AC/DC, which is the Back in Black record. That I mean, every cut that for me, that's their peak right there. That's not just them, but I think it's one of the greatest rock records ever made. Period. And then for those about to rock, it wasn't as strong, but there was still enough good material on that. And then I went back and I listened to the Bon Scott stuff, right? And I mean, there's some Bon Scott records that are really good. Highway to Hell, of course, right? And then Power Age is pretty good. Like, Let There Be Rock. There's some good stuff there as well.
For sure.
But you see, like, a decline. I mean, in the '80s, and they were just putting out records, right, just to keep the cycle going, right?
Yeah, I've said this before when it came to bands from the 70s and 80s. I stopped listening to them after the 80s. It's like Iron Maiden, AC/DC, all those. If you ask me any output from 80s bands past 1990, I have no idea.
That seems to happen a lot with people I noticed, especially like I have some good friends that
Mm.
are a little older than me. And it's just once they kind of made that change a little bit in
Mhm.
their music, it was just like the old stuff was so much better to them.
Well,
Yeah.
Def Leppard too.
And,
Def Leppard used to
you
be
know-
badass.
Oh yeah, well, Def Leppard really went down. I do not like Hysteria at all.
Right.
I first heard that album, I go, this is crap. Of course, it turned out to be their biggest album ever. So I like them up to Pyromania. Everything
Yeah, me
else.
too. Then they stopped being a
so-
rock band. Yeah.
I can honestly say I think it has to do with the time frame you grew up in because one of my best friends who's 59, I mean, we have this conversation all the time. Like just where I grew up, I hit a lot of the albums where he was like, those are shit. I like the old stuff. Even like Eddie Van Halen. So like, I'm going to just stereotype here and say like the general population of who likes Van Halen that I know on YouTube, likes from like 84 up and that era and stuff. Like he loves the older stuff, you know. I'm not saying
Well-
those guys don't, but like he called it bubblegummy from 84 on, you know.
Hang on a second. Hush Band said this guy likes Kiss, and a lot of others.
Well, that's true of almost any band. I mean, their best
Right.
output's gonna be the early stuff because then they blow their wad and they're looking for ideas after that.
Right.
You know, they define themselves as a band and they have all their focus, their songs as a band. But after a while, you know, they kind of
Every
lose.
band, they have their like. I mean, I'm a huge Judas Priest fan too, and
Mhm.
you know, like I mean, Screaming for Vengeance is my favorite record. Defenders
Same
of
here.
Faith was pretty good too, a little bit weaker, right? But you know, then they did the Turbo and Ram It Down, and that they
Yeah.
kind of Painkiller. They came back, and then Halford went away, and then the thing is, their last record, Firepower, is actually really, really good.
Yeah, you're the one that told me about that. I went back and listened to it.
Yeah,
I go, yeah, you're right.
Firepower's
Those
awesome.
are great.
Firepower is like that could have come out in 84, 85. You know, they're back to
Mhm.
form. So, but all bands have their sort of their stretch, right? And then Aerosmith. I was good with Aerosmith up to Pump, and then they just totally derailed, and they've never come back. You know?
Yeah, I'm a big Queen. Well, I'm a Queen fan, and I'll say the same thing about Queen too. It's like they had a good run in the '70s, but you know, past the game. I mean, I'm not that. I mean, Under Pressure was great on Hot Space, but I mean, Hot Space was a disaster of an album. The Works, Radio Gaga is a big hit. I can't stand that friggin' song.
They changed,
I go see Queen Adam Lambert I saw a couple times, or Queen and Paul Rogers I saw, and that song come on. That's why I went on my bathroom and beer break. Hey, anyone want some beers? Yeah, I'm going to take a friggin' dump and grab some beers on the way back.
like
I can't stand the song.
I love Rush, right? And Rush, right up until Signals, actually Grace Under Pressure, and then they went through that, you know, Power Windows and what else? I can't. I'm drawing a. Anyway, they went through like a period, and then
Grace Under Pressure had some good songs on it. I'd say that was the cutoff point.
that was
for Rush.
that's the cutoff, and then they went through like the whole keyboard, like they're already heavy keyboards, but then they went way, and then but you know what? Then they came back with Counterparts,
Yeah, that's the one I ended up buying.
right?
Too. It's like-
And right up, and the last record they did, Clockwork Angels, I think is fantastic. So you know what I mean? All bands, you know,
I like Show Don't Tell on Presto too. That's the Torre song.
there's a couple of all the, like Hold Your Fire. That's the record I was trying to think of. Like all those albums had like maybe one or two good songs on them, but they weren't like Farewell to Kings or where all the songs are great, or you know, Hemispheres or whatever. You know what I mean?
Well, you know, Lifeson went overboard on the affected guitars and stuff. And
But I did a show on this. Like Lifeson, I mean, he had to totally rethink his role as a guitar player because he's a power trio guy, and then all of a sudden it's like now it's almost like he's not in a power trio because again this introduction of almost like another player, this keyboard player, right? So he had to find a niche for himself. And one thing you got to say about Lifeson, man, the parts that he would like, if you listen to the parts that he's playing on Signals and Grace Under Pressure and some of the records after that, like the guy found his niche, and he did it with different sounding guitars. He went to single coil so he can be heard, so he could literally cut through the mix and be heard. And some of the parts he was coming up with through all that was fantastic.
What's your favorite Rush song?
Oh man, that's really tough. I
can name mine. I always like this song.
I'm thinking like right first thing that pops into my head is probably Xanadu.
Mine is Free Will.
Yeah, Free Will's.
And on the Presto tour, when I saw him, I mean, during the 80s, they went through this whole thing where they had an aversion to playing all their old songs. I mean, they play a couple, but they really forced a new album down your throat. Mm-hmm. And my friends would go see him in concert in the 80s, go, oh man, you know, it was kind of rough to get through. They didn't really hit. I went to go see him on the Presto tour, and they did the opposite. They played some off Presto, but they played all the old stuff. And
Cool.
the first song they played was they opened up with Free Will. It's like going awesome.
So let me ask this: do either of you even like was it Tom Sawyer? They play that song.
I liked it the first million times I heard it.
It gets
That's it.
played, right?
Right.
I mean, it was. I mean, I was in junior high when that came out,
That's what I'm
and
saying.
I mean, everyone had moving pitches, and
Yeah.
and I love the album. I love Tom Sawyer, but yeah, it's like just overplayed.
So someone's asking me if I don't like if I like get a grip. Get a grip is it's okay. My last album of theirs that I dug was probably Pump.
I didn't like him, Pat. You know,
Pretty
Done
good.
with
It was-
Done with Mirrors isn't a really good album. It's not.
Yeah,
But and you know, Lightning Strikes is kind of. But
Joe Perry on that one.
Joey Crespo was on.
Yeah, no, Joe Perry. And then he came back for Done with Mirrors, and they actually
Yeah.
they did the Joe Perry song on that record. If I'm not
Yeah.
mistaken.
But you know, past Done with Mirrors, when they did the permanent, they got sober, did Permanent Vacation. Did that
Permanent
from then on?
Great.
Permanent Vacation. Then on, I don't like. I didn't like Permanent Vacation. I like the song "Hearts Done Time," the first song on the second side. I thought that was a cool riff and it was pretty rocking. But you know, and they do a cover of the Beatles. I'm down. But yeah, I didn't like the Dude Looks Like a Lady and stuff. I didn't like Aerosmith anything after that. So
Well, it started getting real poppy though.
yeah, I gave up on Aerosmith very early.
My favorite Aerosmith record, hands down, Boys in the Attic. That's a masterpiece as far as I'm
That's a lot of people's.
Yeah,
That's
I would say that's
Every-
fine too.
like, every band has their, for me, like Back in Black, if we're talking AC/DC, that's their pinnacle. For me, it's Toys in the Attic for Aerosmith.
Well, that's the one with Dick Wagner on it, right?
Well, I Dick Wagner, I know he did, the only solo I know that he did that I read was Train
Kept the rolling.
Kept rolling.
But they Dick Wagner and what's his name? Oh God, his name's escaping me right now. They did more songs than that. I mean, Perry was in a bad way basically, and
Wow.
high on stuff, and you know, it was one of those "how was I" moments.
Yeah. Hugh Caldwell, too commercial. Yeah, too commercial, too poppy. They lost their edge. Yeah.
Yeah, Will says.
Steve
Will
Hunter. That's who I was trying to remember.
Steve. Will says.
How did I
White
forget
Snake.
Steve Hunter?
Those were the guys those were Bob Ezrin guys that he used on the Alice Cooper records.
Yeah, and Steve
And,
Hunter
and,
is
and he used them on Kiss. I used them on Destroyer.
Yeah.
Dick Wagner on Destroyer. On Sweet Pain, especially. Now I'm getting into nerddom.
Yeah,
yeah.
Will says, look at White Snake. They have new musicians every 2 years with new players, or they have new music and they have new players all the time. Yeah, that will definitely change up how they sound, or it can.
Yeah.
But like what Crowbar and Hack is saying too, I hear it over and over again from other people that whatever time frame you fell in love with that band, it's like kind of gets stuck into you. And I thought that wasn't me. I thought that is not me, and I'll be a son of a gun. Even with like my Metallica, it's happened. It has happened. I'm like, no.
Well, I like Metallica up to Master of Puppets, and Justice
love
for All
Master of Puppets.
I like too, but anything past Justice for All, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, Death Magnetic, I'm not into, and Saint Anger. I was
Oh God,
like,
that was produced horribly.
when Saint Anger come on, I'm like, did Lars use a trash can to play drums on? I'm like, what the hell is
I
this?
remember hearing on radio, here's a new Metallica. I'm hearing clang, 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 clang.
Why would
clang.
they do that? Like, how could someone not have the balls enough to say, hey, Lars, it sounds like you're banging on a trash can, man?
Rush Fly By Night is a great album.
Oh, yeah.
Yep.
It's funny you talk about the time frame thing. So I did a top 10 list with a couple of guys on my channel. We rated our favorite Rush records, and one of the guys one of the guys is like almost 10 years younger than me. So all he's going presto and this. I'm like, what? But that's when he got into the band, right? You
Yeah,
know?
Hack and I have the same favorite Rush album. Hemispheres, right?
Hemispheres, yeah, for sure. Yeah.
Yeah, that's right, Joe Wentz. I think
2
Joe
years
Perry.
ago.
Joe Perry was he playing with Hollywood Vampires or something when he had a heart attack or something on stage? You guys remember that?
Yep.
Was it
2
a
years
heart
ago,
attack or was it just exhaustion?
I can't remember.
No, that's a technical term they use when they have a heart attack.
Oh,
Yeah, I'm
really?
looking
Seriously, it's like they'll say, "Oh, it's they collapse," and it's like, "Oh, it's exhaustion."
He had a
It's
heart
exhaustion.
attack, didn't he? Yeah.
Yeah, I'm looking it up now.
How is he doing now? Is he playing? Is he back doing anything or?
Oh, they're doing the Vegas thing, right? Or they were doing.
Well, yeah, it would be. Johnny Depp's still involved with that and
Oh, you're
everything.
talking about Hollywood Vampires. I don't know.
Wasn't that who he was playing with when he collapsed, or was it Aerosmith?
But then after that, he did the Aerosmith Vegas residency.
Oh, okay.
That was after that. Yeah, oh, no, he got playing again. Did you guys see that? Was it the Grammys that they came out on, or was it some award show or American Music where Aerosmith came out and played? And they didn't. And the drummer, what the hell's his name? Joey Kramer.
Yep.
He didn't play with them. They got this other guy. I don't know if you guys saw that, but it was embarrassing.
I did see that.
It was so bad. It's like Joe Perry was. I don't know, man. He was like playing with a different band. And nothing made sense. It was just a bunch of noise and it was horrible.
Well, Kramer always said Steven was the twitch in his eye. They did not get along real great. They,
Yeah. Well, Joe Perry and Steven, I mean, they're famous for
The
yelling
Toxic Twins.
stage. Right?
same with Kramer. I mean, Steven seemed to really battle it out with everybody.
Yeah.
You know, I just can't understand this whole thing with bands. It's like you get to the top and you got all the money and everything's going great, and people just shoot themselves in the foot.
Crazy.
And I mean, that even happens at my level too. It's like, and I've never been one that caused the breakup of a band, and I've never been like a prima donna diva because I always had my head on the ground. It's like, we have people they had these grandiose visions and stuff like that. Now, if that's what we were heading for, and we put the work in and stuff like that, I could understand having that. But we were a hack band. We're all hacks, it's like, and never had these delusions of grandeur, it's like, so
Prima donna.
and so, and just all these different internal things, someone just wake up on the wrong side of the bed and just decide to ruin it for everyone.
And it happens.
It's like,
quick.
how the hell do you do that? I was raised, I try not to let people down. I'm known as a very responsible, reliable person. And, unfortunately, not everyone is like that. I could just never understand.
I mean, unfortunately, I'm not gigging right now, but the band that I gig with, I mean, maybe because we're a bunch of older guys or whatever, like we're just so happy that we can we have a band and that we can, we can still play together. And until this shit went down, like we were pretty successful in that we played like as much as we pretty much every weekend if we wanted to, and we had agents and the whole 9 yards.
You make decent money doing that?
Oh shit, no, you don't make any money.
Yeah, see, that's what kills me. It's like, I'm very, well, what's the word I'm looking for? I don't know. It's business minded. I know it. No, more like integrity, personal integrity. The thing is I was back in time. I used to road crew for a band back in the early '80s, make $400 a night in the early '80s.
That's great.
And now,
Wow.
when I see $400 a night in the 2000s, and I turn to a bar and I say, well, I don't remember beer prices going down. And it's
Right.
like, we're bringing a crowd in and stuff, and you're going to try nickel and dime me on that.
The only
See, I just got so disillusioned with the whole thing. And what finally did it for me, well, I'm just going to finish in a second.
yeah.
What finally did it for me is that, okay, I understood the whole concept of, you've got to make the crowd happy and, get asses on dance floor and stuff, and you make your money. I'm fine with that. Now it got to a point where we're focusing on the crowds that didn't give a shit what you played. I mean, I've mentioned that a defining moment was like, around 6 years ago, 7, 8 years ago, when my band, we did a lot of like dance tunes. Like we would do disco tunes, but we, rock it up in 70s tunes and all that stuff. We had a great variety of songs. And we pulled them off very well. And I still remember some were tougher to pull off. We used to play Stevie Wonder, Sir Duke. And, that middle part is challenging. Not only for bass, I used to play that long guitar as well. But anyways, getting that tight was difficult. And we wouldn't screw it up totally, but it's like, one night we just nailed it, and it's like we just played the hell out of that song, and it's like I'm thinking to myself, we're gonna, and the crowd's gonna go nuts. I mean, we just nailed it. Friggin' crickets afterwards. We just played through the best we ever did, and it was at that point I go, what the frick am I doing here?
So check this out. So the only time that I made like good money playing music was back in the early 90s, right? Because I played in a band that was sort of for lack of a better term, like a function band or a wedding band, whatever you want to call it, right? That being said, we never played a wedding, but we played clubs, and we would play. Like a bad weekend for us would be if we only played the one night. Usually it was 2-night, 3-nighters, 4-nighters, and I was working full time. But when you're in your 20s, you're a machine, right? So, anyways, I was making really, really good money doing that. But here's the thing: so I'd go up, and there was one song I used to do, and it was like three guitar parts, and I came up with this arrangement where I basically played everything on the guitar. I couldn't do it now if I tried, but back then I could do it, right? And so I'd play this part that was really tactical and really difficult, and people would get up and dance, but nobody would ever clap at those things. They just wanted to get up and dance, and that was the end of it, right? And I thought, man, doesn't this suck? But man, I'm making a lot of money, right? So I actually get this. So I quit that to play in a rock band, to play in bars. Now I got all these people, like all this adulation, and all you guys are great, and guys coming up and hey man, what kind of guitar you, and I'm walking out of there with $100 in my pocket.
No pay, Harley. Yep.
No.
So it's like adulation or money. I walked away on a bad night, I'd walk out with $400 in my pocket with the other.
Now, Hack, can I ask you this? If your band didn't play there, would that place be packed normally, or are you the draw that brings them there?
Are we talking about the rock band or the other band?
The rock band.
Actually, the band I'm in currently, we actually have a following, if you can believe that.
Yeah, so if you didn't show up, they wouldn't be doing as good a business. I would play that to the bar owner and say, look, I'm not giving charity.
We were supposed to play but there's no money. We were supposed to play next month. Right?
Yeah, but there is money. The thing is, the bar doesn't have money until you bring your followers in. Then he's making money, and then he's paying you dirt.
So next month we were supposed to play, and we just wanted to do another gig this year. So we it's this new agent, and they're like, well, you guys got to sell tickets and all this. We never sell tickets. We just announce we're going to be there, and we could have anywhere like just bring 20, 25, 30 people, right? And to this bar, which doesn't sound like a lot, but it is. And on top of the regulars, you got more or less a full house, right? So because these are small bars that we play, right? So anyways, they said, well, you got to sell at least 20 tickets or we're not going to do the gig, right? We sold 24 tickets like immediately, right? And okay, whatever. So anyways, the thing got canceled. But now, because we sold that many tickets that fast, whenever all this shit goes away, it's like now that agent's like, okay, now they promised us gigs next year and whatever. But we make less selling the tickets than if we just showed up and just did the gig. You know what I mean? So it's
Yeah, a place down the street here.
Totally
it's
different.
no longer open. What we ended up doing is that, especially we play like a New Year's Eve or something like that,
Oh man.
and we would kill it. And so something our band used to do too, because this was a local place, is that we load out the equipment the next day. We go down, have a couple beers and relax, and then instead of loading out, we get up and start jamming and stuff. And we bring people in on a Sunday.
Oh, okay.
Once we start jamming, it's like, so with what we worked out with the owner at the time was that, look, we're going to operate on a percentage, not a flat rate. It's like, if you don't do any business or whatever, we don't get paid crap. But, if you're pulling in $4,000, we want a taste of it.
Yeah.
It's like, because we're the ones bringing it in.
So
Heck,
check
you were calling that when you were a kid and played in those bands. Here they were called bull roast bands, playing at a bull roast. That's what I did.
So just to give you an idea, Krill bars. So back in the early '90s, like New Year's Eve was the biggest moneymaker of the year. So we would make $5,000 a night playing New Year's Eve. This is 92, 93,
That's
right?
a lot of money.
Yeah.
We make
yeah.
$5,000 in a night. Now check this. I played New Year's Eve with this band last New Year's Eve, and we got $800.
Oof.
So
Yeah, and
so,
at the end of my well, as well as I do, I went through periods where I was playing consistently, then I went for years without and whatever. But yeah, I used to play the New Year's Eve stuff, get paid, decent amount, and sometimes not. But in my later years, I said, look, I'm not sacrificing my holiday. It's like, there's two things. I could be celebrating with people and drinking and having a great time instead of playing for nothing. It's like, not only that,
yeah.
as I got older, I got more responsible. I don't want to be driving around on friggin' New Year's Eve.
Yeah.
It's or these holiday eves and stuff like that.
So Joe's asking, that's insane. You make So the reason why we make less selling tickets, Joe, is the tickets we were selling were like $10. So we sell 24 tickets. That's $240. We're splitting that between 4 guys. So I'll make it less than $100 if only 24 tickets get sold. So I have to sell, for us to make $400, I have to sell at least 40 tickets. So, yeah, it's just, you know what? Doing it today, only reason it's because you love doing it. Because, honestly, you get up there and you're doing it and you're putting a smile on somebody's face, or somebody's applauding, or, sitting at the bar and giggling, doing one of these, or getting up and, we had some we get people dancing on tables and stuff sometimes. Like sometimes just a really fun night. That's why I do it. Money pays for my gas and my beer. That's about
The
it.
starving musician.
I tell you what, if you're having a good time doing it, that's fine.
That's what I'm not doing
It's like,
it for money.
my concern is that I just don't like being taken advantage of.
Well, if they were paying
it's like,
and everybody else more, but nobody, that's what they're getting.
Because I'm not. From what I said before, it may seem opposite to what I said before, but I'm not all about the money. I'm just about being respected and getting paid what I'm worth. If the money is there, if I'm doing a guy a favor, and I play plenty of charity gigs too, and stuff, don't get paid, and that's fine. That's what you do a charity gig for.
Yeah.
And play backyard parties for friends, and get paid in beer and food. And so, that's fine. It's understandable. But when you're at the business level at bars and stuff, it's one thing, there's a point where, okay, you're having a great time and stuff. But if the bar's making money hand over foot because you're there, definitely get your cut. Don't let them take advantage of you. I'm not saying that's happening in your case, but it's.
Yeah. But it's the old joke. Like there's a couple of memes on Facebook. You're going to a gig with $5,000 worth of gear to make $50. That's pretty much it right now. So.
Yeah, Will Varela had the wedding gig. The wedding gigs are great.
That's what I was.
I sat in on a couple of those.
Yeah,
And
big money.
believe me, it's like, you know, as far as guitar playing goes, I'm good enough that the local people think I'm pretty good. But it's like, you know, sitting in wedding bands and stuff, I kind of hacked my way through that. You know, it's like I can read music, I can't sight read music, so you know I had to set up some fake chord charts and stuff. And
I've
you
done-
know, it's like I'm not an encyclopedia of chords by
Well, were you
mean-
were you the only guitarist in the band when you were playing?
when I first started off, I was, but in my later years, I always played with the second guitar player. Not by choice; it just turned out that way.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
I mean,
we did a.
each,
Sorry, go ahead.
yeah, each scenario has its own thing, good things and bad things. You know, with another guitar player, you got to worry if there's going to be a volume war, or you know, it's like
What's Joe? What permission you want, Joe?
We did a couple of charity things. We used to do this cancer one every year.
I'm sorry. I get what Joe was saying. He was giving me shit for leaving. I had to go to the bathroom.
I got you.
When you said
I
about
take my dolls
permission,
then.
he's saying, I'm sorry. Yeah, I got it. Sorry, Hack. Go ahead with your.
No, I was just saying, like, you know, we used to do like cancer charities and stuff like that, and those were cool. We used to do because my wife used to organize them. We would have like usually 3 bands, and the last band that would play would be like a legitimate band that had like a recording contract and records on and shit like that. So those were cool, and those guys would play for free, right? Just so they could sell CDs and stuff after the show. I mean, you look at these guys that like they want to do that for a living, and you're like, holy shit, man. No, you guys, like, they're lucky if they sell a couple of T-shirts and a couple of. Meanwhile, they're playing their song. The last one we did, right? They're playing these guys' songs at like the hockey game at the hockey arena, like NHL. They're playing their fucking song, and these guys are, you know, like making nothing, you know.
Right.
Oh, it's just it's horrible. I mean, we're doing better as a bar band than they are as a legit band. And then when the other thing is too, like what I don't know about where you're at, but when you got original bands here, they'll never, when they book them, they don't book one band. They'll do like a showcase. They'll have like 3 or 4 bands. These guys are lucky if they get out of there with a fucking sandwich. Like, it's ridiculous. You know, the bar bands do better than these bands that are putting out original music and want to do it for real.
oh yeah, original's always going to be the Pits.
It's crazy, man.
Well, it depends, man. I mean, like so
Yeah,
on our second album, our band broke up when we had 11 grand into it. It wasn't that much. That was that much in a big perspective, but that was all gig money, and we just decided not even to keep the money. If somebody was short on gas money, be like, okay, here's your cut for gas money. But I mean, there were shows when we opened up for Lamb of God. I mean, we made $1,000 in merch sales that day in CDs. Plus, you know, we sold $400 worth of tickets. So I mean, you can come out ahead. And then like local venues up here in clubs that would hold like 500 in Madison, where we'd play that, we'd say, okay, we're original bands, so we're bringing on 3 to 4 bands, so we need $1,500. And then we're gonna take the door, so we'll charge $3 to $5 at the door. That way, when you split it 4 ways, everyone can get a little bit of money. But like if you're a band of 5 people and you divide that by 500, you're $100 a piece. Sound guys, 150 to 350. So I mean, it just depends. So we started relying more on sales and a little bit of gig money. We just kind of kept compiling. But like I said, we weren't really, you know, we just stashed the money. It was cool because all the band members were like, I don't want my cut, and I don't want my cut. We'll just throw it into the stash. And then that would allow us to go into a studio. I think we had a single done, 2 full albums. Well, the original guitar player quit, and then we hired another one, and like what you guys were talking about earlier, he destroyed the band, and it just went to shit like within a week of that album coming out. So, but I mean, that's why cover bands, I think, are more fun because there's less pressure. You're done trying to be like make it, you know, and I think you can get paid better. You know,
Yeah.
just my personal preference. I think cover bands, you know, they'll pay a little better, but cover
Yeah.
bands are great. You know,
At my age, I mean, I just happy that, I mean, not now, but I have the opportunity to go out and just play and have a bunch of guys that we just want to go out and play and have fun.
Right.
It's like playing weekend hockey or whatever for us. So you're gonna go do a gig, and as far as original music, like I just do it for myself, like just for
right.
like I got 3 songs out now on just everywhere, Apple Music, and Spotify, and all that. And I just doing that because I love doing it, right?
We used to throw some originals in. And I would say out of all the originals we did quite, I'd say over the course of my time playing, probably like maybe 25, 30 originals over all the years. And out of those, I think 2 or 3 I actually probably liked.
Yeah,
And I wrote one of them. So
Yeah. Well, we used to sneak them in when I was in the rock band. Like I used to write. I always wrote music, right? And so I wrote a couple of songs, and then you got to teach everybody and practice them and whatever. And we were a cover band, but the singer would get on the mic. All right, now here's an original, whatever, and then we'd play it, and we would play 2 of my songs in the because you can get away with that, right? People are gonna freak out if you're doing 2 originals. And then the other guy had one. So it was like 3 a night or something.
well, the circuit we were on, it was all original bands, basically trying to, get on certain tours and stuff. So everybody was original, but so it came down to where, again, just like what Curlball was saying, you don't have a ton of originals that were good enough to be like 4 hours worth. So you hire in other bands, but here's the thing: so then you cut the deal with the booking agent, the manager, and he says, okay, $1,200, $1,500 or whatever. So you get the door, but you're going, you have to wiggle that deal out with them, and you're going, wait a minute, he gave us. We got 4 bands and a +1 for each person. So if you just take 4 bands, 4 to 5 people a band, plus their +1 or 2, just off the bands are going to make $2,000-$3,000 in sales that night. Plus the regular crowd, plus whatever else you bring in. So it was like, they really do. There is a lot more money spent in there, especially if it's like a Wednesday or Thursday night. Well, Thursday is a good night to go play, but there's a lot of nights we would take gigs into certain clubs where you normally couldn't get in because it was during the weekday, and those venues knew it was the smartest business decision for them because they could book 4 bands for that night to have +1 and 2s and their little bit of fan base following them. And they're gonna make $2,000 to $5,000 at bar that night versus normally probably just have whatever, some dinner size type crowd there. Yeah. So they were still making good money, even hiring original bands. A lot of them places,
I would have to say that different cities, different states, and stuff, different climates.
Yeah.
It's like I don't know why the climate was. I mean, as far as original bands went, I mean, you'd make good money if you would get the following, and a big thing around here wasn't the original bands; it was the tribute bands.
Oh yeah.
I mean, Physical Graffiti does the
They make
Zeppelin stuff. And
I want to make it clear though, it wasn't actually good money. I'm just saying it was like you could do all right off merch and stuff. So because everyone. Yeah, it's not good money compared to a cover band, but it was at least something,
Yeah. The tribute bands are big here too. Like, I mean, some of the places we play, they'll have we'll walk in and they'll have the posters up. Oh, there's the Aerosmith tribute band. They're going to be here next week, or they were here last week. And there's this band and that band. And I think they fork up a little bit more for those guys because they draw better than just cover band X or whatever. But
I mean, I think for us, for after 1 year playing 40 gigs, ordering $1,000 or $2,000 worth of merch, I think we walked into the studio with 5,000 petty cash pretty much, and the rest had to come out of from there on out, earning it more as we go. But so like I said, it wasn't great money, but it was decent enough, you know.
Yeah, like I said, the only time I made good money was back in the early '90s when I was doing that thing. I mean, shit, I bought a fucking car. That's how much cash. It was fun.
Did-
Here's a funny story for you. Okay, it's real quick, right? I didn't buy like a fucking Lamborghini or anything. I just bought a Toyota, but still, it's a car. So I
Kinda
remember.
like a Lamborghini.
So back then, I used to have hair past my shoulders. It was all like long and curly. It was like down here. And I walk into the car dealer with fucking cash, a leather jacket on. And
Want a car?
You know, no, nobody would talk to me. Because I was 20, what would I have been there? 24 years old, something like that.
Drug,
Long fucking
drug
hair,
dealer.
you know, leather jacket on, big rock and roll guy walking in. Nobody would fucking talk to me, right? I had to go like to 3 fucking dealers before anybody would even fucking talk to me. It's like, oh, could I help you? Oh, you want to help me? Oh, okay. You know, the guy,
Yes, sir. Yes,
the
sir.
guy who ended up fucking helping me was the guy who got the commission. Everybody else thought I was just some fucking one kid fucking hanging around. Buddy, I got money in my pocket. I'm ready to buy a car today.
I've actually had salesmen when I was in my 20s tell me, well, you actually know what that vehicle costs, right? I'm going, I make more than you, but I don't want to say it. And he's like, but I always had the long hair and I was the rock and roll, so I was not your typical, you know, my hair was all slicked back and into a ponytail and shit at work. And it was like, yeah, like, you actually know this car costs $32,000. This is the 90s. I'm like, yeah. So yes, and F you, and I'm out of here. I'm gonna go across the street and buy that
exactly.
see that brand new one sitting right over there.
Well, there's a
That guy
John
talks to
Bonham
me,
story.
right?
There's a John Bonham story about that when John Bonham went to go to a Rolls Royce thing, and the guy was giving him some flack because he didn't look like the regular Rolls Royce buyer. It says, and then so he convinced him to test drive, and he drove it through the friggin' shop. You know, like through the fucking glass and everything, fucking
Nice.
and wrecked the whole thing. Took it for a test drive, came back, and he says, "Don't you ever talk to me like that again?" He says, "Here's the money for the car."
Yeah, I think today's world is getting a little better, but I got treated like that too, Hack, especially being a metalhead.
Talking about merchandise, I wanted to ask: any of
Yeah.
you guys ever screen print your own shirts?
I had someone else screen print them.
Yeah,
I did it
we
myself.
used to do our own. We got the screen printing equipment and every inks and stuff, and it was kind of fun because I remember my friend Mike used to help out too, and he used to like when we make shirts, we'd have like leftover shirts and stuff. He used to make, like unique shirts and stuff. Like he like made instead of where it's a single print, he'd like put 3 on it and stuff. It was a fun time. It was messy as hell.
Just hard to get a comfortable shirt though, man. We spent the money on expensive shirts, and it was like we couldn't sell them expensive enough to get our money back pretty much. So we ordered too good of shirts. It was like,
Well, this is that the key is to get your logo out there. So
Right.
you're gonna lose some money.
We had cassettes. This is how far back we had our own cassettes that we used to sell, right? So, so we had the cassettes made, and then I had to find a printer to print the cassette, like the label, and then to print the insert, whatever. And then I had to, like everything we had to do it all ourselves. It's like, okay, where do we find somebody to like make the cassettes? Where do we find somebody to do the printing and all this shit to make a box? And then you spend this money to buy. I don't know how many cassettes we had. We had like a box full of these cassettes. But what was really cool was we go and we play a show, and we'd say at the break, hey, if anybody's enjoying the music, there's cassette. And then, fuck, man, we sold, and we were selling them. And again, this is like early 90s, $7, $8 a pop or whatever. Fuck, man, we made like almost $1,000 on the fucking cassette.
yeah. The good old days. We did that with CDs, man. Just a little
So you
after.
guys-
Yeah, you
I
just
bought the
burn
whole
CDs.
kit. I bought the whole kit from like I don't know wherever, some office place, and it would cut it out and put that. It was a sticker that went on top of the CD with your logo and shit. It was like it was all right. Sometimes it gets stuck in the CD player because it would be too gritty.
thick.
Yeah,
Yeah.
good times.
Yeah, good time.
Yeah, I remember back when I was a material handler, years ago. I was at work, and this young kid came in with one of our shirts, and
Cool.
and so I got to know him a little bit and stuff like that. And he came in one day with that shirt, and I said, oh, my band used to be called 6 Feet Under before the thrash metal band had that name.
I was gonna
That's
say,
what we
what
called ourselves. Yeah.
What the?
And,
We're gonna talk.
Yeah, I told my drummer came up with that name, and I told him, we should protect that name because
There was a was there a TV show 6 Foot Under?
This is well before that.
Yeah.
But anyways, so the kid's wearing the shirt, and so I'm just talking up. 6 Feet Under. You like them? And, oh yeah, I really like them and stuff like that. So I said, yeah, I hear the guitar player's pretty good. and so he doesn't know I'm the guitar player.
Right.
Right. It's like, so I go, you haven't figured out by now? You said you saw us before at the Toad Fest and stuff. You don't recognize me?
Quinn's asking if we had a booking agency back then in the day. No, we didn't.
Nope.
We didn't have a booking agency. The drummer in the band, he knew everybody, and he would just do it all himself. And Jesus, man, if I had two weekends off in the year, that was a lot. And we played every weekend, and we used to play these big festivals and shit. It was fucking insane. My sort of rock star moment, if you will, was we were playing at a place, and this guy from who had this big fucking banquet hall club back in California happened to be in Toronto and saw the band. Now we were already booked for New Year's, and we were getting $5,000 that year too, right? And he came and he approached us and said, "Hey, you know what? I got this big community and this big group, and I'm doing a big New Year's Eve show down there, right?" And he said, "How would you guys like to play it?" I'm like, "Well, fuck, we actually turned down $5,000 to fly down to California, and we played a New Year's Eve show in California for $2,000. Okay, but they paid for the plane, they paid for hotel, and the coolest thing about it was, on the plane, I brought like one guitar, right? And then when we got there, the guy picks us up at the airport, and it was in this town called Chino, California, right? And we actually flew into Ontario. We didn't fly into LAX. We flew into Ontario because it was closer to Ontario, California. Anyway, so we get there, and the guy picks us up, and the first place he takes us is to the music store. And and this was like after hours already, and he had the two employees still there, right? So we walk in, and it's like the guy just says, "Okay, guy, take whatever you want." Oh man, I'm digging that amp. I want that guitar for a backup.
Son of a bitch.
They took fucking, I kid you not, a truck full of fucking gear to this hall. Fucking, we had lights, we had backline, we had all this, and then the two guys were fucking even setting up our shit, doing sound check. They were miking all the drums. It was amazing.
It's good to be king.
Oh,
I was going to ask you, what's the farthest you ever had to go for a job? I guess that was yours, Hack.
but you know what the cool thing about it was? So what I did is, so like when the gig was over, like the next day or whatever, the guys flew back to Toronto, right? I stayed for a week. I said, I'm going to stay. So we got the lady who was doing all the arrangements, like, give me a hotel, rent me a car, and that whole week I got like a free vacation, really, kind of. And that whole week, man, I did everything you could imagine. We went to Anaheim, Disneyland. We went to all the studio tours, saw Jay Leno's show. Arsenio Hall was on back then. I was actually on Arsenio Hall. I was there because I was right in the front row, and I called Toronto, "Watch Arsenio tonight. You're going to see us." It was fucking amazing. Like, that was one of the best holidays I ever had.
In a band, playing guitar and stuff, furthest I've gone is like New York and New Hampshire. As far as like band in high school, the wind ensemble, we had the best wind ensemble in the country, so we traveled.
Oh, cool.
It's Disney World, Washington D.C.
Wow.
Nice.
We used to kill the competitions.
Feel like a rock star, no?
with
Oh yeah, it's like, and the thing is with at the high school, I played tuba, and if you played tuba at Burville High, you got treated like a king because tuba players are hard to come by, and everyone wants to play trumpet, and no one wants to play a tuba.
Right.
Right? And it's hard to
Right.
find a good tuba player. And me and my friend Rich, we were both all-state tuba players, and so it's funny. We'd have like parades and stuff, local parades, and be hot and sweltering out. All bands are like in the all the rest of the band are in school buses, with the instruments and stuff on hot sweltering days. Me and Rich are with the band leader and in his big ass Peugeot, right? With the band teacher, whatever you call him, and he had the big truck. You could fit both the sousaphones in it. So
Right.
put up 2 sousaphones and stuff, air conditioning.
Nice.
Go thing. How's the bus, guys?
That's cool, man.
Yep, tuba. And as a musician, I would say that's the instrument that I was the best on.
Dave Stafford, how far have you gone to
Well,
do a gig?
I was the odd duck in the band all the time because I had a job that I couldn't screw up, so I had a
Right.
3-state
Yeah,
rule:
yeah.
Minnesota, Iowa, Illinois. I wouldn't go farther than those
Hang on
three
one
because
second.
there was one point where I was going to do a European tour and take 6 months leave of work. It was this close, and then decided that was a bad idea too. So, fortunately, I guess I had a good enough job to keep me grounded enough. That was fortunately or unfortunately enough, one of the two. Maybe
Right.
I'd be.
I don't
Tour
think anybody's
as a musician.
Axe got the best story.
No, but I mean, I was able to do that gig because it was New Year's Eve. I mean, we were off work anyway. But yeah, I was working the whole time as well. And I was on the tools and stuff, right? I mean, I remember one day. This is kind of a gross story, but I know I was working on a construction site, and I had a gig. This was on a Friday, and I had a gig Friday night, and I sliced this finger right down the middle. And that night I had to play. And it's like, when you got a cut like right there, every time that finger went up the string, it opened up the cut. I was wiping blood off my fretboard the whole night between songs. That
No
was
stitches?
blood. No, it wasn't. It wasn't a bad enough cut to
Oh,
get
yeah.
stitches, but it was just the whole night. It's like, holy shit, man.
Especially when it hit the B and E strings, the
Oh.
high B and E strings,
Like, yeah, that was bad. That
like
was
a knife.
yeah.
I guess one of my best gigs is when I got to play with Seven Dust, and then we got to play with them in Madison at a comedy club, and they did acoustic thing, and got to meet them, work with the radio station, had commercials on the radio station, then got connected with the rave in Milwaukee, and got to do some stuff there. So we had a pretty good music scene down in Milwaukee. So we ended up getting to play for a lot of. I got to meet a lot of famous people, and so that, I mean, even though we didn't go out to California or anything, there was a lot of good things happening. A lot of people would come through the rave, and we networked so hard. The bigger your network, I had spreadsheets of lists of people we played with, and known promoters and booking agents, Midwest booking agents. So, I mean, you could play with whoever you wanted if you have the money. And if you didn't have the money, you just needed that networking to keep calling you up to get you on that gig around here. So that's why, just staying within 3 states was plenty good. I mean,
Yeah.
didn't need to leave any farther than that. I needed to be able to always get back to work on Monday, unless I was going to use vacation.
Getting on the radio is that. I mean, with like the California thing I was saying about the cassettes, I didn't even realize it until they told us. But when we got there, like they were promoting the show and they were playing that fucking cassette on the radio. I'm like, holy shit!
Oh, it's
All right.
crazy.
I found something here. This is
Yeah,
there's a stage band.
Are you in the background on top?
No, I'm. If you can't pick me out, I'm right there with the bowl cut.
I see you.
The guy in front of me
Is
is
that a mustache?
Harry Allen. He's actually a world class sax player. You can look him up online.
Oh, cool.
He was and above that, here's the wind ensemble right there, and I'm
Cool.
somewhere buried in the back on the right. And and marching band was like the concert band, and you take concert band and the wind ensemble, and that's our marching band.
Nice.
There's a picture around here where I was in 10th grade. It's kind of it was one of those pictures where they try to make a funny thing about that. You have a sousaphone on, and one of the instructors is pointing at something, and the caption underneath says, "How do you start this thing?" or something like that.
I've never really liked wind ensemble that much. I did it all my life. I played out the saxophone, and if I could have got a guitar, I would have dropped saxophone in 6th grade. But yeah, I mean,
So I think some of those, like John Williams songs, they sound really good.
I'm not saying it sound good. I just
Yeah.
I didn't mind playing the reed instruments, but it was like, I don't know.
Oh yeah, guitar was to
my
me. There's
sister was
not a better instrument.
My sister was a state player, would win, and I got hand-me-down saxophone. And, I don't know, just like, yeah. I had the trombone players always sitting behind me, making a lot of noise.
Hitting you.
Oh yeah,
No, they would have hit me. I would have stood up and jacked them right in the face.
those trombone guys when they hit that latch and shoot the spit out of it. All
Yeah,
Ah.
yeah. Oh yeah.
The spit valve.
So I was glad when I was on varsity football, I didn't have to go out at halftime and do that anymore.
I played.
Marching band.
Which did you play, the baritone or the alto?
I played alto sax.
Me too. I played the alto.
Yeah.
I played
Yeah.
all. I used to play violin too, but the violin I used to turn on and try and play guitar songs on it.
Well, what's pretty cool because you all know Jimmy Meets Science. I think his grandfather was this big trumpet player back in the 30s and 40s. I mean, you'll find some YouTube stuff on him.
Wait, what'd you say?
Really amazing.
His grandpa or father?
It was this. I think his grandfather.
I was gonna say
and,
30s.
and he lost it, and he lost an arm. He lost his arm. He still was this fantastic player.
Yeah, I think his dad played too, doesn't he?
I can't remember, but I think this was his grandfather. He was talking about it. So he was talking about it, and I started doing some research. I found all these videos, and actually, you'll find a lot of videos on Jimmy if you search it right when he was in Vegas and playing all these different, doing all these different places.
Yeah. Well, my uncle was a musical conductor.
Oh, really?
And he used to write. Yeah, he used to write for brass instruments and stuff, and he had albums out and stuff, right? Of music from the old country, but like my dad used to listen to his albums and stuff. But, like he was a real dude, like a real musician.
Quentin, I think Kenny G plays the alto sax.
No, he plays. Isn't it? He plays.
Is it
alto.
something louder?
No, it looks like a friggin' flute.
No, but Kenny G's a sax player. I don't know what kind of sax, but
I want to show you one more picture when I was in 9th grade. In the back there with the arms folded.
Oh yeah, you're like the tallest one there.
Yeah, I was actually pretty jacked back then. That's the kid next to me is a hair taller than me.
Oh yeah.
His name was, but he had been kept back like 2 grades. It's like, I had just gotten back from wrestling camp, and still had the bowl cut. You know, when mom would put the bowl on your head.
Never goes out of style.
Floby.
it was a flat top for me.
So it sounds like Stafford did the same thing in high school I did. He was on the football team as well. Huh?
Yeah, I was a major jock through
You do
everything.
wrestling?
I wrestled for 10 years,
Yep.
made varsity at 189 as a freshman. Football,
And,
wrestling, track, summer baseball.
Yeah. Mine was varsity wrestling, football, Babe Ruth baseball, and intramural basketball.
Yeah, I did the track, and I enjoyed track actually.
I hate football.
That was my main sport. I wanted to go pro in football, but
And I'm
didn't
being
work out.
See now, yeah, you remember how I say keep your feet on the ground and keep your head out of the clouds. It's when I was in high school, I was very, very good at being an offensive lineman. I was offensive tackle, probably the best one in the state. It's right. I've never let my quarterback get that. Defensive line, I had a decent eye for it. They put me in at linebacker once,
Yeah.
and it was the biggest mistake they made. I got burned.
Defense is my thing.
I didn't have a feeling for that.
speed.
But
Speed.
you know,
I can-
there was some, you know, some minor colleges interested and stuff like that, and I just looked at it realistically, and you know, I had a couple injuries under my belt, and you know, I don't think I had the durability for it. It's just one of those things. I just didn't feel like I would have been cut out to, you know, do the college thing, and I would never thought I could become a pro. Definitely not.
Right. Yeah, no, I just hated school so bad. I had a few college offers.
I probably would have rode the bench at college too.
But you hated school so much, but you still had to do your scores had to be good enough to play on varsity.
Oh, yeah. No, I went
You
to
couldn't-
college for business.
Well,
I was a 4.0.
Yeah.
I was on the dean's list for 2 years in college. It's not.
Jeez,
I just hated school.
I think we're separated at birth here, Stafford.
Yeah,
he lived my life basically.
So yeah, I just at that time when I graduated high school, I was like, I am effing done. I'm gonna go make some money for a couple years. I can make some good money, so I went pipeline welding. I was a certified pipeline welder at 19 years old, and did
Okay,
that for
that's
years.
where your career took off differently. than
Different.
mine.
Yeah. And
How
then I
tall are you,
said-
Dave?
What's that?
How tall? How tall are you?
About 5'10", 260.
Yeah, right now I'm 6'5", 230.
Yeah. So yeah, I needed
230,
to grow
that's
more.
really
I needed to grow more.
Yeah, well, I was around 400 pounds last year.
230. You're doing a hell of a job, man.
If I had 6'5", I might have made the NFL, but I needed that height. That would have been a big.
I'm probably
game changer.
270, and I'm only 5'10.
Because I could run a 40 and 4.6. 4.6. I could run a 40.
I don't know. I could actually haul ass running, but I was never timed. When I played on special teams, I could chase someone down. I remember one time they have these benches on our field down at Callahan, and the benches were like stumps in the ground with a bench on top of it, so they didn't give at all. And I chased this guy down on the sideline, you know, got the angle and stuff, and I plowed him out of bounds, and he basically got cut in half on the friggin' bench because the bench didn't move. So I just jammed him in the bench, and it was ugly. It broke a rib. Oh,
I broke ribs at my bachelor party. On top of the pontoon boat, fell right on it.
Oh my!
I've broken ribs in the bathroom. I slipped on the floor and I fell across the friggin' the side of the bathtub. And I
Oh,
busted a rib.
damn. Good
Sounds
times.
like me, Will.
Like with the school thing for me, like I was supposed to be an electrical engineer, and that when you're 18 years old, the last thing your head is wrapped around is school, at least for me. So I totally shit the bed on that. So I ended up becoming an electrician instead. But then years later, you know, I did manage to get a college. Go to college, and then later, well, see, you guys call college university. For us, there's college, and then there's university. They're two separate things, right? So I went to college, and I managed to get through that. Then I got into the trade, and you know, I did that for like 10 years or so, and I hated it. I fucking hated it because it was always up and down. Like you're working, and then you're home for 2 months, and then go back to work because it's construction. It's like this, right? And I just got tired of being on the tools and that, and I said I wanted to get off of that, and I ended up now I train what I used to do, and I went back to university at 38. I got my degree at 42. So I went back to school and and now I love my job now because all I'm doing is I'm looking at me 30 years ago, and I'm looking at the guys, right? And all the experience and life experience and all that, and I love doing it, man. I love helping guys out.
Teaching.
So, I absolutely love it.
Yeah, I got my first 2 years age 18, and then I got my second 2 years age 32.
Mhm.
So when I graduated high school, I was set out. I wanted to go get my master's to be a marine biologist, and
Just like George Costanza.
I got really lazy. I'm like, I don't want to go that long to get my master's. So I'm like, hey, I can weld good. I can make it. So I'm like, all right, what's a marine biologist with a master's degree start out at in 1997? But I'm like, or 98. But I'm like, okay, 2 years of my college were in Hawaii. So I'm like, what does that start out? It started out at 45,000. I'm like, well, I can go make that right now in the trade. You know what I mean? That's all I gotta do is, I've
And
already
not
been
only
over
that,
years.
marine biologists aren't in that much demand.
Well, not
It's
in the
kind of
Midwest and
yeah.
Wisconsin. That's for damn sure. But now I'm stuck up here in the cold, and I'm like, yeah, I should have went and been a marine biologist. I've been somewhere warm right now, Marine biologists work at the zoo around here. There's no. What are you gonna do up here for a marine biologist?
And the things too, like I don't know about what the attitude is in the States, but like here, I mean, and no matter how much I've talked to, education people and guidance counselors and all this kind of stuff, it's like the trades are, it's like that's for dummies, right? Oh yeah,
No, it's not.
cut in school. Yeah, go be a plumber or whatever, right? And meanwhile, like you're explaining to them, like the whole time you're going through the process of getting your license, you're making money. You're never not making money.
You're getting paid to get trained.
Yeah, exactly. And then when you get your ticket, you're already making more than the guidance counselors or you know what I mean? Like you're making
2 or 3 times the amount.
Yeah.
Yeah, my guidance counselor had a conniption when I told him I was going for tech school.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, it's still looked down.
Tech school is
upon,
great, and tech school is. I think they should pull kids out of school earlier when they know what their strong points is. Let them get more,
Oh yeah,
I mean-
let them. Yeah, I mean, like at let's say, okay, you're teaching. I mean, one of the most useless things in our school system is that you have to take a friggin' English class every year
Right.
in friggin' high school. It's
Right.
like, if you can speak the English, fine. It's like,
right.
but you got to take like, okay, well, you got to learn this type of literature, this type of okay, have a little bit of literature. But I mean, up until like 9th to 10th grade, start going on a career path.
Right.
Try
guys that were
start
good at
encouraging a career
Yeah.
path.
You knew the kids that were good at mechanics, the kids that were good at welding, the kids that were good at other things. Like, why punish? Like, get them in an apprenticeship program. Get
Exactly.
them out working.
And a problem I have with colleges too is okay, well, you want to become an electrical engineer. Well, guess what? You got to take psychology. You got to take this. You got to take English again and stuff like. And it's like, okay, well, why the hell do I have to do this? It's you'll be more well-rounded. Well, okay, well, take an English major and make them take tech courses too.
Right.
They'll be more, and it'll be more practical.
I hate it.
You have an English major that can't set their own VCR. It's
Right.
like,
The stupid thing about it is I've had in my class electrical engineers. I've had guys right now. I have a guy who's got a physics degree. So all these, and the thing is, like when I'm teaching, these guys are like trying to show me how smart they are. I'm like, okay, hold on there, Kimosabe. Let me get to the punchline here, And then after about a week or two, they shut up because it's like, all this shit that I'm telling you is practical, real life stuff. You know about the cosmos and about this and about that. That ain't gonna help you on a job site, buddy.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So it's like it's that kind of thing, right? But and it just goes to show you, right? I mean, if a guy has got all that education, and then he goes to the trades, somebody must have told him early on, when trades are, you better get higher education, and then they can't make any money,
Well,
and then
Yeah,
they
well-
want to make money, so now they have to go to the trades.
You
It's
know where
like a
the work is.
Yeah.
Where the field to have jobs, you know, and that's what's killing people nowadays is that, you know, with the whole education system, it's like people are going to college because they feel they have to go to college.
it was always
And then
implanted
when
in
they
them.
go, they just pick, ooh, I think I'm just going to do this. This is why, and all these basket weaving courses, and you know, I'm not going to even get into, you know, the liberal arts courses, and so they get graduate with a liberal arts degree and major in something that can't get them a job anywhere.
Yeah, political
Now they
science
want,
is my favorite.
now they want me to pay their bill.
I have a
You know,
perfect
it's like-
example of that. My second cousin, super smart guy, $120,000 in college debt, industrial engineering degree. He'd have to relocate to find it. He would do fantastic. He's in an apprenticeship program in the trades, becoming a carpenter, trade carpenter right now.
The guy with the political science degree painted my house.
Right, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, it's like,
Well, I think what killed me is that the industry I got into dried up around here, and the industry I'm in, when you're looking for work, that's the only industry I can get a job in. No one wants to hire you out of this industry. But my industry will take people in from other industries. It's like, well, heck, I don't know if I told you this already. I'm no longer working again.
Yeah, you told me that.
Yeah, it's like,
'Cause they
friggin',
management.
oh my God. It's
Um,
like, the problem is I'm in the wire and cable business, you know,
Yeah,
design
well,
wire and cable. And it doesn't sound that high tech. And in the grand scheme of things, it's not.
What kind of
But-
cable? What kind of cable?
Oh, at the place I was working at last, or just in general, what I've worked on?
Well, okay, like cable. I mean, cable can be anything. Are you talking like?
Yeah, well, I mean, I really cut my teeth my 15 years at one place, category cable,
Cat
Uh,
6.
So you
Cat
industrial cable. Yeah,
Ethernet
Cat 6.
Ethernet.
I designed my company's first Cat 5e and first Cat 6 back in 97, 98.
I used to be in that industry. I used to
Mhm.
do. I mean, I've done a lot of different things, but I don't. Do you know what an RCDD is?
Yeah, yeah, you gotta get a license.
Yeah,
It's,
I'm an RCDD. I used to design infrastructures for buildings.
Yep.
and stuff. Yeah.
and you have to keep up on that as well.
Well, yeah. I mean, then I haven't been in that industry now for 18 years, but back in the day,
Yeah,
that's,
I was never in RCDD.
that's the last job I did, right? And yeah, so when I left the industry, Category 6 was just coming online, and and I used to train guys on how to use that stuff as well. And I remember when the first one of the first installs they did was at our airport here, and the guys would half the time that they're they would have to they'd have to test every run after it was done, and all their tests were freaking failing, and they couldn't figure out what it was, right? Why all their tests were failing. And the thing is, because with category, like as you increase the window of errors, and there's all like untwisting and terminations and bend radiuses and all that, it becomes more and more crucial, right? So yeah,
Well,
that's when I left. Six was just coming on stream.
part of the problem with wire and cable is that, and what's happening to my industry right now is that people are taking it over that think that they're stamping out circuit boards. It's like, no, it's the wire and cable is an analog product. I mean, it's like you take a piece of wire like this, it's got electrical properties. You put a little bend in it, the electrical properties change.
Well,
You
yeah,
know,
because you got
it's like-
the characteristic impedance. You have to maintain 100 ohms, and the only way
Yeah.
to do that is you got to maintain the construction throughout. I used to teach all.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like for the benefit of everyone else, I'm not going to get too deep in this.
Yeah.
In a category cable, it's structurally, it'll hold its structure pretty well because it's very tight twist lays,
don't
and
bend it.
there's staggered twist lays too. For crosstalk reasons.
Yeah, alien
But,
crosstalk too, right?
Alien. Well, that's the Cat 6 augmented. isn't it? The alien. That's a alien
No,
crosstalks for the augmented.
No,
Cat
alien
sex.
crosstalk. So like if that's another
Yeah.
thing too. They
That's between.
from cable.
Yeah. One cable and another cable. It's crosstalk
The way
between
they
the
used to
one
train
cable.
the
to
guys
another.
is run everything so that it was like perfectly in line. Actually, you're better off making it messy so that you don't
Yeah.
have that consistency. You have less potential for alien cross.
Yeah. Well.
Yeah, you're
alien
losing us now.
crosstalk-
You're losing
we're
us. You're
totally-
losing us.
I can go into this. Yeah,
Yeah, that's starting to
Take me
speak
to your
Spanish to me
leader,
right
alien
now. right?
crosstalk.
I'll tell you what's crazy though. Like I remember now thinking back about it. My guidance counselor was like, "Yeah, your test score shows you're good for business." Not once do I ever remember a high school ever recommending or even talking about trades,
exactly.
industry, or anything else. That's bullshit. You know, I was like, that needs to change.
Oh
You
yeah.
know?
Well, a buddy of mine that ended up becoming professor at MIT for the video department or some way. He was the valedictorian. He's 3 years younger than me. He graduated in '89. He gave a speech that, and it was recorded. I wasn't at the graduation, but I saw it on tape. You know how they have to submit the speech for approval, and then they give the speech. Well, he submitted one for approval and gave a totally different speech.
Ours did that too.
After
Ours
that.
did that same
And he
thing.
basically tore our school system a new asshole for
So did ours.
not concentrating on future. Yeah, technology's the future. Everything, you're not doing a damn thing. He didn't say damn thing, but in so many creative words, he ripped them a new asshole. It was great.
I think our music program really lacks too. Like even with my daughters now, my oldest entering it now. I'm like, not to be like I want her to play because I'm playing because I could have like my youngest, but I'm like, I get it's wind ensemble, but like there's other schools that have guitars and stuff with it, and it's just like our music program's hurting too, and it's just you never heard any guidance counselor or anything ever talk about a career of like, hey, geared towards an orchestra or this or American Players Theater, anything. It was nothing. And nothing trades. It was just always, well, you're gonna, it could be business.
The other thing that really impacted it, and I don't know if you guys have the same issue here, but like back when I went in when I was in high school, and that's I'm going back to the '80s now, right? I mean, we had in my school, we had a fully functioning auto garage, right? For guys are bringing cars in and doing work on their own cars.
I took it.
We had a plumbing shop. We had an electrical shop. We had drafting. We had a machine shop. We had all this stuff. So, like I was on the, like you have the two levels. I was back the day they called it level 5, which means you're university bound. So that's where I was schooling. But I was always taking those courses though, because you could take like a French, like something different, like an elective. My electives were always like the shops and stuff, right?
Same
As I
here.
remember, right? But
Yeah, I
now,
wish I would have.
but now those are fucking gone.
Isn't that something?
They're gone. They're not there anymore.
That's crazy, man.
So there's no, so like if you're in school, all you're getting is book learning. You're not getting exposure to any of these things to see if you like it or you don't like it, or if you have a knack for it, if you don't. That is all gone.
That's insane, man.
We
So were doing free oil changes for all the teachers, man.
Yeah, man. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. We had auto and we had welding and we had like a little carpenter's thing and we had applications of technology. I got to program like a robotic arm. So you were 80s, I was 90s. And that was like, far-fetched then, like those robotic arms, I built a computer.
Yeah.
And,
Well, I did the robotics thing when I went to college, programming the robots. Yeah. But yeah, man, it's all gone now. There's no exposure to it, and and the guidance counselors and the teachers and whatever. It's like, I mean, even if they did promote it, they get no exposure to it until after graduation.
Right.
So
yeah. Alex says his music program is hurting real bad. Yeah, I think a lot of them are.
Yeah.
I was even gonna donate some stuff, but then like I want to hit on that 1.2. I want talk about Will's comment quick, and then he said he had the School of Rock here on Long Island. What we donate to, they're really good. I bet that's awesome. Well, that's awesome. So here's what was really freaky, and with this COVID, maybe COVID has, I'm sure it has a lot to do with it. But when I was in high school, there was like 100 kids out in band. The whole band room, packed. Had to get extra chairs. The choir room, packed. There's, my daughter's in middle school, 9 kids. And even the high school, there's so few kids out for band. The middle school band teacher will go out at halftime and play with them. It's like, what the hell has happened? You know what I mean? I mean, seriously. It was like every parent, all of us were like, you know, they were like, you took music because it was an easy A, or at least it was for me, you know. And I didn't take choir because I couldn't sing, but I don't get it. Like, it was packed. We had huge bands. You know, 9 people, middle school. We must have had 75 when I was in middle school. You know?
Yeah.
And so, like, now we're leasing a clarinet from a local music store here. And just weird. It's really weird.
Yeah.
Well, I think I'm going to hit it off when.
Yeah.
Comes
Yeah,
back.
same here. Hey, Mickey.
Thanks for coming in, Dave. I wanted to hear how you get that good sound when
Just
when you guys are playing.
trial and error, man. Getting all your shit dialed in really good, and then comes down to your playing too. You know, it's just keep messing with it, man. I don't really.
It sounded great.
That's my life story, trying to get the right mix, right tone, everything, you know. So I know I want to figure out how 2 people can actually play together instead of like trade off.
You know, that could be
know?
hard because of latency or.
Yeah, I know.
Somebody told me once that there was this
There is a site I belong to, and I can't remember the name.
or something that you can get that you go, like, it's basically you both play and this site hosts it.
It does, yeah.
And
I
then
think Ed Dana originally told me about it, and I joined it, but I never did anything with it. But it evidently, I'll see if I can think of the name. It's called Jam something.
yeah, Jam
Jam Band or something like that. But I never did anything with it.
Yeah,
But evidently.
I wish I had some revealing thing for you, Mitch, but it's just mess with it, man. And I don't click anything on. The one night I had it clicked, and like I said, R2 was only getting it through the one headphone and stuff. So Metalhead Hippie gave me the tip just to
Don't touch anything.
Yeah. So
Well, I'm gonna try that this week. Maybe when I do my show, when I do the intro music, just not hit anything. And
I'll just unclick it all. Yeah, unclick it all. Because I mean, your guitar sounds great from what I heard tonight.
Yeah, it was OBS though. That was a StreamYard.
Yeah, that's right. It always sounds good on there.
And I was thinking about going back to OBS because it does offer a few more things than StreamYard does for like the. You do an overlay in StreamYard, it takes the whole screen away versus if you want just like a pop-up window.
But the only thing, Dave, is if you did OBS, you can't have guests on. Like you'd have to do what Mitch was
doing. You could use. I'm using OBS now because with it having virtual cam in there now, you select OBS virtual cam, so I can do all those overlays. But it's just over myself. It's not over all the. Everything else.
So what's the benefit to that, Mitch? Why are you doing that?
Well, I can just, like I said, to put my own overlays on. I couldn't do it otherwise, especially if let's say if you're hosting a jam, the stream, I couldn't do it at all. But I can do it. It doesn't matter regardless who's hosting this room.
I see. So when you jumped on my show, then you had that little guy in front of you.
I was doing. I had the green screen working. I don't have all the lights on right now. I got that TV back there. So that's a benefit right there.
Yeah, that's cool.
But I feel like I think I could do maybe get 4 people in a Skype call and still stream that over. OBS, and it'll work fine. It would work fine. And that would cost you nothing. There's a plugin there's a Skype plugin actually, or NDI plugin for OBS, and it just makes it easy to get Skype calls and have everybody there at one time. I only did it once, and it worked out well, but I haven't done it since.
At work,
That's
we
what's OBS.
use Teams. I wonder
yeah,
how
Teams.
that would work.
Microsoft Teams.
We did it
Microsoft,
once.
yeah.
I think me who did I do it with? I think me and Gary and maybe Dad. We did something with Team, or am I thinking of the other name? What's the other name called?
Well, Zoom and Teams. I don't.
Is Team Microsoft? Oh, I'm getting mixed up. I'm thinking of the one in Google.
Yeah, Google Teams.
No, I think it's
Microsoft Teams.
I think Microsoft's Teams. Google has another one called I forgot what it's called. Somebody will probably say it in the chat. But we did that.
Google was Hangouts.
Yeah,
Yeah, but this is something else now, and
Hangouts is
you
great.
you could have like 100 people in there.
Oh my
The
god.
thing with Chrome.
Well,
But
Teams
you had to
you
down-
can too. I think that we had up to like 60 a week ago in our Teams meeting.
What is it called? I can't.
How do you conduct a meeting in Teams with 60 people? I mean, how does something get done?
You should. Yeah, here's
yeah.
how we've done it, right? Not with 60, but still, it's like everybody has their mic off.
Right. Most
And
people
we
have
got-
their camera off.
Yeah, some people, yeah, and every, one guy talks, and if you have something to say, there's a button that you press, and it looks like you got a hand up,
Yep.
right? And then
Yeah, I never had need to utilize that.
And there's a side chat too.
yeah, so you have basically somebody is the master of ceremonies, if you will, and so and so's got a question and whatever, usually the management guy.
You know what I hate though is just like calling meetings at work in person, it gets abused, and you get people calling meetings for every little damn thing. It's like, oh come on.
Meetings about meetings.
You spend. See, now when I conducted meetings, it's like I set out an agenda, and I
Yes.
usually send an agenda. And so, okay, it's an hour-long meeting, 10 minutes to this, 10 minutes to this, 5 minutes to this, whatever. And thing is, I'll determine if we carry over or not. It's like, I'll keep on meeting, but if something steers in direction where like it frees up time in the meeting, we can go over here and stuff like that. But the place I worked before this place, I loved working there. A great place. I had a great boss, but people that attended meetings, oh my God, they had bad meeting etiquette. And yeah, they got a rude awakening when I ran meetings. It's like, no, we're moving on. I said, last I checked, I called this meeting. I'm calling the shots. It's like you don't get to say what we can continue the next meeting.
Doesn't take much for it to get derailed, man. And when when all this shit started happening, and we were trying to figure out how we were going to proceed, man, we would have 2 meetings a week, and it was just, oh, for fuck's sakes, like just, like you're just throwing shit at the wall and seeing what sticks. I mean, come on.
Google Meet.
Google Meet. Oh, okay.
Google Meet.
Yeah,
Okay.
Never used that.
Will, that'd be cool, man. Do that. You should post that. He says he's got some old footage of School Rock. Post that. That'd be great.
Yeah, cool.
Mitch, that's awesome. I know. I need to
Well-
get to bed, man.
Yeah.
And
Me
yeah,
too.
just to wrap up really quick with the meetings thing, my last place, it was funny. It's like I'd have a meeting with overseas people just to make sure we're on the same page with regulatory. And then the home base in Worcester, they would say, well, we want to have a meeting to follow up what was in that meeting. And I said, well, why didn't I just invite you to that meeting? Oh, no, we don't want to talk to Australia. It's like, what do you mean? It's like,
Just read the minutes. There, you were there.
yeah.
I love talking to people in Australia. I think they're great.
Put another trip on the bobby. That's
At
all.
least for the music, it is.
Yeah, play some Akadaka. Yeah.
Well, thanks for having me on, Mitch. Sorry I didn't have more info for you, man. It's just
No, you did. Yeah,
Yeah,
thank you for coming in, all you guys. I
Mitch,
appreciate it.
Tonight, when I saw you in the chats tonight, I didn't know if it was Hack Show or Steve from Boston. I'm not sure. But when I said, I got a feeling Mitch is going to go live tonight. I just
Really?
had a feeling. Yeah.
I don't do it too often, but I just feel like Tired of watching TV all night.
Yeah.
I was gonna go to
Yeah.
bed like 6 hours ago, so I'm good.
I sleep 3 and 4 hours a day. That's all, if I'm lucky. So
Well, you're retired, so you can take naps when you
it
want.
don't matter.
I got
It's-
a ways to go.
I can play my guitar for 3 or 4 hours a day, and I'm still bored. You know, it's
Then play it 12, 13 hours.
yeah,
a day.
you're right. Because
Just keep going.
I did contact a couple people and they gave me like these free preliminary lessons, and they said you should start another hobby. But anyway, nah, I'm joking. I'm joking.
Just start learning covers, man. Just
I'm
start
joking. That's
knocking
all I do.
covers out.
I do play. That's all I want to play is covers.
And
Yeah,
just
I'm
make
not
a
gonna-
set list and keep playing them, man. Just keep growing it.
It just takes me so. I'm like real anal. I want to learn it right and before I put something up there.
You retired guys have a real problem. Let me know. let me tell you, that's. Whew.
I'm not complaining. I love retirement. So, all right. Thanks to everybody in the chat. We see Jeff just came in there.
Thanks,
Metalhead
everybody.
Hippie,
Bye, everybody.
Nelson, D Tube, Alex, the Dog Paw,
Crow.
Hugh, everyone else I missed.
Next week,
Thanks,
I will.
thanks
be
and good
live.
night.
Be live
See
next
you guys.
See you
Thanks for
guys.
coming in.
Good talking
Yeah,
now.
goodbye.
I'm leaving the studio. Bye.
Bye.
Bye.